Okay, we are now 45 minutes in, the time we usually start. And we are going to ask everyone to report to us our quality of sound. We are on the Peter Moon channel. We are on a war footing. We are guerrilla warfare.
Yeah, we are live, Douglas. We are live.
Okay, so send me that.
We're live. Okay, I will send out the
Well, give it to Brendan and I first so we can make sure it works before you give it to everyone else.
Wait, I just gave it to you. Oh, no, I see. Yeah. Oh, I see. I got to stream the URL.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sending it now.
All right. Okay, I'm going to check it now myself.
So this one that
I'm going to put you. You guys keep talking.
Yeah, we'll keep talking. So I'm going to check on this one. This is the Peter Moon live stream. We already have one upvote from a very patient viewer. We ask everyone, toss in your upvotes. We are going to turn on. Okay. We already have one upvote. There we are. So we know it's working. We know it's working. So what I'm going to do is press the share button. Then I will put that on my Facebook timeline. The last time I did this was when they cut me off the internet. We will see now if they do that again. They definitely did not want us on tonight. So we are scaring the powers that be to death. We know that much. Why? I don't know. Nobody hears us except a few people. Everybody can see what I'm doing on my screen share on this Skype call. Peter Moon and Brendan Zogit can see I'm saying this is where Douglas Dietrich is right now. Okay, this is where Douglas Dietrich is live right now. Peter Moon will say that as well on his timeline where he'll say Peter Moon is live here. I will add Peter Moon, actually, his name. Douglas Dietrich and Peter Moon are live. Douglas Dietrich.
I have something to say. I put the link from the YouTube studio and it does not work. However, I just took the link off of YouTube and it does work. So
yeah, we had that problem earlier.
So anyway, I've got it. I'm going to send out the
all right, let's see if this works all right. This is where Douglas Dietrich and Peter Moon are live right now. All right. Gonna press the post button. See if Facebook allows me to post. Okay, and this is where Douglas Dietrich and Peter Moon are live right now at YouTube. I can always edit in an image later. As Peter Moon says, there's almost no point. But that being said, just a double test. Click on it, see if it works. Peter Moon live stream. So it seems to work. Okay, we got 4 watching now. Started streaming 3 minutes ago. So Nemo Albano is watching. And let's send this to people in my message box. Other than that, I'll turn the screen share off. So, dear gentlemen, oh my God, what a night it's been. What a wild ride it's been. This is it's incredible. Nothing, which is Peter Albano, says hello all, can hear you fine. Videosphere says glad you are on. We're glad to be here. And we're going to do as much damage as we can to the enemy just by being alive and breathing. And go on, Brendan.
No, that was. I'm trying to get back to the live stream so I can look at the chat room and get a grip on what the hell's going on here.
Yeah.
Okay. It's been an extremely an extreme ordeal here.
Yeah, to say the least.
You can use the link in the Skype.
Well, it's nothing's too easy right now.
In the chat.
Let me see. Okay, yeah, here we are. Okay, good. Okay, yeah, I see the chat room. Okay, and we got a few people listening, and I just sent out the email. Hopefully, people aren't too impatient. Started streaming 4 minutes ago. Okay, so It's happening. We're here. Yeah.
It's been one hell of a ride. So the enemy has gone all out. David Fitzsimons says, wow, what a night. Peter Moon says, hi, everybody. David Fitzsimons has been through hell himself in Atlantic City. He lives pretty much on the edge. So, yeah, go on, Peter. Begin to relate the story as you experienced it.
I think we could just chit-chat for a bit till we get,
sure.
More people on. We got
good idea. Good point.
More people here.
Yeah.
They're getting the word out.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna put the link up on my Facebook. Hopefully we'll get a few more people here.
Good man.
And let me see here.
And I just want everyone to know, Brendan Zogit will be hanging up soon to just make certain he's like, got charge for later if I call him during the witching hour. But it's like, there's no describing it. It's just, it's indescribable. Just everything. We are public enemy number fucking one. This is like, forget Osama bin Laden, forget Carlos the Jackal. It's Douglas Dietrich and Peter Moon.
I'll just tell an innocuous story about public enemy number one. One of my best friends in grade school, there was something about his family that he would never tell me. And I don't know what it was. I once broached the subject with him when we were older, when we were growing up, very lightly. But I know that his family was from Texas. And I always wondered about Dillinger.
That was his name? That was his name?
No. No, but the teachers just used to really had a lot of inflection towards him. They looked at him. Now, the guy was big and he was good sized and they didn't like him. And as he got older, it became more evident. And it was always like there was sort of this insinuation that he was bad. He didn't behave improperly in school, at least, with the teachers for the most part. He was always, people thought that he was an instigator to me, which was not really true.
By the way, so I have the news for everyone. I'm sharing screen, so I want both Brendan, are you with us, and Peter Moon to see this. So if both of you can see this, let me know, Brendan. Can you see this, Peter?
Yes.
Okay, so basically, this is the decision. Douglas Dietrich, we've reached a decision on your appeal, and it says...
let me just give some context here. I was just chit-chatting to take up time so we got an audience so we could start the talking. Now, he's going to be reading the answer to an appeal he made that shut down his YouTube channel. Here is the answer.
Yeah, it's that we reviewed your content carefully and have confirmed it violates our sex and nudity policy. So how does this impact your content? We will not be putting your content back up on YouTube. Well, to say the least.
Because you've posted that photo before.
Yeah.
Let's not go there.
Yeah. And, well, I posted that photo before, and it was actually taken down by Facebook. But when I appealed it, they said it didn't violate their policy because I pointed out everything I did with YouTube. But YouTube says they're going to roll with it. So my channel will effectively cease to exist very soon. I just want everyone to know that. And this, the enemy is trying to kill me. The Bulgarians are involved with this. That much is important. They are coordinating with the enemy to file reports, what are called false and vexatious reports. The Bulgarians were setting up a trap when they were trying to interview me. They had every intention of doing this ultimately, that there's no other conclusion to be drawn. So they are Edomites. They are ultimately Edomites. It would explain everything. But so they were trying to get me to talk about Jews all the time. They were interviewing me and everything else. So this was all they cared about. And they certainly tried to shut down anything that I tried to talk about concerning Sophia. So concerning their stance on everything, it all makes sense in their Edomite connection, ultimately. We know what they are now. They've exposed themselves. Now, conceivably, my channel can still last. But we are just going to transition out because we'll maintain it just as long as we can while we transition. But Peter Moon's channel will help us in this transition. We are trying to reestablish on Rumble and BitChute and maintain the Peter Moon channel and the Douglas Dietrich channel. And then ultimately simulcast on all four of them. This is what Brendan is going to dedicate himself to helping us figure out. But there's not going to be any more reports in the future that will have effect because we're simply not going to put up any graphics from this point forward. We're definitely on a war footing, so there's no graphics. There's going to be no art. It's just going to be talk. So, it's less work for me and certainly less to worry about. And we just start from that point. If anyone wants to design their own graphic and suggest something, go ahead. But, that doesn't mean we'll accept it. Maybe Peter will come up with something or, together we'll think of something. But there's really no point. It's just going to be black. And I think that that's important because we're going black. We're taking this to the level of where we're at now, which is just no more art or aesthetic. It's just war. And so I will do my best to deliver a monologue tonight when Peter fades into the gentle night. If he joins us in the morning, it may not be for a long period of time. And then we won't be able to do anything with his video in terms of any editing, like a title or anything like that, until he comes till he returns, and he and I are talking again, which may not be till, Thursday or Friday, because of my own involvement with an interview coming up with Our Lady. But I'll cancel it with her. That's right. There's no point in my conducting an interview with Our Dear Lady Christine Joanna Hart, since I can't publish it, since the channel's been shut down. So this is something that will be the condition for at least 2 weeks. So today is a Wednesday, so it won't be until next Thursday or Sunday, rather, that we start. So we're off for a good long while, which means that the enemy, your deep state, is trying to starve me out. So do remember one thing. It all comes back to a number of things, but definitely one of the biggest factors is I am the biological son of Adolf Hitler. So the amount of effort going into shutting me down right now, it's up to you. You've got to spread the word. There's no one else. It's your war. You got to fight it. So you got to let people know that the biological son of Adolf Hitler is in San Francisco. He's transmitting literally under complete and total suppression. They are doing their best to black him out. And this is where I turn it over to Peter. He can tell you, along with Brendan, by all means, Brendan, if you're still on with us for a while, and I know you'll have to go off soon enough to charge your phone and make sure that you're open for around between midnight and 1 a.m., just reinforce or validate and vindicate and detail whatever Peter says about the technical details. I'll provide what I can later. But as these two men can attest, they knocked my internet out. They beforehand suppressed me with this completely false claim of nudity. The illustration that I had placed on the latest episode of the Dietrich Art Elect had no pubic hair, no defined genitalia, no female nipples, and it's coloration that counts because nipples can stand out under a bikini. If you censor that, you're censoring any woman whose nipples are standing out under a bikini. So this was obviously something that, well, we know the Bulgarians reported it in coordination with the Cult of the Kings of Edom, Richard K. Cole Jr. and Stephen Outram. We know now they're the same, that they are the cult. Which is worldwide, and we know that YouTube, of course, has agents within it, as does Facebook, and these people have coordinated to do their best to wipe me offline. The first thing that you have to get through your goddamn heads before I turn it over to Peter and Brendan is, in America, there is no fucking freedom of speech. Get your head out of your ass. There is no fucking freedom of speech. If anyone is allowed to talk, they're either saying nothing of value whatsoever, or they're the enemy, or working for the enemy. Otherwise, they wouldn't be given a platform. America is no better than Communist China or the Soviet Union. No better. They have tried to kill me physically. They're trying to kill me physically now by starving me out, by disabling my ability to appeal for you for my income, which I'm required to do by law. Because on my form of SSDI, I'm on the 250% working disabled program. I am required by law to work to maintain my SSDI and my Medicare and Medi-Cal insurance, which gives me full coverage, which I otherwise wouldn't have because of my dishonorable discharge from the Marine Corps. These veterans who fight for the deep state on behalf of your police state get everything free the rest of their fucking lives for even just a few months of service. But not me. I'm dishonorably discharged because of who I am. Because I tried to rescue over, well nigh 400 girls in Al Jubail who burned alive. That's what rated me my dishonorable discharge. Understand that these are the allies of your deep state America. Indeed, everything the right-wingers, the radicalized, Russophiliac right has been saying for years is true. Your government is the enemy. But we're going to handle this within the rule of law and let these bastards destroy themselves. But while they're busy doing that, it's up to you to support me and get the word out that I exist. First thing I need is this month, I've got to pay $5,000 to maintain a $50,000 a month. Well, if I die, someone gets 50,000 grand when I pop off, or if they manage to kill me, which they might very well do for what they've done tonight, prevent me from asking for help. So in order to make my rent this month after paying $5,000 to maintain my $50,000 Marine Corps life insurance, which is the only evidence I got that I was in the Marine Corps.
It's very important for people to understand that this is the only evidence that he has. That's why he needs to maintain it. He doesn't need the life insurance because if he dies, he dies. But it's proof that he was in the Marine Corps, which there has been quite an effort to disprove this.
Yes.
And yes, your support is
absolutely necessary. Thank you. Without your support, I'm not going to survive. I'm going to sink $5,000 into that this month. I won't have any money left to pay rent. I need you. So by God, somebody out there, whatever you can afford, everybody out there, whatever you can afford that doesn't leave you or your family starving, I need your money now. So they are trying to cut out my ability to ask for that, which is basically an assassination attempt. Get that through your head. It's not just suppressing my speech. These motherfuckers are trying to kill me. So, if you want to keep the son of Hitler alive to fight for you, then by God, I need your financial help this month more than ever. I need hundreds of dollars. So, counting on you, get that through your head. There's no fucking freedom of speech. We're in a police state that's worse than the Soviet Union or Communist China because everybody thinks they're free. And aside from that, I guess I'll remember what else to throw at you in the ensuing hours. But let's turn it over to Peter and Brendan. They can both start telling you what's been going on throughout the day, and a concerted effort from multiple shall we say, branches of service, civilian departments of service, YouTube owned by Google, the internet owned by Comcast. Now, what I can say is Comcast did their best to get me back online, but I was most certainly knocked off. And that had nothing to do with Comcast as a whole. But YouTube, on the other hand, is definitely in the hands of the enemy almost entirely. Some things have worked out in the past, but that's obviously no longer the case. Something like this, what I put up as an illustration, they're trying to, of course, by 2 strikes, get the channel closed completely. And if that happens, it's over. I'll never earn the amount of money that I did without YouTube. So again, right now to get me through this month, because I'm cut off till the end of the month, you got to donate as much as you fucking can. And I mean whatever you got that you can spare without starving yourselves. And you got to spread the word for other people to do so. And again, let them know why. Let them know that what I've said scares everyone in power to death. The book that we've published scares them to death. And the book that we're going to publish is what they're trying to prevent from happening. So, again, the ball's in your court. And I mean you, the listener. You listening right now. Spread the word. Again, to Peter. Take it away.
Okay. Now, I was woken up. I was taking a nap so that I could be, full on for tonight. So I didn't get enough sleep. And I was taking a nap, and Douglas woke me up with a phone call telling me that, his YouTube channel had been shut down because of, complaints that there was nudity when there really wasn't. But he's already discussed that issue. So it was quite a panic. And I said, we'll see if we can put it on my channel, which, with the help of Brendan, we did. Brendan helped, between the 3 of us. I came right down and, I sent out a notice to everybody telling what's going on. And we got, it's good to see some more listeners coming in. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Scott. I see your comment. So yeah, we got it up and ready to go. We had the live stream live for about 15 minutes before showtime, and then Douglas went silent, and his internet line had been shut down. So this was not just the complaints. The complaints, gave the justification for shutting the channel down, but it was this was an internet shutdown. It just threw us off. So this, as Douglas has said many times, this is guerrilla, he calls it guerrilla marketing. This is guerrilla warfare now. And what I notice is these, like we had with Lilith Aquino that time, they shoot foot bullets. Because what I look, in the long term, I look at this as an advantage. In the short term, Douglas really needs your help. Do help him. We want to migrate to another
platform,
like BitChute, or what's the other one? Rumble.
Rumble, BitChute.
Now, ultimately, we can. Ultimately, if necessary, I don't know how to live stream it. I know we can with Kajabi, which is my private website, which is impenetrable. It's impenetrable, and I pay a lot of money for it. So but it's I'd have to figure out how to do that. I know it can be done, and the more central focused we are, that the better, because Douglas has written in the book, the Roswell deception, how Google is basically a government corporation.
Yes.
Started by the government, virtually owned and operated by the government, And people sit there and listen to it. The same with the major media. And they sit there, and this is worse than putting your hand over your heart towards the Democrats or the Republicans, whichever side you pick. It's worse than that, because you're taking it, it's, my country, 'tis of thee, Facebook and YouTube and social media, which is all, and then even when it's not the government doing it, it's China with TikTok.
Yeah.
And
don't forget Zoom. TikTok and Zoom. Yes, go on.
Zoom is Chinese?
Yeah,
That's
communist right. Chinese. Yeah, I went into depth about that before, how they actually censored the calls out from Tiananmen Square throughout the massacre. That Zoom, the guy who owns it, is quote unquote an American, but he's an ethnic Chinese who's a card-carrying member of the Chinese Communist Party. He may have U.S. citizenship, but he definitely turns all information over directly to Communist China, and they run it. And that's why Zoom kept censoring me multiple times when I was on Zoom calls in the past. We still don't know what's going on with Brett Luter. Brett Luter has never published part 2 of our interview with him, and I warned him about Zoom. We don't even know why he uses it. He only can use 40-minute spans of time, or else he has to pay to open an account when he could do everything for as long as he wants throughout the night if he was using Skype for free. So, why he's sticking with the Communist Chinese is beyond me. Amanda Yu, who I might be able to bring on later tonight, she was talking about her school use Zoom, and it was all fucked up. Her son's, you're talking about her son's like just a young child. And he's turning in reports, and they're automatically translated into Chinese and sent to a Chinese address. And she said, how do we prevent this? And the school said, why would you want to prevent it? We have all our children, everyone has asked us about this, and we just say it's great that the Chinese get to read everything we produce. We don't mind. This is the insanity of your average American. So do go on, Peter. Yeah, there you go.
Well, yeah, and I've watched certain news reports just basically indicating how influential China is. And it has the government's investigating it, but the government's, it's about being bought off by the Chinese.
Yes.
It's all of this. I mean, of course, this stuff always goes on, but it's like, it's really surfacing. And right now we have major stuff going on in the heavens. Maybe I'll dig up a chart here, astro charts of the moment, because right now we have, where's Pluto here? Pluto opposing Mars, or opposing Venus, and, well, it's the moon opposing Mars and Pluto opposing Venus. These are very strong oppositions, and they're occurring whereas Venus and Mars are in Leo, in the sign of individuality, creativity. They're being opposed right at this moment by the moon in Aquarius and Pluto in Aquarius, which is, Aquarius is socialistic, it's the group mind, and Pluto puts the screws to you. And it's also being aggravated with a square with Jupiter, which amplifies all of this. And Jupiter is in Taurus, the sign of the earth and resources. And of course, it's messing with this. It's just square. Now, the square, the oppositions will pass. The one that will last the longest here is Mars and Pluto, but Mars will eventually pass, and that's war. Mars and Pluto is war, and that's what we're experiencing here. Of course, Mars will move, and Pluto is going back into Capricorn, which means it's going to go finish the things it did not finish. It's going to be in Capricorn for a while, I think until November, December, and it's going to go clear up the issues with the institutions and the governments that it did not finish the first time. And it might not turn out the way you think it will. And by that, I'm alluding to the prosecution of Trump and the pursuit of the Bidens. However it ends up, I don't know. Also, what was it? Billy Barr, the notorious
Department of Justice.
Department of Justice was saying, God, what did he say today? The FBI pursuit of I think it was the Biden controversy. The Democrats were saying that the investigation was closed. The FBI told us it was closed. Therefore, it can't be open again. And Billy Barr said, no, it was not closed. And the congressman looked like a hippie. He said, well, then it's the FBI, not me, you got to deal with, because the FBI is the one that told me. Now, what's interesting about this is, who the hell cares who whether the investigation's closed or not? You say, oh, you can't look at it because it's closed. If there's a crime, there's a crime. It's just like this stupid technical point seemed to be the issue. And on the other hand, I heard Larry Kudlow say, who's a strong, he was Trump's advisor for economics. I forget what his exact title was. The former partner.
Pretty much just that, yeah. Go on.
But what he said, he's a Catholic, and he worked for Ronald Reagan. He's a strong supply sider. But what he said about the Biden prosecution, he says, and he wants Biden to be prosecuted. There's no question there. But he says, look at, this obviously his monies were taken. He says, the problem I don't see is a specific prosecutorial item to go after. It's kind of like the innuendo that they deliver against Trump. Now, there certainly are banking records, and it looks abysmal. It looks abysmal for the Biden family. But in the end, you come up and say, can you actually pin the tail on the donkey? That's what it all comes down to. And then more information came out saying, yeah, we can. That's what this DOJ thing was that Billy Barr was saying. It was pinning the tail on the donkey, supposedly. So anyway, so much. This is what Pluto and Capricorn should do. And right now, we're far more concerned with the Douglas Dietrich situation than we are with the Joe Biden or the Donald Trump situation. But this is meant to ferret out so much of this stuff. Now, basically, yeah, this knockoff by whether it was NSA or whatever it was that compromised the broadcast.
Definitely the NSA, because they're in charge of domestic communications as well as foreign, just all the communicative information, the data sphere, so to speak. So, and besides, we know it was NSA because Michael Aquino was deputy director of the NSA, and his cult members were in place there throughout the organization during his period working there. So they're essentially the people who run what goes into the heads of all of you out there who consume information. Back to Peter.
Well, yeah, and where this all, as I say, we're going to develop a stronger following by them doing this.
Thank you.
And because then it becomes, wow. And I'll never forget the early days, my early days in psychotronics, because I wasn't there in the early days of psychotronics. So the early days for me were 1990. It went back really, it was older than 1986, but that's when it really, Preston Nichols gave his first talk on Montauk. In 1990, it was like when we would be at these meetings, it's like the air was so thick with conspiracy. I mean, not like anything you've ever seen with 9/11 or David Icke, because that was all heavily publicized. Whatever conspiracy, it was like this was stuff nobody was talking about, nobody knew about it, and you felt like you were in. To me, it reminded me of Faneuil Hall in Boston, where the revolution was the Sons of Liberty met in Boston. Of course, they were protesting the Stamp Act and the start of the Boston Tea Party, but there was just such a rife wind in the air. You can imagine this was like that. And I was saying, God, talk about freedom of speech. God, if people knew what we were saying, it was being heard by very, very few people, dozens at the most. Now, it's not that they hadn't lectured about it before. Preston in particular, in certain areas. A place called the Dry Rock Cafe, an establishment I never even went to, but that was before I came along. And there was Howard Metz, who was an expert on pyramids and the Federal Reserve. He knew more about the Federal Reserve than the Federal Reserve did. Conspiracy Central. And it was very exciting just to hear that, just to hear it. You know, I wasn't participating other than to listen to it. But this is the atmosphere we've been thrust into, only it's in a new form, and it's on the internet. It's like, okay. And you know what? Nobody likes Facebook. Nobody likes what you have to put up with YouTube with all the ads. They'll watch YouTube. They'll use Facebook to talk to their friends, to, you know, peddle their goods, agenda, whatever, but they don't like it. Facebook was, I don't even understand how it survives. And I'll tell you this because it's so amazing how quick things can be. And I'm going to address this in terms of telepathy, for lack of a better word. Now, it's been said that when you think of somebody, you think of Aunt Martha's thinking of you. When you think of saving the dolphins are thinking of you. When you think of going out and shooting animals on a safari, the animals are thinking of you. Now, when and this has to do with posting stuff. Well, say so Facebook. Now, the way I even got involved with my website, it's very interesting. It begins with Douglas Dietrich.
Wow.
Well, I shouldn't say it begins with Douglas Dietrich because I was already had a website.
Mm-hmm.
I had a Bluehost website, which had a lot of awkwardness to it. And it did improve. And then through Douglas, and see, this is where the enemy shoots themselves in the foot. He was on Revolution Radio, and there was Mike Ringley who owned that. And I tuned in to listen to his broadcast. I had no relationship with Douglas other than that we talked to each other. I don't remember if we'd met up to that point or not. I think maybe we had.
Hard to remember, but go on. Yeah.
But that wasn't what was so important. What was important is that the broadcast was preempted by Mike Ringley's party. And he was broadcasting,
Yes!
which was so asinine because you just heard a bunch of people, you couldn't hear anything.
Yes.
It's like, it was of no value to anybody. So what we found was me and Douglas and Andrew Bartzies and perhaps one other person, but it was basically, as I recall, me and Andrew and Douglas, and that developed a relationship between me and Andrew, which he convinced me to go onto Kajabi Software. And he even at one point gave two of his staff, gave me access to them to help me with it. Because it was a very hard platform in the beginning. And then I bought in at this, what they call the original, I forget what the founder, I became a founder because they set up a new platform it was rough. You couldn't even send out emails. But he also taught me, he says, okay, he taught me how to download my email list from Facebook. And I had, lots of friends on Facebook. And when I downloaded all the emails, within 1 week, Facebook prevented you from ever doing that again.
Wow.
You could download all your emails from Facebook. Now, you could now do it by going into each individual customer and seeing their email and copy it and paste it if you had the patience to do that. As I've got like up to 5,000 friends, and I don't know how many of them are even real people, it would be onerous. And many people are just casual friends that don't really care too much about what you have to offer. So anyway, I was able to download that list into, I think it was an XLS file, and then put it into MailChimp. And I had a MailChimp, and that's how I sent out my emails until Kajabi got their act together. And of course, Kajabi is like a sales platform. Like I could be on there selling courses. Douglas and I could be selling courses on Kabbalah or Qigong or whatnot.
Maybe we should start.
Something we could do. But first things first. Right now I'm trying to do his book.
Yeah. And
I have the time travel videos on there and time travel educationcenter.com, and people should log in for free. And even if you don't want to watch the Time Travel Education Center videos, log in so you can get the emails, so that you can get notified of when we're on the air and so on and so forth. Now, so anyway, what I'm saying is Facebook. It was as if Facebook deliberately. It was like playing chess. I moved my bishop there, and they moved their knight there. You can't do that anymore. Because it would have helped me. Because as you get another 1,000 friends, okay, good, I got their email. And if they're interested, they're interested. Now, what also happened during this period is I was studying Dr. David Anderson's work about the closed time light curve. And the closed time light curve is a concept that was never well understood. Kurt Gödel was the one who understood it the best, till David Anderson came along and made it an actual phenomena that he could utilize and generate to travel in time. But the closed time light curve is basically the idea that there's a world line that has a beginning and an end. And when you can manipulate that beginning and the end by slowing down and speeding up a self-contained area through a plasma generator or a plasma-like generator, and this can be done, then you can literally change time, and the space that you're in, that self-contained space, can veer off the timeline. It can veer off, and the faster it goes, the further back in time it's going to go. The slower it goes, the farther into the future. Now, I painstakingly spent time figuring this out. I heard David lecture on this in person in 2009. I sat in on his lectures. I even participated in the lectures. I wasn't teaching what he was teaching, but we complemented each other. Didn't grasp it all. In fact, one of the key principles, the invariance of the space-time interval, I could only grasp when I was in his presence. When I was out of his presence, it left me until I went back home and studied it hard. I found a book. I had to go all the way to Port Washington to get the library book, and it explained it to me, and then I was able to put that into the videos as well. The clear explanation than what's in the book. But just to get the concept. So then it was through the, listening capacity of my wife Paula and sitting down with me, and I go in the dark room, the Qigong dark room. I'd come out, I'd talk to her, I'd read the stuff. Was able to put it together, which really impressed the hell out of David that I could state it so simply.
Wow.
Now, then, but when, see, I grasped the closed time light curve. I then put it out on a video. And I don't know if, I think it went on to YouTube, if I recall. But I quoted Wikipedia. I took the Wikipedia explanation, and Wikipedia said, the closed time light curve is the most disconcerting thing in modern physics. Meaning it's disturbing because they don't understand it.
Mm-hmm.
And here I was explaining it. And I swear, within a few days, Wikipedia had completely changed their definition of closed time light curve.
Of course.
And they made it sound more highbrow and educated. Now, that's not like, it's hard for me to believe that Michael Aquino or his moles were studiously trolling me to watch every minute. That's almost like an AI function. But I can't say that he wasn't following me. I don't know. It probably was. I was of high consequence. I said, this is like telepathy. How fast they will respond.
Mm-hmm.
So we saw it here with what happened with Douglas.
Yeah.
And as I think in the long run, but we all have to make it work. It's a foot bullet, but we have to turn it into a successful foot bullet, because Douglas does need your support more now than ever. And we're being attacked more than ever. Yeah.
Which verifies and validates everything we've said. Go on.
Exactly. So, I think, didn't Brennan find something negative with Rumble?
Oh, it's simply that both Rumble and BitChute even more so, are considered terrorist hate sites by.
Oh, that's right, but that's okay.
Yeah,
because because okay, for those of you in the listening audience, Facebook will not allow links to Rumble or BitChute.
Yeah.
They will also not allow links to the Time Travel Education Center.
Yeah.
Or to Skybooks USA, which they have labeled as terrorist websites. They might modify their language because saying they don't follow community standards, which, it's just selling books on the one and writing about theories about time on the other. And how dangerous is this stuff? Man, I can only tell you that I'm working on the June newsletter, not the summer newsletter. It's every 4 months. And
by the way, just so people know, the DouglasDietrich.com website is right up there with Skybooks and Time Travel Education Center as terroristic, and
it's even more threatening.
Yes, go on.
And I don't mean to minimize the threat of the work that I've done, but it's even more threatening because it's so politically
charged,
volatile.
Yes.
Whereas time travel, it's more. It is, but it's more out there. It's less
accessible. It's less accessible.
Less accessible. And even the occult stuff I write about is, or the Radu stuff is okay, but the stuff Douglas brings up is far more volatile. But anyway, so much of what I'm writing about in the newsletter is priming my trip to Romania this summer and the dream workshop we're doing. And dreaming is, of course, the interface between the past and the future, because you can have precognition and you dream of the past all the time, and it kind of mixes and matches. It can even mix into different realities and universes. And when you become lucid, see, when you're dreaming, you're in a yin state. You're being acted upon in the dream state. When you become lucid, you then have the opportunity to act upon the fabric of dreams. You can act upon dreams. You can act upon actual thoughts. You can act upon other people. I remember a friend of mine who was very, very active in the spiritual state. He once had a dream of this woman where he had sex with her in the dream.
Cool.
It wasn't something he had willed or wanted, but he did. And when she saw him in real life, she condemned him.
Wow.
Like, whose fault was that? You know, it was like, you know, she was open, he was participating, and she acted as if she'd been violated.
Wow.
So be it. But anyway, he was very, and he taught me about lucid dreaming as well. But see, the whole idea of becoming lucid in the dream state, the dream is our interaction between the past and the future. It is a time machine in and of itself. It's really all you need if you're so gifted. But the blockers of the dream are what we've been talking about so much recently, the Chichewa, who can go in shamanistically with shamanistic drugs and go in and kill you.
Yes.
If they're capable, especially if the people being targeted are vulnerable, ethnically vulnerable or otherwise. They also can wreak havoc on people, making think they've been abducted by aliens, and just wreaking all sorts of havoc on people who don't have control of their own auric structure.
Yeah.
So this is another war. So, and as they say, I was directly attacked by this dream gang stalking when I was in Romania in 2019, just prior to my, first entrance into Choklavina Cave. Whereupon, when I penetrated, I had a dream. I was taken to the Queen's Chamber by Queen Elizabeth, entered into there. The following night, I was taken up to look at the whole valley of the Golden Thrones and see all these sites and how they all lined up, where I had a dream of the area. Oh, I didn't have a dream of the area. I had a dream I was in the Indiana Jones situation, holding the Staff of Ra, and saw this, light beam down to artifacts in like a Egyptian temple, and the beam of light, and people I was with started to steal the artifacts. I said, no, don't touch anything. We can't evaluate the beam of light until the time is right, till we have the right, the time is right. Yeah. And then I went into escaped. I was being chased by ruffians. Ruffians are the characters in the Freemasonry that killed the builder of the temple. They successfully killed him, and he had to be resurrected by Solomon himself. And the ruffians can't fetch me because I go into a schoolhouse. And then I find another person who had successfully escaped him in the schoolhouse. Now, the schoolhouse, the next morning, the owner of the camp says, I'm talking about all the gold beneath the ground. And he says, oh, yes, there's the oriflamme that shoots up from here. It's the exact opposite of what the Indiana Jones dream was, coming down. The oriflamme was coming down into the ground, ostensibly showing where the Ark was buried, at least vis-a-vis the movie. And he says it just emits on holy days up, and the closer you get to it, it disappears. So then we went down to meet Mr. Belusha, who had met, previously, and his son had actually seen, and his wife had seen the oriflamme.
Wow.
More than once. So went down, but see, to get to his house, we went through the schoolhouse.
Right.
The schoolhouse was an old building, was functional. It looked like a big house. That used to be the school for the area, but they moved it to a real school, because that was the only place. So the kids went to school there, in Mr. Belusha's property. So that was the schoolhouse that I had dreamt of. So I was actually connecting to the land, the nature of the land. And so basically, all of these nodal points in time, every 10 years, every 20 years, the biorhythms, and every year, they're all nodal points in time. If you think of time as a fourth dimensional platform, and the biorhythms are the big ones, the bigger ganglia, so to speak, the bigger central nervous centers of time. And when in one of these, and so like time, the Philadelphia experiment and the Montauk Project were big areas of nodal points in 43 and 83, when time was basically suspended or owned, or I guess what you'd say overcome in a way, but then the negative overtook it. It took it down. In 2003, we have a more positive scenario with the Radu stories, whereas time is opened up, vortex is opened up into the inner earth. I use that word loosely, vortex, and they're able to penetrate. It's a lot more positive. In 1963 was the key one, because that's when the HAARP project started.
Yeah.
And the HAARP project was originally designed to reverse the Kuroshio current.
Yes.
All the dirigibles went on. But then it was developed, as Douglas was saying, as said many times, to use as a high-powered superweapon to bind entities, ultimately unleashing them all at once in what would be a true Armageddon moment.
Yes.
Now, when I say Armageddon, the apocalypse, how big is the apocalypse? Does it consume the local universe, the local country, the local Earth, the local galaxy? That's arguable, but they'll get whatever they can. So what happens is, when time is suspended, penetrated, I don't know what the word to use, when there's a suspension of time and the consciousness of time erupts so that you don't see time as we see it. And this is the whole key thing. The Mayan calendar started in this August biorhythm. They'll argue whether it's August 11th or August 13th, but it dates back to that date. And so that's a consciousness of lunar time, indigenous time. So the consciousness of time, but what happens is, when time would surface, you'd have the presence of evil and good, because you're transcending duality. But then what happens is, because you're not to balance the past and the future, and to be in the present, is to be in the eternal now. And the eternal now doesn't look like you sitting in front of your computer or your TV set or your meditation altar or a tree. It's not like that. You're outside of your physical reference frame. You're seeing the eternal now in a moment of true Zen. And it lasts forever, because you're in forever. That's the absolute state. And we can certainly argue that absolutes do not truly exist, but nevertheless, there's degrees and gradients. But whatever is that's the ultimate Zen experience. But you have Buddha, who's attributed to have this enlightenment under the Bodhi tree. But he's tempted by evil. He's confronted by evil. And we certainly have enough of it in our world now. But what happens is it accelerates, and it moves to a crescendo. And in the Philadelphia experiment, in the Montauk Project, yes, the crescendos were so big that it collapsed and discombobulated the people who were privy to it. And Preston and Duncan really could focus on this stuff. They could focus on what they called, I want you to imagine a sine wave where everything above it is the heavenly domain and everything below it is the negative domain. And that's an arbitrary metaphor. But it's like he had the realms of, I think it was like 8 levels. Or, at the bottom was Satan, the top was God, and then it went down into the angels, the demons, and then there was the realm between the angels and God, the demons, and Satan. Those were different realms. I think those were 6 realms. I think there were 7th realms. And at the extreme end was Satan and God, and then you had the realm between the angels and God, and then you also had the realm between the angels and man and the demons and man. In the center you had man. And they all speak to it, they talk about it as if it was a reference book. And they say, well, the 7th domain, 6th domain, and I was privy to that on different occasions, just in conversations. It was sort of offhanded, discussed. And they had a lot of insight into this. But they were, and this is the actual phenomenon of time, but they were mired down by their own programming and compromise that they suffered, abuse, that they could never transcend this in their physical bodies. You'd like to think maybe they did after they passed away, but it's just like, wow. But they could lay this stuff out, but they couldn't. It's kind of like knowing how to fly an airplane and knowing all the details, but you can't fly it because you're under the influence of alcohol. Or under the influence of something, or you've got the nerves. That's not the best analogy, but it's basically they knew it too well. So when I was before I had this dream of going into the Queen's Chamber, I had a dream of being pursued by the Cho, which I didn't understand that it was the Cho at the time, but except for this woman was pressing on my chest and trying to get crimes out of me.
Wow.
And then it became very evident as I looked at this. I said, this is a Cho dream.
Right.
But that Cho dream was tied to Hollywood, because Hollywood was then, compromising the information that I'd given them, badly compromising it with this documentary that was done. And I just got news of that after I woke up from the dream. I went to the tent and had my first connection to the United States when I'd been over there for several days. So, and found that out. So, and then later I had my initiation into the cave. And I say initiation, it wasn't formal. It was by happenstance. So, what's interesting about, and this ties into the work we're doing that I'm doing with Douglas and Douglas is doing with me, is that the beam of light in the dream was alluding to the scene in the movie The Raiders of the Lost Ark, when he's pointing to where the Well of Souls is, where the Ark of the Covenant is buried, according to the movie. This is directly mimicked by the oriflame that comes out of the ground, which I find out about that. So, like, I'm dreaming about the natural energy of the place. The Queen's Chamber, which is opening of the heart, is the prelude to the King's Chamber, which represents a higher order of information. It's a higher order of information. And that's a lot of what we hear from Douglas, is a higher order of information.
Thank you.
The King's Chamber. The chamber of Hirohito.
Yes.
The chamber of, where he talks from the Ardalect. It's a higher order information. But the reference to the Ark itself is not the King's Chamber. The Ark is ultimately reaches its peak. It was used. It was held in the tabernacle, the Holy of Holies in the tabernacles, which is eventually moved into Solomon's temple. And the Solomon's temple, the dimensions of the Ark of the Holy of Holies is such that it was a perfect fit for the capstone of the Great Pyramid. And the capstone is energy. It's energetic. The capstone is often called the rejected stone. And Christ is often referred to as the rejected stone, representing the capstone itself. So this is an energy. And that energy is, of course, every year the Ark of the Covenant would have a flame come between the two cherubs, and that flame was called the Shekinah glory, which was also identified with the Christ. It's also identifiable with the flame of the Vestal Virgins. This is a patriarchalization of an ancient feminine principle. Nevertheless, this flame is the fire that's actually in the middle of the capstone, which represents the word pyramid, the fire in the middle. Pyramid, pyre being like fire, like a funeral pyre, and mid being like the middle of the pyramid, the fire. So you could identify Christ like that. That's an energy. And when my Qigong teacher would hear me talk about this, people would ask him about the Great Pyramids. He's talked to Peter Moon because he knew the pyramid energetically. He knew it better than I did. But Qigong is all about pyramid energy. It's the pyramid is the qua down there. So anyway, the point of it is when you get to these nodal points in time, and here I'm getting back to with the Heart Project, it's like unleashing all these demons. As you begin to open up time and you begin to transcend time, all the roaches come out of the woodwork. And you can say the angels come out too. And this is why when you have visions of the apocalypse or allusions to the apocalypse, you have all the good come on one side and the bad come out on one side, or evil, and then there's the great showdown, and it's dramatized in the Book of Revelation. How well it's dramatized or rendered is in the eye of the beholder. I don't personally, I wouldn't give it high marks in terms of its English translation. But what I would say, and I would back up Aleister Crowley on this, he says it is the most powerful magical weapon on the planet. Because not because it's right or it's wrong, but because it's so damned effective and it's had such a great influence. That's not a criticism. It's not an endorsement. It's a fact. That Book of Revelation has a lot of power because it holds so much attention and so much belief, which is, this is what he's saying. You're talking about a result. So when we talk about the Heart Project harnessing the 1963 biorhythm, and then it evolves into what it's become today, you see how all these energies are tied together. The Kuroshio current of Japan, or used by the Japanese, it all ties together. And the Chichoa fit into this as well. A subject that we've, covered in so much, and then so much of it blends into the natural energy of the lunar calendar. So that's like, this is the consciousness of time that puts us back in closer to original time. And as they say, there's, all of this is so nuanced. It's like, is there an absolute time when you just go blank? Okay, it's all done. It's all over. And I will say this, because I'm 70 years old now, I can, honestly perceive the phenomena of being somebody who's well into my senior years. And while I don't feel that I'm got a short string to live on, you're much closer to the end of the game than you were 40, 50, 20 years ago. You're saying, okay, but it doesn't seem to change my, it's like, okay, the closer you get to death, it doesn't seem like you're going to die.
Yeah.
It seems like you're going to leave. You're going to leave. And you don't leave till you leave. So, whatever. But I do want to get into asking you some questions about the show.
Sure.
When we can, but I've talked for a while now. Is there anything, and we're on this theme of the good and the evil, and this is a war.
Yes.
This is like a pre-war.
Yeah.
To the final battle. And I'm not somebody who really believes or buys into Armageddon or the apocalypse. I just don't. That's not how I think and live my life. However, it's where my work has taken me.
Mm-hmm.
It's my work. It's not my chosen work. I said, well, I don't want to study the apocalypse. It's not. Well, this looks pretty interesting. But it's where all these circumstances have taken me, the crescendo of time. Like, what is this? Where is this all going? It's like I'm understanding time, and when you understand time, you've got to transcend this 3D reference frame that people are stuck in. So you keep getting bits and pieces of it and correlating it. And in some ways it's easier for me to understand than it is for other people because it's my job and people are preoccupied. And so for whatever understanding I have to offer, it's as I say, it's my job. So and of course, Douglas is the most important person to work with because we're getting truth from him that we're not getting elsewhere.
Thank you.
And so I want to reiterate to donate to him. Also, it's good to see more people coming on board, and I think we're doing very good for having had such an ad hoc broadcast.
Oh God, yes. I mean, believe me, we're doing great. You're doing great, and I just want everyone to know that PJ or JP, he sent $250 money order by mail. So that's great, and definitely appreciate it in times like these. We want everyone to understand that, in a sense, every transmission we do this month is going to be a fundraiser because we're in that space right now where, Napoleon Bonaparte said it takes three things to fight a war: money, money, and more money. Well, I'm there now. We're on war mode. This is no longer mobilization. This is a struggle for our very lives. So it being a life or death situation, you all get the gravity of the situation to a degree. For those of you who haven't been, who just joined us more recently, then first, thanks for joining us at all. And I want you all to know that my channel's been shut down for the second time within a sensitive span of time in which the YouTube said, that they can shut the channel down with a 3 strikes policy. So the enemy is coordinating to make sure I've got those 3 strikes. Now, the Bulgarian bozos are definitely part of it. They're not the ones, however, who are at the apex of it. Top of the food chain is the NSA, because they're doing what the Bulgarian bozos could never do, which is basically shut down my internet. What Peter was explaining was that when we tried to start the program tonight at a regular time, albeit on Peter Moon's channel, then they made certain that they would eliminate as much audience as possible by shutting down my internet. Understand that when you're dealing with radio or digital bandwidth transmission, it's the same principle. Every time they shut you down, you're going to lose audience. And so they were making certain that we would lose as much audience as possible. First, by making certain people wouldn't know where to find us. Many people found us only through Peter Moon's notifications. And so, whereas before Peter Moon brings an audience to my channel, this time we're relying almost solely on Peter Moon's audience. Miraculously, and to my amazement and my gratitude, many people found their way from my channel to Peter Moon's. And Peter Moon's channel is not the easiest to find. So you're all duly given respect. And with that in mind, going to check you in with Brendan Zogit for a second here. Just say, Brendan, if you're out there, give us a signal, because he went on mute and he might be recharging his phone and may not be available. But I do want to check in with him because I'm sure he has some observations that are pertinent. So, yeah, if you're out there, Brendan, let us know. If not, I'll go on. I'm not checking the chat too much. I mean, kind of, but...
Are you able to hear me?
Yeah, thank God. Okay, I hope you've been charging while Peter was talking all this time. Were you able to get some charging in? What was that?
I had to finish up some things I was doing, like some work.
Understood. And so Pete's back with us, but by all means, go on. It sounds like you're driving. Are you driving?
I'm traveling, yes.
Okay, so I definitely want you to stay safe, and we are appreciative of. So give us some of your observations. Do us both a favor. Give Peter and I a breather and tell the listeners what happened as you experienced it, tonight with everything, what they did to us.
Well, yeah, we got, your channel got shut, and then we got delayed massively. Just pretty much everything that could have happened. It was like, even to the point where I was like physically hit by some like Saruman level witchcraft, or what would be the word for it?
Just a wind, an ill sorcery. Wind, a literal ill wind. Yeah.
Yes. So it was like I was trying to help Peter and Douglas out while I was doing some other activities, and I was just getting hit like by crazy windstorms and different things that are definitely not seasonal where I'm at. And I got like the thing I was carrying got knocked out of my hands with this fell wind from the west, similar to that scene in Lord of the Rings when they're trying to cross like Cape Hatteras or Catteras, and like Saruman's like chanting and like brings the mountain down upon them. It's like it was like a minor version of that. It almost felt like that, just how like uncanny it was. Like the timing. It's not that it's just like every time that happens I'm like, oh, it's sorcery, but it was just the timing was very odd. Just like when we finally got everything running, Douglas had been on for literally 1 minute, and his entire internet shuts off on his end.
Yeah,
so it wasn't just like a fluke. It was like on time, exactly.
Yes. And by the way, just so people know, Comcast checked to see if there was anything going on regionally, and they said no. It is specifically your account. So it's personal. It was personal. It was nothing regional that knocked the internet out. They knocked out my internet, and they had to like re-ding me with signals and all this, re-ping me and all this shit. So it's definitely, they did everything they could to make certain we were not on tonight. It is. I'm just left speechless. You know, we're all kind of.
Brings up another story, or something that brings it up for me is that you remember the other night when I was speaking to you, I was on later at night, and you kept hearing the dogs in the background.
Yeah.
Over and over. I woke up, and my necklace had been taken off, and my Hakenkreuz ring was almost gone. Like I couldn't find it. Right.
That's his say swastika ring bearing the elder sign that wards away the anti-gods. Yes, go on.
Yeah. So it was taken off during my sleep, which no one's in my room. Not even the cats are allowed in my room at night.
Yeah.
So definitely not normal. And then I wake up and my necklace is on one side of the room, and the ring is missing. But through the work of higher and divine forces protecting me, the ring was actually underneath my pillow.
Yeah.
So it never left my side, so I was still protected throughout the night. But it was an attempt by whatever ill forces to separate me, because last time I was separated from it, I had all kinds of things go wrong, and it like inconvenienced me heavily.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. No, I hear you.
So it was one of those things where, you know, to a rational person, that would just be like a fluke, but it was definitely strange timing.
Yeah. Yeah, no, definitely. There's nothing strange about it. It is timing that is definitely conspired. These are people, honestly, if I ever attain secular power, I would insist that we begin to recognize magic as just simply applied quantum mechanics. And that using applied quantum mechanics, people can be assaulted, assailed, put under the literal siege of the Book of Job. So these tribulations can destroy people's lives, and it needs to be recognized. And legally, people need to be held accountable for this. People would claim that this would lead back to witch hunts, but we have practicing witches, and it needs to be acknowledged. And this is all too true. And some of these people are quantum physicists. Some of them are more classical occultists, but they are perpetrating crimes where they're literally getting away with terrorism and murder. So yeah, Brendan, add anything that you want to that.
Yeah, it was just like that story I brought to you earlier. What comes to mind where that poor, or he's not poor, but that hacker guy who like he broke into the.
Oh, tell people about this young kid. Tell people about this young kid.
Yeah, he's been on Instagram lately, but he basically broke into this child selling website, which all kinds of horrible stuff was going on in front of his eyes, and it was some dark web bullshit. But of course he got pissed off, so he hacks into their website, pulls all the data from the server, which has like people's IP addresses and all these criminals' information, literal like house addresses, and he's like obviously naive to the darkness in our world, like a lot, to a huge extent. So he takes this to the DA and the FBI, and he starts giving like spoon feeding them all this like info, and no one gets prosecuted, like not a single person. And he said even the people that got caught up later on this kind of website were put in the newspaper, but the journalist didn't use any of his information that he handed to the journalism company. They didn't name any names. They didn't do anything like that. And I was just thinking to myself, like, this guy couldn't figure it out. And I was just saying, basically talking to the video, watching it. I'm like, it's because the DA was the guy on that website that you caught. Like, the people are, like, those are the people doing that, like, with impunity. And it's horrible. It's like, it's just what's going on. But he didn't understand that that's how the world works. He thought, like, oh, I'm going to catch them and get this place shut down, and nothing happened. Basically, all they did was move to another site. Like, so
yeah.
So he, and he didn't get anything for it. Like, he probably
he's lucky he didn't fucking get killed or get serious jail time or some other repercussion.
He basically did. They got him on some fraud or something later.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, so he had some blowback, of course.
Oh God.
But he's like doing interviews now. Like he doesn't, like he still doesn't know what's going on. Like someone needs to tell him.
well, in a sense, it's Darwinian selection. I mean, this is like, the Darwin Award. So,
Yeah. Well, also it's like that's like such a heavy thing to put on normal people that it's like they can't even comprehend of such evil. It's like they can't even get to that point. But it's like that's what's going on all around us.
No, that's incredible. I mean, I have some other bizarre things to report to you both privately later.
It's like they,
Go
it's
on.
like the trauma they put up blinders, like when a horse has those things
Mm-hmm.
to like like they just put up like psychological blinders because it's so fucked up. Like the reality is actually funny. It's like that one movie where he's like, "You want the truth? You can't handle the truth," and like scares the shit out of the kids.
Yeah.
I forgot which movie that is.
Well, yeah, that's A Few Good Men. It is about
Few
the
Good Men.
Marine Corps and the individual who's the attorney in that film that's portrayed by the Scientologist. Come on, give me some help here, Tom Cruise.
Tom Cruise.
Yeah, and the individual is actually an attorney that has who looked at basically all of the evidence concerning the Roswell deception. He was a person who was spoken to by Keith Call. And I will have to look up basically Keith Call and A Few Good Men here, see if I can recover that email so I can relate to you what has, who the guy's actual name is. Because when Keith Call presented to him the entire evidence for Roswell as presented by Peter Moon and myself, that attorney said that it makes perfect sense, that the more he thinks about it, the more sense it makes. That's important, and I'll do my best to, try and find, Keith Call would be able to tell us, of course, but the problem is...
Was that Tarpley guy the one that was in the White House and he got taken by Nixon to see all that shit? Was that guy?
No, definitely.
That was Ralph, what was his name? Jackie Gleason that played Ralph Cramden.
Gleason. So I saw something about that recently too, where he gets shown by Nixon like the Japanese bodies, and then he's like, I can't tell anyone, like what it really is.
Yeah. By the way, Gleason was. I've heard this several different ways. I've heard that Gleason was taken by every president because he was old, he was a known actor, he was someone who they all played golf with. So my understanding was that basically every president in a row up to a certain point was taking Gleason to Area 51 to look at these bodies. And then
he would keep bringing it up, like he was like obsessed with the topic or something.
Yeah, well, he was very much into the paranormal. Yeah.
What?
He was known to be very much into the paranormal. So
right, exactly, yeah.
Yeah. So for that reason, he was like someone who was like always known to be a safe guy, a safe bet, and let's bring him here and show him on this. And the only thing he did was he kept spreading the the rumor, basically the alien agenda. Right. So he was serving their purpose. By the way, I apologize to everyone how distracted I am. I have multiple messages coming in from concerned people who are not finding me. So I'm trying to share with all of them what has happened. So I do want people to understand that this is what's going on right now. So I'm not, I'm just somewhat distracted by this. I'm trying to get people to know where I am.
It's understandable, and it's good because people are rallying, and this is part of the football that they shoot. So they should leave well enough alone and just accept their
pending demise, basically, based on the truth. Yeah. And I don't mean it. Yeah, go on. All of you. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, that's what I was just all I was bringing up with that anecdote about that guy, the hacker, is like like normal people can't handle that kind of stuff. So especially when it's like, if that's really the fact and the truth, then it's like this world, like no one would want to pay taxes and shit, obviously. Like you would have to confront so many things, like we have, like anyone that's listened to you has, hopefully confronted properly. That's that messed up, which I already inherently knew, like by living, like growing up on the internet, like you just find shit that's crazy. But like some people, you would think the hacker would know that. That's what the shocking part about it was. Like if he's been on the dark web, it's like, didn't you come across like an Aquino fucking web novel at some point? Like to know how like messed up this shit is, like how bad it is, But he was just
Yeah, he's like I said, this is like Darwin. Darwin Award level shit. And in the end, I'm sorry, it's hard to have the sympathy with so many of these people. But yeah, go on. And anything else anybody can come up with. But I'm just so glad that you were able to bring up what you did. Now, of course, this wind that came your way and knocked everything down on you, was there any other dangers presented?
There was no dangers, but there were some ducks acting weird. Remember
Tell us about this mallard. There was this duck going around.
So during that whole, like right before that happened, this duck was like quacking, and I was like, that's weird. There's ducks around me, but not like right up in the, in the area where I was working, my workplace area. So like I was like, what the heck is that? So I go out, and it's just like a mallard by himself, like quacking, like looking for his girlfriend or whatever, his monogamous partner. And that thing, because they mate for live ducks. That's why I said that. So I was looking around, and then I turn around, go back inside, come back out, and the duck's gone. So I was like, that's bizarre, like I heard him quacking, and then now he's gone.
Okay, so no, it's weird. So I'm sharing my screen share right now. If both of you gentlemen can see this, you don't need to see it, Brendan, because you're driving. But I'm showing this to Peter Moon. So Peter Moon, if you can see this, here's Keith Call. He says, Douglas, greetings. No need for response, but I wanted to inform you about a lunch I enjoyed with a new Wheaton College staff member, David Iglesias. So he's a former JAG, judge, advocate, attorney general, lawyer. That means a military attorney at the Pentagon and district attorney for the state of Mexico. If you've ever seen the film... New Mexico, thank you. If you've ever seen the film A Few Good Men, the Tom Cruise character is based on him. Also, he accompanied the late Representative Steve Schiff when he investigated Roswell in the late 1990s. I told Iglesias about your information regarding Colonel Aquino and Roswell. Instead of... I'm sorry, I'm losing my voice. Take it from here, Peter.
Instead of eye-rolling or evasion, a la Illinois MUFON,
where they kicked... By the way, he's referring to the Illinois MUFON. He went to present my Roswell and the Rising Sun DVD, and they bodily assaulted him. They bodily threw him out of the room. Go on.
Yeah.
He listened very carefully and quietly stated, that makes perfect sense. A few minutes later, he said, and the more I think about it, the more it makes sense. One inevitably recalls the famous declaration in A Few Good Men, you can't handle the truth indeed.
Yeah, thank you.
That's the letter.
Actually, to quote it exactly, a few minutes later, he said, and the more I think about it, the more sense it makes. So just correcting Peter the way he corrected me about New Mexico. Yeah. And so
the guy himself said that line from the movie in like agreement, basically.
No, that's the guy who the movie's based on.
Right, but Keith Call is saying the line from the movie to
yes,
the point. Or?
Yes, there we are. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And so there you go. Now that I found this, what I'm going to do is cut and paste this for Peter Moon as well as another email if I can find it. But definitely, or I can see if I can forward this to Peter Moon, see if it comes out. The problem is that a lot of times these get piled up. I don't know why. In the old days, these emails would pile up and they just don't forward. In other words, you get the last email that was piled onto the weirdness. So all that being said, I'll cut and paste it. And with that, Peter Moon, definitely we're doing our best to just kind of survive in a... basically, Robert Appert is written in, and he the latest message, and he says they're looking for any excuse to shut you down. I am glad you have a backup plan. Robert, you give me too much credit. It's Peter Moon that was actually coming up with a backup plan, and it's Brendan Zogit that can help us make it happen. It just is what it is. We all knew, in a sense, this was going to come to this, but it's just still when it happens. This is something that is I can't even speak anymore. I'm just so upset. And of course that was the intent. The intent is to totally destroy my morale. And I want you all to understand again. Imagine if you were in my place. All my life has been nothing but corruption and suppression, and it's simply because I know all of the corruption that this society has is beyond the scope of what most people can tolerate. The horrible irony is the very forces that are trading in children, doing all this horrible stuff that everybody just, there's no other word for it, salivates and drools over on QAnon sites and these various sites that we're being driven to.
It becomes sport. It becomes a sport for the conspiracy fans.
Yeah. It's this is something that is basically a lot of repressed pedophilia on their part. These are people, many of them are actual pedophiles who are pretending to be seeking justice or seeking the truth. And all they're looking for is an excuse to get together with each other and talk about raping kids and children being trafficked. And this is not healthy. It's not something any normal person would want to talk about. People may hear about this and say, gee, that's horrible, let's do something about it. But then if you try to access these sites, you're just going to get drawn into this portal of endless miasma, where you wind up talking with all these other people about increasingly lurid fantasies. And they are fantasies in the sense that the way they're presented on these sites is they're talking about millions of children being quote unquote rescued, this kind of crap. The only person who has ever rescued children in large numbers, to the point where it borders on the millions, is Douglas Dietrich. Because I shut down the military child trafficking operation at its height, when there were 100,000 children being cared for in U.S. Army daycare centers, just that branch of service alone, all over the world. And what I did impacted all branches of service, to the point where the military had to start this bullshit month of the military child, which anybody can look up. The month of the military child was declared after all of the scandals I exposed, so the military could make it look like from this point forward they were the model of daycare center, child care provision. Now, think of the insanity of what I've just said. The one thing I think any rational, sane human being should be able to comprehend about the military, any military on Earth, is that its entire job is to break things and kill people. If it's not going to do that, it's not a military. So you're talking about a war machine, a organized network of death. The one thing I think we can all agree on is no matter what nation or culture, no military should ever be a family environment. How is it that the United States military promotes itself as the primary model for daycare provision on planet Earth. How is that their venue? When did this become their bailiwick? This is beyond insane. No, they should not be a model for daycare provision. There should be no children in their care at all. Because it's an oxymoron in function. So, okay, am I missing something here? I mean, come on, Pigeon.
No, you're not. People don't think that hard. They don't want to think that hard.
People want the nanny state, not to use a pun, but it's like they just want, like these schools and stuff are basically prisons, and the parents don't care. Like they're more and more like prisons every year, and it's just like they just keep handing their kids over to it. Yeah. So it's like it's kind of like a negligence on both sides, but obviously like it's deliberate. Let's say it's deliberate. Yeah.
Thank you, but yeah, beyond what both these gentlemen have just said, understand that what we have is a problem where the parents, understandably, God help them. You got to get rid of the kids during the daytime, and the school provides that function. I mean, Jesus Christ, parenting is hard enough. I mean, right. Like one woman said, who was just choking on her own tears when Kardashian, the latest Kardashian bitch came up with her child in her arms saying, "Oh, mothering is hard." And the Kardashian bitch is going on and on about how hard mothering is, without giving any credit to this army of nannies that she's got hired. And this woman who was watching it was just crying, saying, "Gee, I wish she'd give some credit to all these illegal immigrants that she's hired as nannies, because, how can mothering even be that hard for her where she's bitching about it? No, mothering is hard for people who can't afford those nannies." And so in
people
terms of
working 2-3 jobs, which is the norm now.
It is. It is. And where we've got this nanny state, think about the fact that when we cannot explain phenomenon, a great thing as an example of this happened with Amanda Ute. Amanda Ute is very much a product of a very strange school system that she can describe in depth, that is kind of like an experimental school system where kids are, given leeway to quote unquote be themselves. It's some schooling system who was based on some teacher out of Europe. Reminds me of kind of like the Rudolf Steiner schools. And
Montessori, perhaps.
Thank you. That's it. Thank you. I could never get that out.
Maria Montessori.
Yeah. How the fuck did you ever run across this? What do you know about this?
I went to a Montessori. I went to a Montessori. Yeah.
Holy shit! Oh my god! How did
and
you
it was
even?
It was ran by a German lady. So I was like, I grew up in that, which is ironic because all the stuff I talk about Germany.
Yeah, of course. And I'm impressed.
Makes sense actually in hindsight.
Yeah. So Peter, what were you going to say about it?
Everybody's heard of Montessori schools.
Jesus, I mean, yeah, I'm out of the loop. I mean, I heard of them, and every time she talks about it, then I keep forgetting about them. So something's going on there with some kind of, a blockage on my part, for whatever reason. But when it comes to these Montessori schools, and I do want to say that I myself was shocked with what she was talking about. I guess they really suggest to these kids, like, if you feel... Now, by the way, this is a total tangent. It has nothing to do with my point. But apparently they tell these kids, be what you feel like you are. And so apparently there's a bunch of kids going through the system in Seattle or wherever she's near, up in Oregon, where they're changing sex a lot. So it's like... okay, I was surprised by that, but apparently this is like...
I don't think that was Maria Montessori's original intent.
Okay, yeah.
But because I've noticed they will, just like anything that gets hijacked over the years, is now that she's dead, they just kind of add their own tinge regionally, kind of like here I literally saw a photo of one of these Montessori schools where I was working, where they photoshopped a mask over Maria Montessori to like guilt trip the kids into wearing one. It was sick, but
that's pretty funny. That is funny, but
I know
like,
it was
yeah, it's
comical,
morbid.
But but for someone like me, I was just like, oh my god, like how could they do this?
No, I get it. I get it. And
It was horrible. Yeah.
but the point I was trying to make was when it came to something that about that school system is I don't know why that school system in particular stands out to me, but it for what based on what I was going to talk about. But oh yeah, here's what happened. So her two kids go into the school system, and they've been there forever. You know, she was a teacher in that school system herself, and they started investigating some kind of, I believe it's in that system. It may be just some kind of weird Seattle public school system or private school system. You know, I know she's into the Montessori or however you pronounce it, but, you know, whatever it is, it may not be Montessori I'm talking about, but whatever school system she's got her kids in seems pretty accessible. But they started investigating paranormal. And so the kids started doing reports that were they were enthusiastic about. Her son was writing, or her daughter, about Dyatlov Pass, and the other one was writing about something else, paranormal. And within a short period of time, the course got shut down, and they instead changed it to they gave the refund for the course. They gave a refund for the course, and then invited the kids instead
Dyatlov Pass for children?
Yeah, no, that was odd. Yeah, I
That's
thought
pretty brutal.
Yeah, no, I thought no.
Usually they start with like Scooby-Doo or something.
Yeah. But her son chose that, or I think, or her daughter. One of them is pretty advanced. I mean, her kids. I mean, they listen to Douglas Dietrich, right? I mean, Jesus Christ. So you know, they're ready for anything. But when it comes to the result was they invited all the kids to go play Dungeons and Dragons instead, and they said, "Come on for some Dungeons and Dragons." It kind of reminds me when I was in gifted class, and we were given all these stacks of Mad magazines to peruse through, and that was basically our primary course in gifted class, as if they were trying to like make us all stupid or something like that. It's like the only thing I got out of that was I became an extraordinarily adept social critic, thanks to Mad Magazine. But when it comes to this shutdown, the course being shut down and refunds being given, you know, she felt that it was deep state, that somebody just said, "Oh, these kids can't be accessing paranormal material," and you know, if what she said is true, that this just wasn't some weird reactionary thing on the part of some senior staff member or something, because kids started talking about Dyatlov Pass, which maybe he just felt was in, you know, that's too, maybe he just felt they shouldn't be doing this. But the one thing you could say about the paranormal is it is forbidden. And the problem with the paranormal is that we keep trying to imagine someone is handling this, that the paranormal is being tended to by someone who can handle it. And because of that, the fantasy of the X-Files came about, where people have this fantasy that the FBI has a paranormal department. That, you know, that's what's said in the series. If people misunderstand the series and think it's just, oh no, it's just about FBI agents who happen to run into the paranormal all the time. No. That's why the title, The X-Files.
Or their own office,
Yeah, that's why it's called The X-Files. That's why one of the main characters said, oh, there should have been an X-File. Meaning that there is a specific departmental recognition of the paranormal. So the very fact that people retain this fantasy that there's a paranormal department, and I'm not saying that there isn't one within the deep state, but understand that when people are turning to this fantasy that the military, the same military which gives you the month of the military child and presents themselves as the preeminent example of daycare provision on Earth, when people turn towards the military to handle the paranormal, as they're doing with the WAPs, the UAPs, a military acronym that they've turned into the modern buzzword to replace the anachronistic UFO, then what people are saying is they're turning towards not the nanny state, but the daddy state. This is the daddy state, where there's a difference, for instance, in cultural concept between the motherland and the fatherland. And so when you have a nanny state that everybody's bitching about, all of these right-wing, reactionary, radicalized peoples who will say we got to kill the nanny state is killing us, then these are the same people who want the daddy state, this hyper-powerful military that is somehow going to give them the secrets to UFOs. Of course, now they're called WAPs. Rhymes with Japs. UAPs. So these UAPs, stupid fucking acronym, all of this it gives to show you the pathological depth of the need for a father figure that knows it all. The all-knowing father, which is essentially God. So they're turning towards the military as God. The father God. The all-father. The man. The man. The patriarchy that will somehow handle the UFOs, present all the secrets to them. Daddy's going to tell us what it's all about. This is tantamount to a belief in Santa Claus.
It goes back to that Stargate SG-1 shit where, like, they're fighting aliens with, like, kinetic weapons and nukes and shit. Like,
well, as I pointed out, this is relevant because Michael Aquino writes in the book Mind War about Project Stargate. So there literally is a Project Stargate that has to do with, of course, mind control, mass manipulation. That's the real project.
That show was total mind control.
Thank you.
That's like, that helped, like, start the whole Ancient Aliens thing. That's like.
Thank you. But beyond that, it's progress to the point where in that show, it's the Air Force. There was no Space Force when it started, so it's all Air Force. They show the Air Force with space
Cheyenne
fleets.
Mountain specifically.
Yeah, with space fleets. Fighting alien fleets. And these aliens, hey, don't take my word for it. Look up the fucking aliens in Stargate that have the China character on their armor. They're wearing armor that has the character for China on it. It literally has the square with a line through it, which is
basically the aliens were all, like, not white people. It was like the Greys were fucking Nordics. And
they called the Greys the Greys. They called the Chos the Nordics. They called the Chos the Nordics.
Yeah. The Greys in that show were like the saviors, and they were basically they called them like Thor and fucking. And they were from Asgard and shit.
Yeah, and they all look like little. They all look like little chinks. They all look like little chinks.
Yeah. And then they had the black people and the Arabs were the Goa'uld, which were like these like. They were like they looked Arab, but they basically had dark skin and shit. They were like the Egyptians. And they had like this parasite that like fed off their fucking body, and they were like controlled by the parasite. It was like a reptilian, but like a parasite version. And like it was pretty racist actually.
Now tell me about they had the Chinese. These Asian aliens that on their armor, they've got the China character that literally says Zhonghua.
I mean, I don't remember that one, but there's like hundreds of episodes, like thousands. It was like 10 years. It ran for 10 years.
Yeah, at least. And they're going to try and bring it back. And
and then they did Atlantis, and then they did Stargate Atlantis.
Yeah.
That's like one of the first films that guy was in. What's his name? The Samoan guy that's like really
famous. John the Rock? Dwayne The Rock?
No. The other guy. The guy that's like actually like not.
Huh. Well,
what's his name?
I forget.
The dude that played, he was in Game of Thrones and he was in all this
I forget. I totally forget.
The guy that was Aquaman.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Got it. Yeah.
That guy.
The Aquaman guy. Yeah. The ethnic Aquaman guy.
Yeah. Jason Momoa. Jason Momoa.
Yeah. Whatever. Yeah. Got it. And so the point is, however, aside from fighting literal Asians with the word China emblazoned on their armor, you can't get worse than that. And these are like enemy Asians who later appeal to them for geostrategic help against other enemies, etc. And the Americans are,
and then this is another good point. They desecrate all the Egyptian gods and make them all evil.
Yes.
So like all the like super villain like aliens were all these fucking Anubis and fucking Apophis and all these Egyptian gods.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm getting a weird echo. That wasn't normal. What was that?
It is what it is. It's all the occult and electronic. They don't call it the Ethernet for nothing, like you said.
Yeah, that was like a really gnarly echo. Yeah.
But
in this, it would have like there was no benevolent quote unquote Egyptian god in that.
Mhm.
It was all just like each one was more evil and like more conniving. The same thing they did with all the, like you mentioned before, with desecration of the ancient gods.
yes, and to make all the Nordic Aryan gods look like little chinks, little fucking chognomes. Except they're friendly. The chognomes are your friends. That's what they were saying. The Greys are your friends. Not only that, but they're your masters. They're your intellectual superiors. So
I remember people like even my dad and stuff. They would watch that shit and be like, "Yeah, the Greys are like super advanced and they're actually gonna help us and shit." Like, what the fuck are you? Don't watch that shit.
Thank you. But beyond that, when it came to the whole point, you've got the United States Air Force. It's fighting civilizations in space with secret space fleets on your tax dollar, on your dime. And this is supposed to be a good thing. And you know nothing about this. Then all of this is kept hidden from you, and you're supposed to accept this as a positive. That this is a
I think that's part of that was part of the mind programming, is when people, like, instead of asking like, where is this fucking $1 trillion going, they can just be like, maybe it's something like this, you know?
Yeah, that's what they're told, instead of
so people think like, oh, it's probably something cool like that, when it's actually just fucking rending countries and fucking burning bodies and
and trafficking children through tunnels. Yeah. But the whole thing is that if all of this is happening on your dime and you're not being informed, and the Air Force is engaging in active open conflict with alien civilizations, do you not think you have a right to know? And the fact that they tell you, oh, it's good that you don't know. You don't need to know. But all this good shit's happening for you. Now that is the ultimate daddy complex. That is like, oh God, that's like dad's feeding me his cock up my ass and in my mouth down my throat because he tells me all that man milk is gonna help me grow. I mean, it's that level. It's this is the ultimate father fixation. It's beyond sick. This is why patriotism was an insult. Patriot was an insult in the Roman Empire. In Latin, it really means father fucker. Like we use the term motherfucker this day. Rome was your patriarchy, where they called you a father fucker. The term patriot was an insult. So yes, with that, back to our man Peter.
Well, I was just reading today. I forget what I was actually with this Ark of the Covenant thread, and there was a whole situation, and it had to do with the story of King David or Solomon or his sons. It was too many male prostitutes in a Jewish settlement, and they were decrying the male prostitutes, which I thought was kind of noteworthy,
if not
interesting.
Yeah, no. I mean, it's a valid observation, and I can see the connection that comes up in the mind. So what I found here, let me make certain to cut and paste this for Peter, and I'll put this in his private messages, but it's definitely something that hopefully will help with the book, and this may inspire some questions. Now, I've read this out loud before, but it's about time that Peter has the actual text, and this way he can perhaps even republish the letter in the book as kind of like a addendum, kind of like one of these little appendixes, like we did in the other book with some letters.
Hey, Douglas, I have to go.
Okay.
I have to go for a bit. So
Understood.
I will speak to you guys later.
Stay safe.
Yes.
We love you. Bye for now. And that's dear Brendan Zogit.
Facebook?
Yeah. Let me see if I can find you on Facebook. Here we are with all of the messages that were being sent by concerned people. Okay, so here it is. It is in Facebook now, and amazing. Apparently her page is still up. So there you go. There's the a literal walker who happened to be Jewish, a young Jewess, and I say that without any disrespect. I mean that in the most respectful sense. It can be said respectfully. It depends. It's not what you say; it's how you say it. So that's an important point because she saw fit to communicate with me and was very supportive in the early days. I don't know how she'd feel about me now based on my coming out per my biological ancestry. But I hope she would be accepting, understanding that this is a different time and place. Such being said, Peter can access this, and then if he wishes to, go ahead and read it, because I think it's extraordinary.
Sure. Out loud?
Yeah, you can read it out loud if you wish. I mean, if you feel
Okay.
it. Yeah.
Let me read it out loud because, I would like to thank Douglas for his fascinating work. I find his way of presenting information so delightful. I've been listening to old episodes. I was not familiar with the Chichewa before hearing him speak about it. I think I may have seen one in San Francisco. I once lived for over 2 years in a warehouse at 6th and Natoma. Of all the wretched, evil, ghastly, disgusting, and truly despicable horrors that I saw on a daily basis, there was this one creature I could not tolerate. Just the sight of it made me want to leave the planet rather than stay on a planet that had such a vile monster on it. Besides that, it's hard to describe its features. It was very small, but not a midget, around 4 feet, incredibly withery, scrawny. I don't think it was bald, but I don't remember its features very clearly anymore. That was many years ago. She was on the set of E.T., excuse me. The memorable thing about it was my instinctive urge to kill it. I was actually offended that such a thing had been allowed to live for so many days. I do recall it would associate with other small men who were obviously Southeast Asian. The thing was they were human, and this thing was not. You spoke of these things in the underworld of San Francisco, involved with drugs and gangs and such. That was not the impression I had of this tiny demon. It was completely feral. I can't imagine it having money or buying things. It was always messing with things on the street. It was obsessed with building altars of worship on light posts, stop signs, or any fixture in the street. It would tie things to the light post, kneel before it and pray, babbling terrible things to it. There was lots of banging and clanging. And finally, one day I saw it had removed the huge manhole cover from the middle of the intersection at the corner of my block on Natoma Street, and it was living under there, inside the ground, under the street. I would see it walking around with tiny trees it had ripped out of the ground, very small trees. It would have one slung under its shoulder and would prance up around as if on parade, displaying the tiny dead tree so proudly. I saw this quite a few times. The awful thing about it was the expression of total demonic glee, the shining eyes and huge, terrible grin, as it would carry a baby dead tree, dangling its little roots that had just been ripped out of the ground. I was working as an environmentalist campaigning to save trees, as I did for over a decade. So for me, this was more than just a little disturbing. There was only one living thing on my block of Natoma Street, a very small tree. I would hang out next to it and smoke cigarettes, as I was not allowed to inside. It was next to the wall with the dragonfly mural. When the mural would be tagged or damaged, I would go touch it up and repaint it. I bet the mural is still there. One night I saw the little tree was gone. I knew that monster had killed it. I was so mad I couldn't get over it. I was effing furious. I really wanted to slay that foul mutant thing. I had a few beers and was still mad. Excuse me. I had a few beers and was still mad and not paying attention to myself. I slipped and fell out of my loft, landing on concrete, and busted my hip. It's pretty serious.
Yeah.
It took me about a year to heal from that injury. I always felt it wasn't just that I wasn't paying attention. It was as if the evil was focused. I was focused on had somehow made me fall. Good point. I never knew what it was until I heard Douglas speak of the Chichewa. I think what I saw was one of their cousins' descendants in the underworld of San Francisco, living under the street, killing baby trees. My question for Douglas is this. If that creature was a Chichewa, how did the CIA manage to do anything with them? Good. Like attracts like. I don't understand how they convinced 40,000 of them to relocate to the States. Was it a gunpoint? If they were taken by force, how were they able to control them out of captivity? If it wasn't by force, how did the CIA get them to leave their homeland? I can't imagine such feral things working in black projects. I mean, if they had any power, couldn't they escape the CIA? How could the CIA even communicate with them to the point of explaining black projects to them? What incentive could such monsters gain from agreeing to terrorize such people as Whitley Strieber? I realize that looks like many questions. I know many people have questions for Douglas. He has so many great insights to share. I hope he's doing all right and has an okay day. Thanks.
Yeah, that's beautiful. I mean, such a beautiful young woman, and she's been through so much. I mean, she actually went down to South America to help the indigenous peoples there. It was so hot, her laptop actually melted. And that's where she could find electricity or, to recharge it. I think she was using a solar recharger so she could have it work, but I don't think the Wi-Fi was going to reach her very much down there. It melted anyway. But that being said, that might bring up some of the things that Peter wanted to speak about. And
I don't need that, but do you have any answer to her question, even though it's just because it was posed? Do you have any answer for what she said there?
Well, I think that in terms of, take a look at what we just said about, say, for instance, and I just gave a screenshot as well to Peter Moon of the Iglesias email from Keith Call. So that's important as well. And someday may see publication. It's also quite relevant. And who knows, maybe someday we'll be able to talk Mr. Iglesias, the individual who was the character that A Few Good Men was based on, the Tom Cruise character was based on, and the entire movie was based on his experience of Mr. Iglesias. Maybe someday we can have him appear on our transmissions. But at any rate, when it comes to what she's saying about the CIA, good God, why would these, say, for instance, creatures, do anything for the CIA? What would they get out of the CIA? That's a far more valid question than what the CIA would do with them. And the reality is that, well, the CIA gives them the leeway to basically feed off you, the public. Beyond that, the Office of War Information, gone black, off the books, deep black budget, supports and sponsors the propaganda like Stargate, the television series, in particular, even more so than the film, which I would like to think was perhaps innocent, quote unquote, in the sense of what it was doing, but doubtless probably financed by the military for its agenda, because the series followed so much of the film to the point where it integrated the same characters, albeit conveyed by different actors. So it really was, from the beginning, the military itinerary to promote the Stargate propaganda agenda, which is that the Cho are portrayed as your friends, to the point where when the last Cho dies, because they're supposed to be a senescent race in the Stargate series. Senescent meaning they're basically dying. They're a race headed towards a kind of extinction. You don't find that out till much later in the series when they're thinking of new ideas. And so they basically portray them as this dying, but everyone's sad to see them go. And as the last one retreats into death, as they face death with the stoicism and willingness of a wiser elder race, then they get big hugs from the characters. And the characters are like, just adoring them. So they're portraying these Cho as your friends, and this way, I guess when you are getting, all fucked up in your dreams by these creatures, then thanks to Stargate, you might perceive that they're doing this for your interest, for your good, that you accept your punishment, So when it comes to what else she said. Like, why would they terrorize someone like Whitley Strieber? Well, to hear it from Whitley Strieber, they don't. To hear it from Whitley Strieber, they're his best friends. So he's part of that whole Stargate propaganda program where, they're trying to say this is good for you. Whitley Strieber at the end of his book Communion says they came here to tell us to eat less sugar. I bet, the Cho probably do say that, probably because it does something to your dreams and makes you taste less good or something. Sugar, you could put sugar on top of shit and it would taste good to a person, but maybe to the Cho, it doesn't. Maybe they're more of a savory type. And so, they probably are saying eat less sugar. But then, like Whitley Strieber said, he developed an unappeasable appetite where he constantly had to have soy sauce. He could never get enough soy sauce, which is not sweet, by the way. It's very salty. So he's obviously, trying to troll you. He's trolling you by talking about, even to the point where my father heard him say this on the radio. Even my dad said, did he say he was abducted by aliens or by Asians? And so, Whitley Strieber has told people these are the good guys. He trolls people about, but then I developed such a taste for soy sauce. What he really developed a taste for was Ban Bok Chow, that human
Of course, nobody understands that.
Yeah, thank you.
Except a select few.
Thank you. So it's his inside joke. His inside joke with guys like Aquino. And,
I don't know, was he joking or he was telling the truth that he had developed it? He just didn't understand what he was eating. I mean, I don't know. He's pretty stupid.
Yeah, your point's well taken. I mean, we are talking about somebody who actually suffered sunstroke going out to mow the lawn in one of the hottest days in Texas where it's over 100 degrees. I mean, that's like Darwin Award stupid. Yeah. Or as Peter Moon would say, that would be an insult to Darwin. I guess we'd call it more like Knuckle Dragon. Well, even Knuckle Dragon troglodytes aren't that stupid. So it's Whitley Strieber stupid. It's Whitley Strieber Award stupid. So yeah, he's either trolling or he's so fucking stupid he doesn't even get what he's saying. He's just regurgitating it. I probably would give him enough credit where he has an animal level cunning. So I would say he's at that level of evil where he's trolling, and that he knows he's eating the Ban Bok Chow, this human ganglia paste, and he loves it. And he just says soy sauce as this inside joke between him and the other Edomites who are sponsoring him. But when it comes to, what people were saying, say, for instance, give you a good example here, when there was this horrible incident where, of course, just so people understand, the Laotian people, as I said, were country people. They're very rural, to the point where I saw them panic when buses would approach in San Francisco because they thought the buses were like monsters that were eating people, because they'd see a bus stop and people get on it. And they interpreted this as a creature devouring people, like a Moloch, like a Molochian beast. And these same people, when they got security jobs, former Khmer Rouge from Cambodia, Kampucheans, in the Acorn Projects, one of the highest paid security contracts in the world, where I worked. And these guys would take out their bayonets, and whenever a car crashed, like some black gangsta was doing donuts in the fire lane, crashes his car on dope, then cars spinning wheels upside down. These Cambodians would go up to it with their bayonets and then strip the tires of the rubber so they could line the soles of their shoes, reinforce the soles of their shoes with this rubber they cut off, like it was the skin from an animal. These are people who think, when they were in the apartment that I grew up in, the El Cerrito Apartments, which still stands at 270 Turk Street in San Francisco. they would go and use their toilets to wash vegetables. They thought of it only as a water washing mechanism without thinking of it as they didn't know what it was for. So you're talking about very rural group of people, very, very primitive, we would say, and interpreting the world around them very primally. So the Cho may be at that level to a degree, but they also have a level of cunning that takes them beyond that. And so when it comes to, say, for instance, their need to feed, their need to do what they do, certain ones of them are kind of like rogue elements that become like what Alira Walker saw, kind of retarded or developmentally disabled, even for their kind, and therefore much more feral. And yet, as she said, she saw Southeast Asian humans trying to communicate with this beast, and they were probably dispatched by the more developed Cho that were a bit more organized and tribal, checking on their rogue brother out there, just to make certain that he wasn't getting in their way. So with this kind of phenomenon now loose in the United States, and her biggest question is, how can they be controlled, or what do they get out of the relationship? What they get out of the relationship is you. And how the CIA controls them is by making certain that they can access you without being interfered with, without even being recognized as real. So they may not understand the humans that they're working with who act as their minders, but they don't care. They're being given access to an unlimited feeding ground, and when they were restricted to their traditional food fare, Laotians, Cambodians, Southeast Asians as migrants that were brought here specifically as Cho food, they ate them till they died. And what they found was that when they fed off Americans, the Americans didn't usually die. Now, some of them do. There, enough of them do where it's probably been noticed, but not enough where it becomes a demographic crisis. So Americans instead lose essence. They lose energy. They wake up tired. Sleep doesn't give them respite. They sleep the dream of nightmares. They wake up exhausted. Going to sleep becomes a terror for them. And gradually, many of these people go insane, become killers, or kill themselves. Something that's not recognized as sudden unexpected nocturnal death syndrome, but is a result of sleeplessness nonetheless. Sleeplessness is often affiliated as symptomatic of many suicidal peoples. Well, where does that sleeplessness come from? Much of it comes from the Cho. So many hundreds, really thousands of Americans are being driven to suicide by this enervation, this assault on them every night. But nobody recognizes it. And so the Cho are given unlimited feeding grounds. You're the cattle. You, the America, and all of North America is their range. So with that, the U.S. government has normalized them through Stargate, made them the heroes. They're the heroes of Stargate, the television series. And they call them, of all things, they call them Nordic. Nordic. Now, see what that does? That's propaganda against the 1,000-year Reich in exile. Because in Europe, many people have encountered the Nordics, and they say they're tall, blonde, blue-haired, blue-eyed, blonde-haired, blue-eyed, Nordic Aryan aliens. That's why they call them Nordics. But the Americans said, no, they look like Cho. They're small and gray and have no genitals, walk around naked. with slanted almond eyes, big bulbous heads, and no noses, and tiny triangular chins, and almost no mouth. Yeah, like Asians. And there you go. And they're like the people who landed at Roswell. Those Asian prisoners of war. It's basically the sickest thing in the world. So throughout the series, over 10 years, 11 years, 12 years, they present them as the heroes that help mankind, guide him, and they're the Nordics, and they give them the names, like our man Brendan said, Aryan names, Thor, Itzetara. I mean, some little gray Cho, they call him Thor, and they say they're the Aesir, the actual gods of Nordic myth. Nothing could be more insane, more twisted, more of an inversion of reality beyond satanic, a kind of satanic inversion beyond inverting a pentagram. This is like saying the Nordics are Cho, but then who are the tall, blonde-haired, blue-eyed aliens that many people see who claim that they're like Third Reich exiled, Vril, and they call them oftentimes Aldebaran aliens, or whatever they call them. It's one of these things that the more you know about it, the more offensive it becomes. And once you see it, you can never unsee it. So you're left where we're at now. This is why they're suppressing us. And they probably knew that this subject was going to come up tonight. All of our messages are read. Certainly Peter Moon's and mine are, and Brendan's. Anyone affiliated with myself, all communications are intercepted and reviewed. And Peter said, hey, I got some questions about the show. And obviously, because I didn't get back to him, they probably assumed this was going to come up tonight, and they did their best to make certain nobody would hear it. But as Peter said, foot bullets. Basically, the military is the most incompetent organization in the world, the U.S. military. You're talking about, if you know anything about it, unlike that MUFON ambush where we had this one guy hero worshipping the military saying, oh, they don't have a sense of humor. They don't know what a sense of humor is. And I was thinking, dude, there was no point in attacking the guy. He was trying to be friendly with us. In the end, I just couldn't take his bullshit and told him I hoped he was getting a commission for that stupid mockumentary he kept pushing as having been life-changing. But, this is a guy who hero worships the military. And if you really know anything about the military, if you've ever been in the military, nothing gets done except by accident. They're the most incompetent, corrupt, laziest people on earth. That's why they gotta have orders. Because if they weren't ordered to do something, they wouldn't do anything. These are people who would otherwise be in jail. So just understand that the capacity for violence is there, sure. That's about the only thing Stargate gets right. Other than that, controlling it, directing it, fuck. The Cho are better at directing their violence constructively, at least towards their own ends, than human beings are, or certainly Americans. Like I said, when we entered Operation Desert Storm, we had been practicing unarmed, generally, forever. The moment, take for instance, technically my MOS, my military operational specialty, technically I was a Dragon anti-tank assaultman. I had never fired a Dragon anti-tank missile launcher in my life. It was so expensive to fire one of those babies that I was never allowed to fire one in practice. And I certainly never fired one in combat. Whoever said it was portable never had to carry it. Then I met, of all things, a white Nordic Aryan bearded pagan who was a practicing, they call it Azatru, I think. Azatru, the Nordic religion practitioners, the heathen. he was working for the government, and he told me, as a bureaucrat, he said, I fired one of those babies. I said, I don't get it. How is it as a bureaucrat you were taking inventory and they had you fire it to make certain it worked? I believe what he said. But I said, how is it you get to do that when you're never going to see combat? When I, who was supposed to use this in combat, never got to fire it in training or in combat. This is how crazy your military is. There's nothing they do that works or makes sense. Nothing. They're completely unable to wage a war, let alone win one. That's why they retreated from Afghanistan, from a bunch of ragheads wearing flip-flops. You are faced with a group of losers. Like I said, if it were private industry and you had a security company that couldn't prevent a single theft and you kept losing inventory, you would fire them and hire another security company. Well, you've lost every war with this military. World War I couldn't be counted as a victory. World War II was a defeat. Then you had Korea, Vietnam. Well, none of this counts because they weren't legally wars at all, but you certainly didn't win any of them. So you should fire your military. That would be far more legitimate than any calls to defund the police. But that being said, how do they handle the Cho? Well, Alira, honey, and I'm not saying that sarcastically towards her, I say that with all respect. They don't. They don't handle the Cho. The Cho handle them. Yeah, so the Cho are simply on the loose. And all your military does is cover for them by making propaganda that makes them look like your friends and mentors and masters. And they're going to die anyway, ultimately, if the series is right, because they're a senescent race. They're all old and shit. And therefore, never fear. You'll hug them as they go, and you'll miss them when they're gone. This is like the propaganda.
It's called subtle influence.
Thank you. Take it over. Yeah.
Subtle influence. Well, although it's time for me to go, I'm going to ask you some questions.
Sure.
For the book, and it's like I'm going to read what you've given me here. Maybe I changed it just a tiny bit. There are numerous other references to the Chichewa if you know where to look. Only some 40 years after Emperor Shishwangdi established the first Chinese empire in 221 BC, the people of Central Asia took the opportunity to raid and even settle in the Indian subcontinent upon the death of the final Mauryan emperor, Pushyamitra in 180 BC. Subsequently, as early as 128 BC, history records a Central Asian tribe known to the Greeks as the Chichewa and to the Chinese as the Yuchi. Basically, you're saying there that this is history recording, and that's the context of the history. I think that's pretty clear.
Okay.
One of the tribes that settled in northwest India was the Saka tribe, known to the Greek historians as the Scythians. By 128 BC, they had been forced out of their lands around the Aral Sea by the nomad tribes forced out of the Mongolian steppe by the Great Wall. In the following century, they were followed by the tribe that pushed them out of the Aral area, the tribe of the Yuchi.
Yeah, Yuchi. Yeah,
same. This is the Cho. It is here in the area known today as Peshawar in modern Pakistan that the Yuchi settled and became kings. They were known as the Kushans by then, and though they effectively reigned for about a century, what was done under their rule affects the world to this day. It is thought that the Chichewa came to their greatest glory under Kanishika, who ascended. So this is basically the Cho becoming like kings of Peshawar.
Yeah.
I just it makes sense to me now that I read it.
Yeah.
And I have to clarify it a little bit for the reading eye. Yeah, so they were kind of these are a different type of Cho than what this lady, I think her name was Ellen, wrote.
Right. Alira Walker, you mean?
Yeah, they're a little more human.
Yes. Yes.
The creature she was like, he was like the most
Degenerate. Yeah.
Yeah, and it sounds like he was the most magical too, doing all of his, he was like a crazed magician.
Yes. Yes. Like a Sufi, like the Cho Sufi. Go on.
Yeah, yeah. He's kind of like, he sounds like an evil Yoda.
Yes. Yes.
When the Yuzhaya fled the depredations of the Zhonggu, did we see that word before?
Should have.
They divided into two main bodies. The Chinese called them the Great Yuzi,
Yeah.
and the Chao Yuzi.
Yes.
It
Great and
was
small.
the Yuzi that later became the kings of Kushan. The Zhao Yuzi fled into the mountains south of the Taklamakan. In ancient times, these mountains were known as the Tian Shan Celestial Mountains, but are now known as the Kunlun. In the mountains, they began to mix with the tribe known as the Shang, and indigenous people that the Chinese scholars associate with the Tibetans. Now, I'm getting a little lost there. There's so many terms. It's like the Yuzui fled.
Well, this is where we would run into the difficulty, because basically, despite the long span of literacy in China and Tibet, and it's important to remember that Tibet was thought to have adopted an alphabet as early as the 7th century, there's little factual material written about these early Great Highland people, and much of it is little more than myth or rumor. The earliest references... Yeah.
Well, do you mean Cho or somebody else?
Well, I'm basically talking about the Cho, the Yeji or Yueji. They fled the depredations of the Xiongnu. The Xiongnu are important, and that's why I was kind of going into their history early in that transmission, because they basically decimated or sundered the Yueji. And the Yeji are the Asian source point for what we know as the Cho. And that's when they divided into basically two bodies of populations that became vastly different. The Chinese call the Da Yueji, or the Great Yueji, those that became the kings of India, essentially, or Northwest, South Asia, a good part of the Asian Indian subcontinent. And the Zhao Yueji, the small Yueji, those were the ones that became the Cho we know of today. Mm-hmm. So the Da Yueji, or those among them that were higher bred, they became the kings of Kushan. The Zhao Yeji, the lesser pygmy peoples, the degenerates, they fled into the mountains that were south of the Taklamakan, where we find the Aryan mummies that are ultimately traced to Romania. Now, it was these mountains that Peter's talking about, today's Kunlun. It's there they mixed with the tribe of the Qiang. This is the indigenous people that, the Chinese basically affiliate them with the Tibetans. And that's kind of like a convenience, as opposed to the reality of the situation. It would be like Kurds being called Iraqis at the time that Iraq occupied Kurdistan. So, as I said, this is where things get a little, we trace what we can.
This helps me understand, because there's so many terms thrown there that it's hard to understand. Now, let me carry on here.
Sure.
Tibetan history always begins with the Nia Kri Sanpo and the 27 legendary kings. This line of kings was known as the Yarlung dynasty, and the first accepted as historical was Stagpu Sazigs. Along with a number of other nobles, his son Nam Rislon Machan attacked and defeated another overlord. He then turned west and defeated Marmun, modern Yutsang, the central province of Tibet.
this is so much data that it just like, there's no context. So this guy rules Tibet. It's just a bunch of Tibetan history.
Yeah.
And yeah, this is just Tibet story. Okay, the Tibetan nemesis. Okay, now it says Sunbrat Gambo, 620, 650 AD, married a princess of Nepal who introduced Buddhism to Tibet. In 836, the nobility staged a coup d'etat and placed Lung Dharma on the throne. Tibetan records call him the wickedest man ever born. He was assassinated in 842. The Tibetan nemesis, the Tukuhun, is etymologically similar to Choa, which modern scholars recorded as Tocharian. The actual Tang era pronunciation of Yuzi is thought to be Tagar. It's not consistent with what I just read about this princess from Nepal and this wicked man. I don't know if he's related to the Cho or not.
Let's put it this way. One of the reasons that if we accept the identity of Cho with the Yuezhi, Yuezhi, and specifically the Zhao Yuezhi, the lesser or degenerate, the smaller Yuezhi, then we must look for traces either before or outside the Yarlung dynasty and the Buddhist Empire of Tibet. And of course, this is what Peter is confronting. Peter's basically confronting a conundrum here. Is why is Douglas Dietrich going into detail in Tibetan history if it brings us no closer to the actual ancestors of the Chochoa? In part, it's because it's inescapable and requisite that you lay the foundations of the times to give a more complete picture of the tribes in the area under discussion and to introduce what seems to be the likely suspects for the actual ancestral tribe, the Tukuhun, Tukuhun, kind of like Tuku Hun. And so when it comes to the geographic evidence, the Zhao Yuezhi, they're known to have fled into the Tian region, and once there, they mixed with these indigenous Qiang tribes, or Qiong tribes, depending on which dialect you're using. Now the Qiong, a kind of Qiong, but sometimes spelled Latinized or Romanized as Qiang, they were, in classical times, they were this power, a regional power, along the edge of the Silk Road. And the Han emperors feared their power. And this has the later parallel to the Tibetan Empire during the Tang Dynasty. And the Zanzun Empire might also have extended into the Taklamakan region. So when the Yarlung emperors conquered Erzanbod from their southern agricultural center, they were careful to distinguish themselves from the indigenous people. This is what I'm talking about with that Tibetan dynasty. When the Tibetan dynasty conquered much of Central Asia, even into China, basically they're saying they're not part or affiliated with these Qiang people, which the Chinese were just kind of classifying them all together. They're all barbarians. Now, basically, when the 13th Empire rolled around and you had people like, the likes of Marco Polo, you had these European travelers crossing Central Asia under the Peace of the Mongols, Pax Mongolica of Kublai Khan. Then the most well-known was Marco Polo, but there's others, as I've said, and Pliny, I think his brother, as I mentioned, was... My father insisted was far more accomplished and interesting than Marco Polo ever was. But there was some guy named, literally Piano, Piano, like piano, Piano Carpini. He was sent on a mission from the Pope to the Great Khan in the East. And in 1245, he recorded the custom in Tibet, as he called it, Tibet. Well, when one's father is about to die, all the relatives meet together and they eat him. And then the Franciscan monk, Rubikui, surname spelled like Rubuquis, William de Rubicki. This Franciscan monk basically reported the same thing. And he added the detail that they also made a drinking cup of the skull in memory of the deceased. And he also reported that there were many misshapen individuals among this people. The other Franciscan monk that I remember, who was traveling across Tibet between 1325 and 1330, that period of half a decade, Odorico de Pordenone, 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 Odorico, first name, Odorico, Odorico de Pordenone. He traveled and he said the heads of the deceased were cut off and given to the sons, while the body was fed to the vultures. Now, Marco Polo was saying they're all thieves, they're idolaters, they're an ill-conditioned race, and yet he claimed these Tibetans, quote unquote, these Tibetans, were the best enchanters and astrologers in the world, and that they could perform such marvels of their diabolic art that he would not narrate them in his book. So all of these reports, they don't match with the Chinese stories about Tibetans at all, this peaceful Buddhistic empire. So there's modern scholars who try to rationalize this away by saying, oh, this is just all perhaps an exaggeration of Lamaist occultism, or actually a tribe that lived on the borders of Tibet, which is what brings us to the reality. So that's the Chochoa propensity for cannibalism that exposes this tribe as essentially separate from the Tibetans themselves, not ethnically Tibetan, but geographically within their range. Kind of like Kurds trapped in, well, Iraq. And when in reality, they have their own nation of Kurdistan. So even though sorcery and magic have been an important part of Tibetan society, even at the time of some of the people with the unpronounceable names that I gave to Peter, like Nam Ri Slon Michan, Gnam, and his last name's Mtshn, Shan. Well, just before the introduction of Buddhism to Tibet, well, the sorcery lies behind the Bonpo religion and was used by some people who lived in the Tibetan regions before the coming of the Yarlung kings, which is what I had to establish. That's the Tibet we know. So it was the sorcery of the Zanzun Confederacy, Zan-Zun in the Romanization or Latin vulgarity, the Tukuhan and the Cheong tribes before them is all connected to cannibalism. And all had connections to the Tochoa, Tochoa before them. So where did this sorcery come from? Well, we all know that the Tibetan Plateau is one of the regions where the Plateau of Leng connects with the waking world. Well, those of us who are familiar with basically the deep occult, I shouldn't say it's well known except among, well, warlocks and witches and sorcerers. Now, many previous scholars have posited a connection between the Chocho and the Plateau of Leng, and this is the source of sorcery and much of the corruption associated with the Chochoa. To live on the border of mystical Leng for centuries is going to affect a people. This is what happened to the Chochoa. Now, there's the theory that the Chocho are in part the offspring of the men of Leng, who were never considered human. They were considered to be like Yeti. Think of Yeti. And human mothers. And looking at the assembled evidence, I've always been inclined to agree. Kind of like mass rape births. Which, by the way, mass rape is a phenomenon. It's not something far out. This happens with the conquest of enemy tribes all the time. Historically. But when you take into account the gross and inhuman anatomy that develops in breeding females, as well as that individual, William de Rubeque, who hints about this misshaped individuals of the tribe. There was crossbreeding with these moon beasts, these Yeti that also dwell on the plateau of Leng. This would also account for the endemic cannibalism, since humans are a common source of food for the Yeti, the moon beast. By the way, don't take my word on that. You can look that up. Look up Yeti cannibalism or eating of human beings in the kind of paintings that were produced by the Tibetans and the Mongols. And you'll find out what I say is true. When it comes to what else comes to my mind, I would say that it's also interesting to note that in one of the origin legends of the Tibetan people, there are claims that they had been born, the Tibetans, born of a union between a monkey and a mountain ogress, just like the Vietnamese believed that their race was legendarily the product of a union between a goddess and a dragon. The Tibetans, it was said that they were the product of a union between a monkey and a mountain ogress. The monkey, which in later times was connected with the Buddhist mythos, came to Tibet and was approached by a mountain ogress. This monkey was more like the Monkey King of Chinese legend, more like the Saruman of the Asian Indians, kind of like a wise, good monkey. Think of Caesar from the Planet of the Apes. The ogress tried to seduce him, which Buddhist chroniclers claim he resisted until she threatened to mate with a demon and fill Tibet with her monstrous offspring. Then the monkey finally agreed to her demands, and the children were born as apes. And when they were given food from the gods, they transformed into men, and thus were born the people of Tibet. Now, from all this, I've conjectured that sometime between the 2nd century BC and the 7th century AD, a tribe descended from the mixed Caucasoid Tochoa that ultimately come from the Pyrenees Mountains, and the Mongoloid Zhong encountered the plateau of Leng. And certain members of the tribe were engaged by men of Leng, the moon beasts, the Yeti, as worshippers, and their offspring were released back into the tribe. And as the descendants continued to interbreed, the genetics were spread until the entire tribe consisted of what we would call Chocho. Now, I'm not sure how long this process of replacement would take, or if it would necessitate a short-term or long-term exposure to what we would basically consider alien genetics, alien from human. It would be an area of further inquiry for a capable geneticist rather than a historian. And at Letterman Army Medical Center, they did research into this. Unfortunately, the work was compartmentalized enough where I never was granted access. Whatever records were produced were never collated by myself. Now, this tribe of Chocho, with the magic they learned from the men of Leng, established an empire, which would be identified with the Zanzun, Z-A-N-Z-U-N, and they would run it with the aid of sorcery. And given that they were successful, other tribes in the area ultimately imitated their use of cannibalism and sorcery, which was the true origin of Bompo, rather than the Sinocentric idea of some kind of degenerate Taoism. And as these people were conquered by the non-Chocho Yarlung kings, whose dynasty I articulated just so people would understand the disambiguation, then they fell back north to the Koko Nor, K-O-K-O space N-O-R, which people can look up, the Koko Nor, where they were attacked by Sron Zan, the BTSAN Skimpo, or Gimpo, SGMPO, Sron, S-R-O-N, Sron Bitsan Skimbo, in the 7th century. And now granted, there's not a historical record that denotes a massacre or persecution, but part of this tribe would easily have been driven east before the army, traveling to Sichuan and Yunnan in China, and over the mountain passes into Burma and Southeast Asia. Again, this was another area of research pursued by Michael Aquino himself, the migratory patterns of Southeast Asian tribes, which went a long way to explaining the distribution of Choctaw in the area and into Malaysia. Knowing this is why the army sent him to Southeast Asia, among other reasons. One of the reasons was to make contact with the Chou, which he did by presenting them sacrifices, sacrificing entire villages, staking out the women and children for them to feast. At which point Michael Aquino appeared, and, well, the rest is history.
He was the Chou Whisperer.
The Chou Whisperer! I love it! Yes!
That's what he was, yeah.
Does any of that help? Any of that?
Oh, it helps a lot. It gives the context. The context is what I originally wanted,
Okay.
but now with the extra you gave, and I noted down timestamp there for the last 5 minutes, that gives me the context even better for the origin of the race, and also its imprint on Tibet. Its imprint on Tibet as and the Bon as well, because these are magicians of the highest order, and when I say highest order, I don't mean they're doing good. I mean of skill.
Yes.
And it's a very indigenous magic that's kind of like if you think of what the West knows as voodoo, and if you think of it in its most crude guttural form,
Yes.
This is what you're dealing with, and it's just very, very visceral. And it's like on a level you really don't want to contemplate or talk about. And this is where lines have to be drawn. Because, and this is where I've written in the book, The White Bat, the process of editing. Editing is like an edict. An edict. It's what basically you're setting an edict. You're making a judgment when you write something. Even if it's just an email. People are so lax with their sloppiness and the way they write informally. It's not a good idea. On the deepest levels, it's not a good idea to be sloppy in the way you express yourself. It's certainly acceptable behavior in the world, but it's not a good idea. But that's beside the point. You're making an edict. So when we indulge the Chou in terms of talking about them, in terms of writing about them, or anything, it's like, okay, what sort of effect is this going to have on people? And Douglas was even talking about this. It's like people are not ready. They will fight what they're going to hear. And many times these things are in the context of just saying, hey, well, consider this, look at this. It's like it doesn't require one to, become a Christian or unbecome a Christian. It's just information. And the reaction to it is disproportional to the value, the rejection of it. It's harsh. It's irrational. And we can only conclude that these people are under the spell of magic.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yes. So,
I mean, I really want Peter to be able to get the rest. He's earned it. But before he goes tonight, let me try and just make certain that there's enough context here. So even those among you who review this later might even be able to relate it to others to a degree. Now, Rtsanbod, Rtsan-bod. That's one of the central provinces of modern Tibet. The Chinese have renamed it as Yuzhang, literally a U in the romanization, then a dash, Zhang, like Tsang. Now, basically, at that time there was a dynasty known as Lig Mi, Lig-Myi. Lig Mi was the dynasty that ruled this Zanzun Confederacy. And this Zanzun Confederacy ruled most of Tibet at the time. Very shadowy. The man who later became famous, Nam Rislon, first name Gnam, Nam Rislon, R-I, and then S-L-O-N, Sloan. And then this last name, kind of a dynastic name, Mitshan, M-T-S-H-A-N, which you heard me mention before. His son, the real famous guy, Sron Bitsan Skampo, the one I've already mentioned, timestamped by Peter, married his own sister to Lig Mi Ra. That means the dynastic name first, Lig Mi, Lig-Myi, and then the first name, R-H-Y-A, Lig Mi Ra. This guy married his own sister to Lig Mi Ra, the king of the Zanzun Confederacy, and then had his sister assassinate the man. That gave Sron Bitsan Skampo uncontested rule over Tibet. Now, his father had ruled over Tibet before, but the country was, even though it was stable and unified under him, the people were crude and warlike. Each year he would sacrifice animals for what was called the small oath. And every 3 years, the great oath demanded horse and human sacrifice as well. Their religion was based on sorcery, and even matters of high policy were decided by the priests. It was under his son, who married off his sister to kill the head Cho of the Zanzun Confederacy, Sron Bitsan Skampo, who ruled from 620 to 650 AD, that the Tibetan alphabet was thought to have been developed based on the model of the Brahmi characters found in Kashmir. And Sron Bitsan Skampo also married a princess of Nepal who introduced Buddhism to Tibet. So understand that by the time the Tibetans sent an emissary to China, they ruled over a large kingdom that covered Central Asia. That was by 633. And they often fought with the Chinese for control of the important Silk Road cities, among the oases of the Taklamakan Desert, where we find all those Aryan Romanian mummies. And this mission they sent, the emissary to China, the envoy, was to ask for a Chinese princess in marriage, following the example of the Turks and these people known as the Tuku Han. Tukuhun. And the Tuku Han lived near Koko Nor. That's this large lake in northeast Tibet. If you look it up, you'll find it. And when the request was refused, Sron Bitsan Skampo suspected intrigue in the Chinese court by the Tuku Han, so he raised an army and attacked that tribe. And they were suppressed. And Sron Bitsan Skampo led his army into Sichuan province. So his daring of slaughtering so many of the Chou who haunted Chinese dreams and invading China itself, this impressed the Tang Emperor, Taizong, and so he was given a Chinese bride. That's when Buddhist influences began to increase in the Tibetan royal court, and Sron Bitsan Skampo was even said to have translated Buddhist works himself. So the nobility remained attached to Tibet's ancient faith of Bonpo, this type of shamanism, that Chinese scholars have always thought to be a degenerate Taoism. And over the next century and a half, their power and religion was undermined by the royal adherence to Buddhism. And this finally came to a head in 836 when the nobility staged a coup d'etat and placed this guy named Lang Dharma on the throne. That's the one who the Tibetan records call the wickedest man ever born. So after that dark age, Tibet was to rise transformed, and Bonpo and Buddhism fused into what is now known as Lamaist Buddhism, which became so powerful in Tibet that even the provincial governors were replaced by Buddhist lamas. And the people became devout and peace-loving, no longer masters of empire or a warlike people. So if we accept the identity of the Tukohan, the being destroyed or kind of scattered, sundered by this one man, and then the smaller degenerate Weiji, the Xiao Yueji, these tribes coming in near the plateau of Leng, mating with the Yeti, then of course things begin to merge. You begin to understand the kind of shall we say context and environment in which all this took place. Peter can review this later, but it's what comes to my mind historically.
No, it's incredible, and I want to emphasize, and I'm sure you people realize it. You're not going to hear this history anywhere. It's like it's not even close.
Thank you.
And even if you don't buy the history, and none of you are in a position to buy it or not buy it, all you can do is listen to it, and you're not going to find this history. You might find it in some of these obscure, wordy, nauseating texts written from old British missionaries, but you're not going to hear this, and it's like it's priceless. It's priceless to historians. But they're not going to pursue it. They might, and I've met or heard Western people, or even there's Western professors who've written books about the East, and it's that they can be very full of themselves and authoritative. And I took a certain amount of grief when I wrote The Black Sun for, fingering Tibet as a source of great negativity, because people don't view it that way. And of course, I can now tell you I've understated it.
And just to vindicate Peter Moon, understand that what Westerners do is the kind of they fall into a pattern of Orientalism. So they need a villainous Asia that they can dehumanize, and they need a victim Asia that they can rescue. So in World War II, the villainous Asia was Japan, and the victim Asia that the Americans claimed they rescued was China. And when it came to the Vietnam War, it was basically, or the Korean War, communist Asians over, non-communist or nationalist Asians. But when it comes to the New Age Orientalism, the New Age Orientalism is understandably the communist Chinese as the evil Asia, but Tibet is placed as the victim Asia. This is why people are upset by Peter Moon taking the victim, which has, these days what we have is a victim chic, that if you're a victim, somehow you're in, like it's fashionable. So when the Dalai Lama was basically given fucking a blank check and, travels everywhere and allowed to do anything he wanted, to the point where he was felt so brazen that he could ask a young boy to suck his tongue, just having been able to get away with everything else for so long, he finally just lost his guard or didn't even care anymore. You have this situation where this is because, as a victim, a super victim, he was given like anything he wanted, in a sense, free, the keys to the kingdom. And so when you have this Western need for the New Age Orientalism of the villain Asia and the victim Asia, Peter Moon bucked that trend. And therefore, Peter Moon was ostracized. This isn't the main reason he was ostracized.
Well, I think, actually, I did suffer a certain amount from that book. A lot of esoteric blowback, including the
But don't forget as well the plagiarism.
Attributed that to the loss of my wife.
Wow.
You know what happened there, because he wanted nothing to do with that book. I offered him to participate with The Black Sun. It was the first time there was no co-participation. That was his choice, not mine. Because
who is this again?
Preston Nichols.
Oh, Preston. Okay.
We'd done 4 books.
Yeah.
The Encounter in the Pleiades being the 4th book, the Pyramids of Montauk, the 3rd book, the 2nd book, Montauk Revisited. The 5th book was The Black Sun. I was supposed to do a book with Duncan Cameron.
Yeah.
And he didn't want to do it. It all came down to it, and it was really, you know, he couldn't stand the idea of somebody making more money off the book than he would.
Yeah, that's so stupid.
Preston explained to him, you know, all the wherewithal I'm putting into it.
Yeah.
You know, putting all the money into it, all the time, and all the production. He says, well, you know, if I help you ship the books, could that change the percentage? No, it's like, that's not even thinking rationally.
Yeah.
You know, come over here.
I mean, yeah. Oh my God, that's so bizarre.
Pack some books. It's like, you know, it's like.
But this was also the book that William Goodrich Clark plagiarized, right?
No. Wow, he didn't plagiarize it. He took the title, and called it The Black Sun. Mm-hmm. And he took my title, which is not plagiarism. You're allowed to take a title, but you just can't copy the materials. He did the book I wrote, The Black Sun, cajoled him into writing about the craft. He was the quintessential, you know, government or, you know, shill for writing about, you know, what happened during the occult esoteric stuff. But he was forced to come out of the woodwork and comment on the saucers because they were undeniable.
Thank you.
And he commented, and he puts his jibe in at the back of the book. Well, these books that Preston Nichols and Peter Moonwright are all fanciful.
Jesus.
You know, it's just like stupid. And he says, you know, I like that title, The Black Sun. I think I'll use that title.
Yeah, I'll take his title while dissing him. Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, and I mean, it didn't upset me. It upset it. You know, it was like his own embarrassment. It embarrassed me. And, you know, nobody reads his book anyway. The Black Sun has been a steady seller. And if we do the follow-up to it, it'll be very good.
Yes.
It'll be very good because it'll fill in a lot of holes. I certainly don't claim to know anything. And a big part of that book was what Jan van Helsing had shared with me, and allowed me to use the saucer pictures of the honey and the Brill saucers, and you know that was great. So yeah. What I would I want to ask you, because you mentioned the Yeti. Did you ever see that 1950s movie? I think it's called The Abominable Snowman. Remember that movie?
Yes, it was frightening to me as a child, albeit incredibly slow. It took forever to get to the one part that was disturbing to me, but it also...
It's a pretty good movie.
I have to see it as an adult. It's
kind of corny, but it's kind of good. Because
this is the one where the guy looks inside the tent and he sees the guy all hairy, but with a human head, right?
I think so. I don't remember. I just remember. I just went into the movie. It was a guy. I've seen it. They'll show it every once in a while, and it's because it doesn't kind of keep pace with the current fascination with Yeti or Bigfoot. It doesn't keep pace with it. It's it was written in its time.
Yeah.
For its time, and it's based upon legends and whatnot, rather than there's so much crap about Bigfoot or Sasquatch. It's nauseating.
Yes. It's true. Though at that time when I was younger, I was looking for the feral, animalistic Bigfoot, and I think the film that you're referencing was kind of like, well, he's really like a magician, kind of like an occult person who infiltrated the hunting party or the search party that's looking for the Yeti.
I don't even remember, but I thought it's hard to watch the movie because it is kind of slow.
Yeah.
But it's not a bad, in my estimation, it's not a bad movie, especially for the time period it was in. But I just wondered if
Well, one of these days we'll both have to watch it. We'll both have to sit through it just so we can see.
Well, if time and you have time to watch it, it's that's what it requires: time and attention.
Yeah.
And if one has that, one can certainly do that. So this has been a very successful broadcast tonight, and I've got to go to sleep now, but. Do continue. I hope, remember those of you to contribute, because although things have smoothed out in the tenor of what we've been talking about, this is still a war, and we still have a lot to do here. And support Douglas, and we'll learn more about the history. One other thing, could you just touch on before I go?
Sure.
Is the Romanian connection to the mummies. I know they're buried like kilts and that, like Celtic, but the Celtic people came from Romania as well. So, what can you tell me about the Romanian connection to those mummies?
Oh God, I may have to look up that in the notes. But if I look up Taklamakan Desert and then mummies, I remember there was a big deal about that because they were tracing the genetics, and they said that the genetics were traced back to Romania. Desert mummies, Romanian connection. Let's look that up. Romanian connection, and see if that yields anything, because God knows the way things are, something like that might have been scrubbed. But the Tarim mummies, okay, and then I'll see what else I can find out. I'll just this is all I remember.
What you might know off the top of your head.
Yeah, there's nothing off.
The Romanian connection doesn't surprise me at all.
Yeah,
I just wasn't specifically aware of it.
Yeah. I mean, what I'll do is I'll try and look that up specifically, because what I remembered, it was genetics. It was genetics. They were tracing the genetics, and they said, well, all of this traces to a region in Romania, was what they were saying. So originally these people were definitely from Romania, which, like Peter Moon said, what's the surprise? It makes perfect sense, right? Because that it would be from the Balkans that you would ultimately go onto the Silk Road. So if we look up the genetics, definitely they were definitely Caucasian, and basically blue-eyed, red hair. Yeah, these days I think that what's going to happen now is you're going to have more and more of that scrub from the internet, because the communist Chinese are going to try and localize them and say that these are... It's kind of like when they found Kennewick Man. When they found Kennewick Man and you had this Caucasian man whose body was older than that of most Native American bodies that have ever been found, meaning that white people were here before there were red people, then the Native Americans finally ordered the anthropologists to rebury the Kennewick Man. So the anthropologists were simply not allowed to study him. They just had to rebury him out of respect to the red Americans, the indigenous peoples, because they felt that it would be used against them, so that people would say, well, you see, the white man was always here. And of course, people might well have done that. So when it came to the Tarim Basin mummies, something similar going on there. Probably the communist Chinese are going to claim that they were really Asian locals. But here we are. The new study, here's one that I'll give you that may help a little bit, and then I'll try and find out.
It's more out of just curiosity for me because of my connection, but I'm interested in it, not necessarily for the book, but
yeah. Oh no, definitely for obvious reasons, and I'll find out more. So I'll dig into that over the next few days, and so we'll see what else I can dig up. But this at least is an older article that would talk about the Tarim Basin mummies being cosmopolitan, quote unquote. But I remember distinctively they said originally Romanian.
I have a bit of an anecdote before Peter goes.
Yeah.
You guys succeeded in forcing Cho Chocolate to have a rebranding. So I was at
Holy shit! What happened? What happened?
I was at Whole Paycheck earlier, aka Whole Foods.
Yeah. Yeah, they take your whole paycheck. Yeah.
And I was just like looking around at the chocolate. I was trying to find a quality chocolate, and then I saw the Cho Chocolate, but it wasn't Cho Chocolate. It says Cho Chocolate like in little tiny letters, but it's they restructured the whole front packaging to where it doesn't say Cho in big letters anymore. It just says like beautiful organic chocolate, like with all their flavors. So they've removed the emblazoned TCHO off the front. But it's still the same company. It's called Cho and it's in Berkeley, but they restructured their packaging because they don't want to be outed that quickly, you know.
Damn!
So obviously you had an effect on that because there's no other reason why they would do that.
Well, we read that article about them rebranding.
Quote unquote. But that was a long time ago. That was a long time ago.
Yeah, exactly.
They've tried multiple times, but they've never taken the TCHO completely off their packaging. This is even newer than before.
Yeah. Yeah, this is something beyond that. Yeah.
Yeah. So I was just going to tell you guys that it's almost certainly related.
Yeah.
One of the Chos that run it.
Yeah.
Maybe Andrew Lloyd Webber, of course, he's the, incredible composer who did Cats, and he did Jesus Christ Superstar and Phantom of the Opera. Maybe he could do an opera on the Cho.
Alira Walker would be a whole chapter in that, a whole act. Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks for that anecdote. That's, Joe for the chorus.
Yeah, that was just.
I love it.
Yes, exactly.
But I thought Peter was joking when he sent me a link once and he said, "Treat yourself," and I thought he made that up, but apparently that was their actual marketing shtick.
That was one of their.
Yeah.
Holy shit!
I told Douglas, I've told you that one time it was on clearance somewhere, for like $1, and I bought it because I was like, oh sweet. I didn't connect the dots with the Cho part yet.
Yeah.
Like I'd already heard you talking about it, but I just didn't really think about it. Right? I was like, oh, some $1.
You ate a Cho bar?
Yeah, I ate a Cho bar. So
how was it?
Yeah, that's just what's funny about the story is I bought it and it was like 70 or 80% chocolate, and I ate the whole thing in like one day, one go. And it was like, it felt like I was on amphetamines or something. I was up for like 2 days straight.
Holy shit.
Yeah. Strong chocolate.
Yeah, it was just like way too powerful to be.
Well, I would say, chocolate is made from cacao, which is a superfood. Where chocolate really becomes corrupt is when they put all this sugar in it, which is unnecessary.
Yes.
It ruins the nutritional factor. But
right, definitely. But it's got like a stimulant like theobromine and that thing, like different things.
Yeah.
So it inherently has stimulants, but they definitely add some stuff to it, like opiates or something.
Wow. I mean, that's cool.
That's actually been a proven thing too. Like even in Hershey's, there's like people have done like independent lab tests, and there's like 10%, 2% or less, like 2% opium in it or something. Like contaminants, but quote unquote contaminants, but they do it to like hook people on their stuff.
Yeah.
So
that makes sense.
I wouldn't doubt that those other guys are involved.
That makes sense. Oh my God. And
I brought this up before, like the classic way they pack chocolate, and not the Cho, but the classic like 8 or 10 squares.
Yeah.
Where you can break them apart.
Yeah.
That was originally in the 19th century. That's how they packed like pharmaceutical drugs, like morphine and different things. They would pack them in those squares so you can have dosage, like so the nurse can take it and dose people.
Cool.
So that was like the remnants of that is what chocolate, the way they present chocolate now is like the leftover of that.
Oh my God.
So it's a drug, basically.
Yeah, definitely. This is why, women need it so much, and so with that, Selena Khan, when she was first sweet on me, she sent me, and that's a pun. She sent me a Cho chocolate bar as kind of a joke, knowing what I said on air. It's still in my refrigerator. It's still in my freezer.
Right.
Oh my God. So
I don't recommend eating that brand.
okay. I know why. Holy shit. I'm
sure it's quality chocolate, but
yeah.
I don't recommend.
Yeah, got it. No, I get it. So Peter, we love you dearly. Have a blessed
Okay.
day.
Good night, everybody. And remember to donate to Douglas.
Thank you.
DouglasDietrich.com, upper right-hand corner, the yellow button. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye for now. So great. Now it's you and I. We're going to try and bring on some other people. I can refresh myself and then ultimately go towards monologue.
Yeah. I'm dealing with some stuff myself, Douglas. Actually.
Okay.
Like so I'm under siege again.
Oh Jesus! Is there anything?
I can't really speak of it right now, but it's some situation that's
got it. Yeah. Got it.
Become situational.
Jesus, and that's so I'll discuss it with you privately. Everybody, let us know if you can still hear us, and let us know about our quality of sound. We're going to try to bring some other people on, and let's see if this works or who responds. We'll just poke around like we usually do. Whoever comes on, hopefully somebody they can help balance things out in terms of a conversation, back and forth with our man Brendan for a little while. I'll return and then probably go into monologue for the rest of the night, unless of course we get some people here and wind up with a kind of conversation. We did keep Peter an hour later because we started at least an hour later, and it was as many people said in the chat room, one hell of a night. They all realized that. I'm going to look for Amanda with her incredible German name, Eutneier, spelled Eutneier, like Eisenhower, but Eutneier. Eutneier.
Wait, who's this?
That's Amanda Ute. She just shortened it to Ute.
Oh, she shortens it.
Yeah, she shortens it because everyone is so, gooberish and they don't know how to...
Teutanophobic.
Yeah, they're all teutophobic. And because no one would hire her with that name, like, are you German? Right. That kind of shit. Then she just decided to shorten it to Ute to make her life easier. Let's see who else we can bring on here. Nemo, of course. For instance, I think, wow, that's your cat.
Yeah.
Wow, cool. Is the cat doing okay?
He's as good as he's going to be.
Okay, yeah. Under the occult siege, doubt would be my intuition.
Unfortunately, yes.
Yes, so sad. But like I said, they crucified a bird of Amanda Utes and one of her rescue birds, and of course a dead bunny was left with our girl Brooke. So yeah, life's been hard for everyone. And
I've got like light bulbs flickering in my house and shit.
Yeah. Oh, that I don't doubt. That I don't doubt at all. So when it comes to what you're going through, everyone maintain our man Brendan Zoget in thought and prayer, and send good vibrations. Surround him in a shell of purple protection, as Peter Moon said, or if there's a color you prefer, Brendan.
It could be any positive vibe.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Any positive vibe.
Uplifting.
Yeah. So I've clicked every button. Let's see who responds, because so far the people that I tried to get to respond have not. That may change with some of these latest calls. And if they don't come on now, they might come on in soon. Otherwise, I'll just go into monologue when I come back. Certainly there's enough going on lately where I could go on all night about geopolitics. Geopolitics is, it's it's my passion, and it's what makes our world go around. But what I do know is that Brendan has quite a bit to talk about, even when he's maintaining silence on certain subjects. He'll have enough on his own to talk about, so that I can refresh myself for a few minutes if no one else joins us. And so far, no one is. I mean, it's basically 16 people that I call, no response. So one of them may join us eventually, one or two of them, but right now it's just Brendan and myself. So Brendan,
Quite something.
yeah, that's what happened the other day, and then people started joining us. I think you were there. He is, Ian West. So Ian West. Now remember, we're on Peter Moon's channel, so he does ask everyone be on their best behavior. Not that you misbehaved per se, but as
It looks like you just woke up, Ian.
yes, he did.
Good morning.
He did. Good morning. He just woke up and yeah, basically, of course, no Jew baiting. So yeah, Peter Moon does not want his channel shut down, as mine is headed towards. But you can help us set up a background, Ian. Brendan's going to try and help us with this BitChute and Rumble, but you might be able to give him some pointers, because he's going to look this stuff up. But fuck, you probably already know. So any hints you've got for him, feel free to share right now. And you can hear us, right, Ian?
Yeah, I can hear you. I was just fucking with you guys. How are y'all doing?
Oh, good. And much the better for speaking with you.
Doing well.
Yeah. And yeah, like I said, let's no nothing on protected people, nothing from the dark web. Yeah. But I'm gonna refresh myself. I'm gonna
Where'd
trust.
Peter go?
Peter went to sleep, dude. It's fucking like 1 a.m. in the morning.
Oh, I just woke up.
Yeah, of course. This is, you're like us. You're nocturnal, a nyctophiliac, a lover of the night. And yeah. So Brendan is probably tending to his cat, that poor thing, and so I try to bring all these ladies on that we normally have, and that includes Amanda Eitenmeyer, and Brooke Gibson. No one's responded yet, but they might join us later. Who are you calling? That's Ian. He's calling somebody or something.
Oh, hey guys. Hey.
Yeah. So who are you calling?
Yeah, go ahead, Brandon.
Brendan.
Brandon, yeah, I'll go on mute.
Oh, well, we got to make sure Brendan's with us before you go on mute. Brendan, you there? Brendan? Okay. So, Ian, Brendan is apparently dealing with his cat right now. It's like, how was your past few days? Did you get the payroll? For those people?
Yeah, we finally got it done.
Oh, thank God.
Sorry, one of my girls was texting me. Sorry.
Oh, no worries. You have so many.
Man,
of
they
them.
wanted me to go to work this morning. I told them,
I don't blame you.
No, I told them, look, I'm not having this shit. I was like, you guys, look, God damn it. I was just, they were slacking,
Mm-hmm.
and I let them know. But,
Yeah. As well you should. Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry I missed Peter.
I like the T-shirt that says "Stronger Drinks." Yeah,
You like that?
yes. So
That's my Halloween Horror Night shirt. Like every year I go to Halloween Horror Nights, I always wear this because Universal Studios they pour the shittiest drinks. They just pick any Yahoo off the streets that doesn't know how to make a fucking drink, and
oh my God.
so I wear this shirt every time I go to Halloween Horror Nights.
That's funny. And our man, Mr. What's his name? George Knight. George Knight would appreciate what you're saying about bad mixologists. Brendan, I'm trying to get him back on so I can break myself. There we are, dear
Yes,
Brendan.
I'm here.
Good. So,
Yes.
feel free, as Ian West said, you can start the roll. Take the stage. talk about that. And
Yes, please.
Okay.
yeah, and he might interject. He's got something going on with his girls where they're calling him. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move my microphone here, and that way I can get up and just basically refresh myself. I'll be back in about 10 minutes or so, approximately 10 minutes, probably a little longer maybe. But Brendan's got it, and Ian West, of course. I'm sure the two of them can hold a conversation that is mature and civil or at least not dangerous. And when I get back, I'll go towards the monologue and earn my pay with solid analysis of our world as it spins into chaos. But such being said, by all means, Brendan, what subject comes to your mind that you feel you can safely cover for, a good quarter of an hour if necessary, 15 minutes? I mean, I'm sure you got plenty. Sure, you got plenty historical.
Yeah, I just need my brain to work here.
Sure, understood. I mean, you've been through a lot. So
I'm probably gonna. Speaking of a lot, I'm gonna have to make some poppy infusion in a second.
Oh, go for it, man! Go for it. We'll hear that. Gives you a homely, this old kitchen feel, kind of like, yeah. In the interim, our man Ian West doing the first thing in the morning. What is it, Ian? What do you call that when somebody is rolling a bunt first thing in the fucking morning? A doobie you've got going there,
Wake
right?
and bake.
Yeah, wake and bake. Yeah, delightful.
I don't know if that counts.
Good job, Brendan.
Yes, thank you, Ian. Thank you. I've been there, done that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm still there.
Yes, he's still there.
In light of some of this news I'm getting, I might just roll one up myself.
Holy shit! Oh my god, that's funny. I might just reach for that Cho bar. It'll
keep you going all night. That's for sure.
Yeah. I'm going to make myself some green tea, which I haven't done in years. God knows. I mean, I haven't done it in what feels like years. I haven't done it in a long time because my old Zojirushi.
What have you been drinking?
Well, my old Zojirushi was just, I realized because of all that non-potable water I was putting into it for years, that it was just turning into calcified mud, with all that industrial effluvia from the sink. So lately, of course, I got the new Zojirushi and filled it up straight with the Gerolsteiner. And I'm going to use that to make myself some green tea. Well, it's been doing great with the noodle soups I've been making. I've been using it for, the udons and pho, which a lot of people call pho, the Vietnamese noodle dishes. Been using it for that. It's been fabulous. I mean, and of course the Gerolsteiner itself I drink straight, otherwise cold or room temperature. It's fabulous. And so what I'm going to do is probably make myself a big bowl of green tea.
Yeah,
using
I can go on the spiel about the Gerolsteiner.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, by all means. And anything else you want. I'm going to go mute. I'll go refresh myself, make this tea, kind of do my lines, come back, and hopefully have a voice enough to go monologue the rest of the night. I'm going to check the live stream. And this is so weird because, I'm not really in Peter Moon's channel. I want people to know that. Peter Moon, we didn't do that. We basically did something else so that I'm using his channel, but it's not like I'm seeing the live stream studio style. So it's kind of insecure that way. Matter of fact, I'm going to have to kind of keep track of time. And so that way I'll monitor how much time we got left. Now, we started at what time? About 7 p.m.? Was it about 7 p.m.?
6:45.
Yeah, 6:45 is when we started. And yeah, you mean really started. That was when we finally got the real thing going.
Yeah.
Yeah. Holy shit. So it'll be about...
Premature starts don't count.
Yeah. So I think it'll be about 6 a.m. in the morning when this stops. So then, so that'll be 12 hours. So I'll keep it rolling to approximately 6 in the morning. I'll just bear that in mind. I don't have the live stream, so I can't do it down to the minute like I did. So I just have to do the best I can. So I'm going to go mute now. And our man Brendan will take over. Ian, feel free to interject when you feel you have something constructive to say. And there you have it. I trust both of you and love you both. Okay, going to go mute.
Yeah, so the Gerolsteiner that Douglas is talking about is this German company that produces water in the Gerolsteiner Mountains, I think. Or perhaps it's the town. I think it's a mountain range too. But this water is labeled as high mineral content. So the label is what matters in this kind of international Unicode kind of shipping situation that we have. So it's like there are waters like this one I have here, the San Pellegrino. It says natural mineral water. So there's a level of purity it has to reach and a level of mineralization it has to reach for it to be certified as that. To even say mineral water on a label, which is why you don't see all these fake like alkaline waters and all these spring waters claiming they're mineral waters, because to actually put that on a bottle is one of the most strict labels in all of food labeling. So that's like a tidbit there. And then for something like Gerolsteiner, they have a level above that, which I've seen very rarely. It says high mineral content. So these high mineral content waters are the most strict labeling in not only international but domestic as well. Basically, the most strict label in all of food packaging, which is definitely saying something. So for it to say high mineral content, it has to be tested every time it's bottled, essentially. So it has this extremely high threshold of purity and certification. So it can't just be any water. Now that's why you see the worst label is the one that just says spring water. Because that could be anything. That could be like tap water that's filtered. And they can just say it's spring, or that one's very loose. Like there's almost no regulation on when it says spring water. That's why everything says spring water.
Yeah, we get flooded with a lot of that down here.
Yeah, I mean the whole US. All those plastic water shite ones. Those are pretty much the ones that are like that. It just says spring water. So yeah, those are the ones that are not ideal. I don't personally enjoy those. Then you have.
Do you own a filter?
Yeah, I do.
You got
I usually just use reverse osmosis. Hey, Ian, can you take over for a second?
Yeah. Hey everybody, how y'all doing? Doug moved from his normal channel to this channel. I don't know why. I guess I didn't get the memo on that. But the phone lines are open. You can give us a call, 407-720-WEST. That's 407-720-WEST. You got any questions, comments, complaints, concerns, whatever. We're holding it down on the Douglas Dietrich Show. Headed over to the Peter Moon channel and so forth and so on. Not much news to report now, except for one of my girls is texting me. I got to see what this is all about. Okay, great. Oh, good. Oh, no. But yeah, what holiday's coming up? What season's coming up? I totally blanked on that. I just woke up, and my God, are we awake? But yeah, give me a text or call, 407-729-378. We're taking all your requests. We're taking all your complaints. We're taking all your concerns. Brendan Zoget has left the building. I have no idea where he went to. He's a busy man. So is Douglas Dietrich. He's a busy man. He's not in the building. Yeah, just madness. Absolute madness. Let's head over to the chats and see what's going on over there. I apologize. I logged out of the chats earlier. But it'll be interesting to see. Let me start with all the chats, all the chatting. Doug, you there? We're Doug, abandoned post. I'm sure there's an old saying or something for that about the abandoning the post and all that. Yeah. Brendan, you there? Douglas, you there? Oh, somebody's gonna say the silence is hate speech. I could totally see that. But it was all silent. It was hate speech. Totally hear that. Dang it. Dang on. I've lost the. Oh, here we go. There he is. There he is. Let's see what we got here. All right. Awesome. I am back into the. Oh, we got Scott Gordon in the house. Hello, Scott. Howdy. What else we got here? There's me. Somebody named Burn2579. Okay. Nancy's here. Let's say hi to Nancy. Hi to Becky Johnson. Hello, Miss Johnson. Good day. Yeah, everybody just pretty much abandoned post here, but that's okay. That's okay. Well, since since everybody kind of dipped out on everything, and I've got to kind of run an errand right quick. Here, we're gonna do this for everybody. Awesome. All right, we're loading it up, y'all. Here we go. And let's do this guy, and let's do this guy and this guy. We're gonna start sharing. There we go. But here you go. I'm gonna give you guys.
Hey, Ian, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
What are you talking about? Is it safe to talk about? I don't doubt you.
I was being sarcastic. I was talking about all the silence could be considered hate speech. You know, because that way people could turn it. Yeah, people could turn it into anything. You know, like they do everything else. They'd be like, well, you know, that's not really hate speech. But no, I was just gonna play from my new musical called MK Ultra for everybody.
Okay, can it be copyright strict?
Yeah, I wrote the fucking songs. I own them. I'm not gonna sue myself. I mean, come on.
Okay, good.
I mean, Jesus.
Good. I'd love to hear your music.
Oh, well, here. This
do you do like metal? Do you do
no,
like metal
not really. No. But this is my new some tracks from my new music called MK Ultra. And you guys, you know. But yeah, y'all let me know what you think of that. That's the first track from the new musical I'm working on called MK Ultra. And that track was called Walk the City Streets. This is the second track from it. You guys are, this is an exclusive. Like, nobody's really heard this yet. But these are like the demos for my new musical. So if you guys dig them. But this next track is called For the Betterment of Mankind. I hope you enjoy it.
So this is some pretty good stuff, Ian. Is this like, do you do this like, you have a piano, or is this like synthetic?
Oh yeah, I've got. Well, I mean, I don't have like a piano anymore, but I've probably got like 35 keyboards.
What's the keyboard?
Well, mainly Yamaha DJX2s, Yamaha DJX1 and 2.
Nice.
Those are my poison, but yeah, I've done a bunch.
That's pretty good. Yeah, it's
Like-
actually quite nice. Are you like, is this your work,
Yeah. Like,
or do you
this
just
is
do
the
it for
whole-
fun?
Yeah. This is the whole musical right here. I don't know if you can see it on the screen.
See?
What'd you say?
Let me see it. I'm just gonna
Ah.
go back to the call so I can see what's going on.
Oh, okay, sure.
No, I can't see it.
Oh, what about
wait,
now?
Wait, I think it's something's gonna. Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, these are all the tracks so far. But I've got like something like 500 songs altogether. I mean, I can play some stuff that I'm not going to put on the musical.
Right. Well, what's this musical?
Well,
It's like a project you have?
MK Ultra. It's about just all my run-ins with all these MK Ultra kids down here. Like this one. This one's called Her Altar right here.
Okay. Isn't MK Ultra a bit older though? Or are you thinking of like Monarch maybe?
Oh no, they're still doing it till this day.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, I think I need to add more cello in that one though. I think I need to add more cello. You know, I need more of like a bassy kind of like walking bass line kind of thing. But
Right.
this, I think this
that's
one
pretty
is.
good.
I think this one is the creepy one. No, that's not it. This one.
Okay, I can see that. Oh. Yeah, it's more down tempo. Wait, that
It's
was it?
kind of like jazzy. It's like a jazzy kind of. Oh,
So,
shit.
do you do this? Like, what is your what program do you use? Like,
I use a bunch of programs. I use like I mainly use
Fruity
Acid.
Loops? Or something?
No, I mean
Acid?
not anymore. I was using Fruity Loops when I was in high school, but this is what I use now.
Okay, let's see here.
Where'd I go?
Yeah, for anyone listening, these are like music production softwares that are, like some of them are free, some of them are paid, and
Yeah.
that's how people make these tracks a lot of the time.
Here, let me go to some of the stuff that's still a work in
There's like
progress.
professional level stuff like Ableton, right, and like even higher up stuff than that.
Yeah, I only use Ableton for like DJing, really. You know.
Yes. More electronica.
Yeah. Like, okay, here's one. Like, here's some of the. Okay, this is a bunch of the AI stuff right here.
Wait, you had it make you some tracks?
Oh yeah. Or make a band. Like, it picks all the sounds for me. I'll say, hey, I need a 12-piece band, and that means like a 12 different sounds, but I want all the sounds to match each other. So it'll pick a random 12 and add like the same amount of reverb to each of them, add the same amount of distortion, add the same amount of chorus, add the same amount of like vibrato or whatever to every single instrument till they all kind of blend together in harmony. You know, like one note at a time.
Yeah. Okay.
You know what I mean?
I can see that.
Yeah. But this is more of the works in progress, you know? Here's one I missed from the MK Ultra one. It's called Programming of the Little Girls. I like that title too. It's really dark and you know, like I envision like the girls waking up in the middle of surgery and then seeing all the dead bodies. You know, for this too. That's what I was shooting for. What do you think, Brendan?
Pretty mysterious and like, yeah, like kind of a little depressed. You know, there's like some melancholy to it. It's very interesting.
Yeah,
there's some depth to it.
Huh?
Is this one you made?
Yeah. All these are all original. All of them.
Right. So it's like there's some depth to it and like, yeah, mystery.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of makeup on it as for effects and doubling of instruments and ambience and shit. You know, there's a lot of you know. But it's a lot of fun, you know. Yeah, I don't really have any.
Yeah,
I
think that one's interesting.
These are some I haven't even listened to yet. These are all processed right here. You wanna brave them?
Sure. Here a couple.
I haven't even heard these yet. Like these, I guess I like turned on a couple of profiles and went to sleep and just let it do its thing, you know.
Do you give it a name or does it like just create shit and you give it a name later?
It just depends on what you pull from it. Like if you're pulling a bass line, you got to give it a name first. Pulling just a drum loop, you got to give it a name first. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot that goes into it. Do you write music?
No, I don't write music, but I'm like, you know, I've always been interested in it, you know. But I'm more of an intuitive kind of musician. Like, I'll just play stuff. Like if I have a guitar, I'll just play it. Or I'm not like into music theory.
Yeah, well,
if that makes sense. Yeah.
No, I hear you. If you get this new Acid, what's it called? Like Acid 11, it has this AI machine built into it. And instead of paying this company like a monthly service, you can buy this Acid software and you pay for it once and you get it free for a lifetime. But you can pretty much, say, write a song like at this tempo, with this key, with this kind of feeling, and have like 150-piece symphony band and, you know, shit along those terms. And It might take a half a day, but it'll create it.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Yeah.
So it's
Can
like
you
a
still see
machine,
the still
machine
see the
program.
screen?
It's not. Yeah.
Check this out. So when you get this service, look what you can do with it.
Yeah.
Can you see the screen?
Yeah, I can see it.
Check this out. You can edit whatever the computer goes down.
Right, so it gives you like a skeleton. Right, interesting.
There you go. But yeah.
I think
Anyway,
it's
look it
lagging
up.
a bit when you're talking.
Yeah, I paused it.
What are you running? What is your machine running? Like specs?
It's like some 6-core. It's. I don't know. I don't have the specs off the top of my head, but.
Right.
Uh,
Memory chips? Or
uh,
like you're like 16 or something?
no, I'm 24 gigs of RAM, but.
Oh, pretty good.
I've got this. Though. So is that.
You must have tons of tabs up there. Oh yeah, I see it. There you go.
Oh yeah. I got a lot of shit. I like this one. This was another picture I just found recently.
Okay.
Right here. Do you see these 3 or these 4? Well, really just these 2 because they're about to eat these 2 little black girls.
Yeah.
See them? Yeah,
Yes, I see it.
This is
Well, we
Tuesday's
can't
main
really
course.
give too many details. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, this is Tuesday's main course, and this is Wednesday's main course right here.
Yeah.
So,
I thought they were helping people. It
Yeah, me
reminds
too.
me of like when Oprah opened those girl schools in Africa. Did you hear about that?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Of course, yeah. The what do they call it? Where she was pimping them out?
Well, they were like boarding schools or something.
Who?
And then it turns out that Oprah.
Okay, go on.
Yeah. And then
Yeah.
she was
Yeah,
like
she's pimping
supposedly
us
helping
out.
these girls in Africa.
And they ended up
And then it
dead.
turns out that they were like they would go missing or they would like beat them up and shit.
Yeah.
And
Jeez.
then, yeah, there's like a scandal.
It was
Yeah.
a brothel.
Oh my God.
Well, it was a school.
Very old
apparently.
brothel.
So this was the first time I prepared a cup of tea in a long time. Did a little sloppy things that annoyed myself, but otherwise managed to get the job done. It was impressive that my teapot is large enough to, well, it holds so much water that when I refilled the Zojirushi, it took more than one. It took a whole bottle of Gerolsteiner and then like almost half another. So that's how much fits into my teapot. How much liquid?
Impressive.
Yeah, and so that's what I drink out of.
You're like unironically mixing Japan and Germany in your drink
That's
too.
right. That's
Like
right.
The matcha and the
Absolutely, and so
it's good news. Yeah.
yeah, and so I'm drinking a liquid Coke right now, just waiting for that to steep, letting the tea steep, and then I will go back and grab it in a few minutes. Want to make sure.
Can you guys see the screen?
Portland Vineyard. Portland Vineyard. So it's an underground tunnel, like a giant wine holder.
Wine cellar, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry I couldn't get this in a high res one.
It says my other home is a vineyard. So Maynard's contests. So somebody lives the privileged life, indeed. Your point by showing this is to show some people enjoy living underground, right?
Yeah, and when he says Maynard's, I think he's talking about the lead singer from Tool.
Wow.
I think that's what this is, but he's got this whole underground tunnel thing up there.
Wow.
Yeah.
And
But
Well, this
anyway,
is common
I don't have
out
a
here
high-
in California,
I don't have
too.
a high quality copy of this.
Right.
I mean, well,
This is common out here.
Yeah, and so what Brendan is saying, of course, is that this is pretty much left coast, west coast decadence at its what finest, most degenerate.
Well, it's like they take like the Tuscan model when they build a vineyard, that they always have this storage cave because the temperature remains constant in
there.
a cave like that in
Yeah.
a tunnel. so
You
it
mean they
creates
ferment
like
it there in the tunnel?
that's where they make the wine. Yeah,
They
I've
ferment.
taken tours of these places.
Wow.
I can see that. I can see that.
Yeah.
I can see that.
What prompted the tours of these places? Was this when your father was sane, or before he degenerated, or what?
Yeah, well, and other family members would take me to like Napa Valley.
Uh-huh.
They would go wine tasting, and the people in Napa, like, they don't give a fuck if you're 12. They'll let you drink.
Uh-huh.
They'll be like, here, just taste this and taste that.
Yeah, it's because there are a bunch of
Okay.
Satanists out there. That's why.
They're
Yeah,
just more laid back.
yeah. That.
Yeah, you can call it that. Yeah.
Oh, you're lucky Californians aren't considered a protected people, protected population so far as I know. So,
I had to monitor the situation. We almost went off on some tangents.
oh God, thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. Well, just so
And then, I'm not saying I don't want to. Believe me, I don't mind. But
I get it. Yeah.
All right. So, what did you think of those songs that Doug couldn't hear? Brandon, did you like them?
yeah,
Oh,
Douglas Ian can make some pretty good music.
Okay. Yes. Just so everybody knows, our man, Mr. Ian West, has produced some music that he considers might become a theme song for the show. Especially if we go on Rumble or BitChute, then this might even be easier. God knows. Anything you do on YouTube, those fuckers seem ready to jump on anything to shut my channel down. So this is obviously their mission objective at this point. With that, Ian, is there any hints that you can think of off the top of your head to give to Brendan here about helping Peter Moon and I set up a Dietrich and Moon, kind of like Ren and Stimpy or Rick and Morty YouTube channel. I mean, not YouTube. I mean Rumble or BitChute channel.
Here.
Yeah.
Here, hold on. I got it right here.
Cool. He's opening his zipper at his crotch level right now. He's bringing it out.
No, I'm trying to get
clicking
this to. Hold on. Sorry, guys. Hold on. Look.
Oh my God.
Hold on. I hit the wrong goddamn button.
Uh-huh.
I got it.
Oh, great.
What is this?
Oh,
See the box in the middle?
Uh-huh.
That's the software that. Well, that's what they make the show South Park with, but
Okay.
I got a copy of it. I got a copy of the software to make it, so I just need some
Nice.
input on. I need some input on character design. That's it. You got to draw your own shit. You got to draw it in like 50 different body positions, and then we can do it.
Well, wait a second. Wait, no. I was just kidding. I was making a joke about comparisons to Ren and Stimpy and Rick and Morty and all that shit, or Beavis and Butthead. But I'm talking like we're trying to set up what we're going to do here, just a black screen on Rumble or BitChute, where Peter Moon and I can take the show and simulcast it.
Here, you know what I was going to suggest? I was going to say, do this. I was going to say, how about you just broadcast your show live from YouTube?
Okay.
And instead of YouTube saving the whole episode and then storing it on their shit, just take that episode, move it over to Rumble, make another video on YouTube saying, hey, go to Rumble for this episode. That way they can't ban you ever again.
Wow. I mean, it's an interesting idea, and I appreciate that. So, yeah, so maybe something like that. But why not store it on both YouTube and Rumble? That way,
Because they can still ban you for some dumb shit. That's why.
Okay.
The object of the game is get it off YouTube before they can bitch. So if you moved your whole episode to like Rumble, then they couldn't bitch to YouTube about it because it was never there.
Wow. Okay, interesting. So then we would just tell people to, but how would you say it on YouTube? Would YouTube allow you to
We
link?
make a short little 5-second promo video that says, hey, if you want to see this episode, click this link. That's it.
Wow. Holy shit. And can you link via
Yeah.
YouTube to Rumble?
Yeah, I do it on all my shit. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. So Ian, why is your YouTube channel's kind of small, right? I mean, how many subscribers have you got? What?
Oh, I have no idea. I'm even locked out on my other one.
Right. But that's so you've learned through hard experience, I'm sure. What do you think of this idea, Brendan?
What was the idea? Sorry.
His idea is that we produce on YouTube and transmit live on YouTube while potentially simulcasting on these other channels like Rumble and BitChute. But ultimately, instead of storing it on YouTube, basically deleting the episode after relocating it to Rumble and leaving a few-second link that we would produce with each episode, I guess, to tell people to go see this on Rumble and provide a link, which our man Ian says he does all the time. Apparently, he says you can link to Rumble or BitChute from YouTube, and that you can somehow do this. And you say that the YouTube actually allows you, because when I put the Odyssey link on YouTube in the channel, in the episode summary, trying to credit, like the MUFON ambush, I tried to credit John Warrington for rescuing it. And
you put it in the video, or you put it in the page?
I put it in the video summary, and it wouldn't link to Odyssey at all.
I'm talking about actually putting it in a video.
But how can anyone click on a link through a video?
You just show them where to go.
That's all that can be done, right? You show them where to go.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I was just looking out of curiosity. This the Rumble live streams are getting pretty good numbers. Like Mike Lindell, the Pillow guy, has got 300,000 views, and he's going live right now.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
That's
Where?
and that dude has like really nothing to say. I mean,
We might have a new pillow.
My Coke. Went up my nose.
he's just saying like Christian stuff and like
Okay.
who knows
I
what.
can miss that. I can
like-
miss that.
Like he's pumping Trump and stuff.
Yeah, it's
Still
just
hasn't shown up yet.
it's the same old shit. It's the same old shit. Yeah.
Patriot News, 52,000 views, 112 watching.
That's more than I got.
There's some numbers.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. Fuck. But look at the shit.
So it might be a
pushing.
viable alternative.
Yeah. Well, obviously we got to take anything we can get at this point. So it's an alternative period. So what?
Infowars 30 million. I mean, you
Right.
might as well just sap off these guys, man.
Yeah, that's true.
Right.
Get more viewers.
Dick ride them, you know.
Yeah, I mean that's a thought. You're right. I mean this is where all the online people who are just always online go.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, so gentlemen, I'm going to go mute for a few moments. Get rid of this Coke, grab my tea.
Let's go play more music while you're gone.
Yeah, no. Jesus Christ, don't scare me. Oh my God.
Wait, what
So he said, I'm going to play more music while you're gone. Oh, God, that's all I need. Jesus fucking Christ. You know, no.
What's wrong with the music?
Because I'll call copyright strike. Jesus Christ. It's,
But he made this music, supposedly.
yeah, do you think that matters? He made it. So what? They'll call copyright strike anyway. The enemy will do it just so that YouTube will act on it before thinking. You get what I'm saying? I mean, Jesus.
Yeah, if the algorithm will recognize it.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is that did he play some music while I was gone?
Yep. Oh yeah. We played the whole album.
Okay, you got to be kidding. Oh, at any rate, oh my God, don't scare me with stuff like that. Jesus Christ. So if you,
I think everything's good. Don't worry, Douglas. We're fine. Continue on.
Okay, all right, if you say so. At any rate, yeah, copyright strikes are usually meaningless anyway. They don't do anything with it, but you know,
Yeah, well, they can't prove it. They can't prove shit. You know?
well, you know, but in my position being as precarious as it is right now, God knows what the result would be. At any rate, so let me.
I don't know. Rumble's looking pretty good. Like, listen to this. It's got rural bird feeders live. You can just watch infinite rural bird feeders.
Yeah, so
Sounds pretty chill.
Yeah, so Ian, do me a favor. Help give our man Brendan some pointers on Rumble and BitChute. How do Peter Moon and I start our channels, or how does he help us start our channels? I was just
Well, we
joking
probably
about.
shouldn't be saying it too many times on YouTube. They'll probably get.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, you don't want to give the secret away. That's not a, you know.
Oh, okay. So.
No, that's like asking a porn star what's the best way to suck a dick. You know, it's like.
Okay, so is this something that you can speak to? Are you guys friends, connected on Skype, so that both of you can talk about this privately?
Yes.
You are? Brendan?
No, not privately. No.
No, but I mean, yeah, Brendan, are you friends with?
Yes,
I mean,
we can find each other on Skype.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
You're contact.
Because you've added us to the same call, just
Oh.
like how Peter and I.
Yeah.
Okay. So both of you
There,
can
it's all
contact.
there.
So I want you to share contact info so you can talk about this privately. And
Okay.
yes, great. And what I'll do now is I'm going to go mute, and both of you share that contact info now. Make certain to I want you two to talk about this. Then what I'm going to do is in the meantime, what are you guys going to talk about when I'm go away for a few minutes? I mean,
I'm gonna talk about why I'm waiting on my bitch for so long. She should have been here 20 minutes ago.
Sure.
That's cute. Which bitch? Anyone I know?
How do you do it, Ian?
Drugs.
Well-
He's got drugs.
Well, I mean, if they're bringing their own drugs, yes, because I'm broke at the moment. But still, Daddy needs a fix. Anyway, I got that from C Lab 2020. I got that one from C Lab.
Yes.
I gotta give props where props is due. But,
Yes. Okay, so
Is that what happened to you? You watched Adult Swim for like 20 years, or
yeah, exclusively adults.
exclusive? Yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I'm like a living Archer encyclopedia.
Right.
Oh my God!
You're like
I mean, Brendan knows all about Archer.
you're like
so-
Aqua Team, Hunger Force. and
No,
all these
no,
guys.
I sat that one out. That was a little too retarded for me. I could not do Aqua Teen.
Oh, really? That's surprising.
I could not do it, man. I gotta admit,
How about Harvey Birdman?
Yeah,
I'm thinking of these older
I
ones.
Harvey Birdman a lot. I think they held it down, you know.
yeah. Jambo the Reese Monkey loved Aqua Teen Hunger Force.
Yeah.
Oh, that explains a lot. He's like one step below Meatwad.
Yeah. That's who he compared Derek Talley to. He kept saying Derek Talley was Meatwad.
Meatwad was the coolest character on there. That's like a compliment.
And they actually put Meatwad in a Marine Corps uniform. That's why he was saying Derek Talley was like Meatwad and shit. Yeah. Fucking Derek Talley was all overweight and shit. Then he got on the dialysis and now he's all like deflated and shit. But something's wrong there because he was doing that line dancing with his father and shit. So it's like most of the time people on dialysis don't have energy to get up, let alone,
Right.
do this line dancing bullshit. So in fact, they stay fat because they never move. Most people on dialysis never move. So they, if they can help it. So they're just like, overweight because they're sedentary. So I don't know how he's losing weight. Maybe he's doing coke on the side or some shit, or meth more likely.
Amazing.
Yeah. What?
That he was rolling like that.
Yeah. Fuck. Do you remember him?
Not kinda.
That's cool. I mean, that's funny. I mean, the fact that you remember him at all, I'm impressed. Yeah, I mean, he was not a memorable kind of person.
Yeah. He was like from 4 years ago, right?
Yeah. But the fucker was like, get this shit. I mean, the guy he had full military disability. So he was like which he would never talk about how he got that. So he had full military disability.
Yeah, he was pulling from 2, right? He's pulling from 2.
No. That was that's called double dipping, and that was like what that master sergeant of the Green Berets who was attacking myself was doing. He was guilty of that, which shows all these guys who are saying that they're exposing false veterans and shit. What they're all about is they're.
I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. Don't let me over to you. I'm sorry.
Oh no. That's it's a legitimate tangent, But that being said, back to Derek Talley. He had the full. He was doing something similar. He might as well have been doing that. He got full military disability. Plus, he had a full-time job as a truck driver, and he had full insurance from that. So he had all free medical care from the Veterans Administration. For the rest of his life. He didn't pay for. Plus, he was fully insured from this full-time job as a truck driver, which is, and he was an elite truck driver. A truck driver who was licensed for hazardous chemicals. Meanwhile, he claimed he was he was nearsighted or some shit. So it was like, so he claimed he had memorized the stupid eye chart, which is like almost impossible. I mean, it's not like letters. How do you memorize an eye chart? But he claimed he did, and that way he faked driving. So you got a motherfucker driving a truck full of hazardous chemicals who has to memorize an eye chart because he can't see the eye chart. So this fucker's basically a domestic terrorist. And he's like, at some point was going to kill, like how many thousands of people in whatever regional area the toxic mushroom cloud would go up in.
And the crazy part was, wasn't he telling us that when he was like getting sicker and sicker, they were still trying to have him drive or something?
Yeah.
Like it was like Jesus Christ.
But his beyond that, unlike my father, who was a poor enlisted man, this guy's father was an officer. So his father was very well-to-do.
Yeah.
He's got a well-to-do. By the way, just so people understand, a commissioned officer in the United States.
Speaking of that thing, Stargate. His father was in Cheyenne Mountain, right?
Yes.
If I remember correctly.
Yeah.
So that bastard was the fucking Stargate.
Yeah.
Commander.
Yeah. And so and just so people understand, commissioned officers are like, they invest, they have portfolios. They're like businessmen in uniform in America. So if you're not doing well as a commissioned officer, it's your own goddamn fault. Otherwise, they're all doing real well. So he's got a father who's a commissioned officer, albeit retired, and doing well, and enough to marry like a younger wife and get a new car and bullshit. And yet, and he's got all this insurance. He's got the full-time job, and then claimed, how am I going to live? He started panhandling on my show. When he's like, fuck, you're fully insured, you're not paying for any of your medical treatments, where's all your money going? It's like, it had to be meth or something, because, the guy's losing weight.
All that barbecue is not cheap, Douglas.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, all that barbecue.
He was buying like half $100 like rack of ribs like twice a week.
Thank you.
And he was like posting it.
Yeah, thank you. That's why we know he was doing this shit. He was posting it, yeah. Look at what I'm
And he was having it delivered to the hospital, remember? He said the hospital food was no good. And
Yeah, they said they were trying to feed him the dialysis diet. Good for the kidneys.
Yeah, they were telling him you can't have sodium because your kidneys are shutting down. And he orders some Southern Comfort shit.
Yeah, and pizza. Pizza and Southern Comfort shit. Yeah. He's like... yeah.
Like,
in his defense,
stupid.
In his defense, it was hospital food.
So. Still, he is.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the best, but.
Yeah, he would have at least found out what you're supposed to eat when your kidneys are shut down.
Yeah.
I'm not making an excuse. I'm just saying. It was hospital.
Yeah. Anyhow, he is Meatwad from Aqua Teen Hunger Force. Yeah, except like
man, don't do Meatwad dirty like that.
Thank you. Yes, good point. Your point's well taken. So
because he was basically that Meatwad character was like the punching bag, but he was like the most moral character on that show. Actually, that was like the joke.
Good point. Yes. That's why Jameson Reese hated him. No wonder Jameson Reese looked down on him. Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes. Oh my God.
He was like the one voice of reason for all the crazy shit that was going down.
Yes. That's why Jameson Reese thought he was stupid.
Yes, exactly. Imagine that.
Oh, that makes perfect sense. Oh my God. Okay. Peter Moon live stream. We've okay. This is nowhere near the numbers I normally have, but it's a Peter Moon's channel.
Ian and I probably bored the heck out of people. I apologize about that.
Yeah, I probably ran them off.
Oh shit.
Between the jazz interlude and like me just like being boring.
Oh well, I gotta admit it is Peter Moon's channel. If he gets the copyright strike, that'll be I gotta admit that'll be moderately entertaining.
He doesn't really post anything.
He's not using it. I don't understand what he's worried about. Fuck you.
You really shook the Bulgarians tonight there, Doug.
Yeah.
I'll try and save the Qigong videos for him.
Yeah, there.
Best I can do.
What did you say, Ian, about what I did with the
I
Bulgarians?
said you really shook the Bulgarians this time, Doug.
Yeah, I did. I did. You mean because of what they did, reporting the quote unquote nudity?
Yeah, because they can't find the stream. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Oh, yeah. That's true.
Well-
That's true. That's true. That's true. You know,
Oh,
Peter.
Douglas also.
Peter cut them off from his notifications. He cut them off from his notifications. That he sends out his little newsletter that notifies people, and they were on the list. He cut them off from the list so that they wouldn't, be attacking his station and shit. So there you go with that. Yeah, they truly
Yeah,
are.
I'm trying to cut back on the hate speech, Doug.
Thank you. Oh my God.
I mean, to be fair, I don't think you ever were part of it. It's just that's just how it's interpreted.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
I
yeah,
think Brooke calling all that hate speech. I just blame everything.
Yeah,
on
well,
her.
she's different.
Yeah.
But Douglas, something else I noticed.
Yeah.
Something else I noticed.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, hold on 1 second.
My bitch still is not here.
You might think of
Yo,
referring.
something else I noticed.
Yeah, aside from the flickering
About
light bulbs
that.
all over your house, yeah.
Yeah, it's getting pretty annoying, but whatever. I'll burn some Kapoor later.
Yeah. Right,
But,
go on. So what else you noticed?
The name of their program was called Golden Apple, right?
Yeah.
So if you look up the Golden Apple, right, it's like the apple of the gods,
Yeah.
right? The apple of immortality, the Amrit of the Grecian and the European god pantheon.
Yeah.
But the underlying story of that was that the goddess of chaos, whom they probably most likely support,
Yes.
she took the golden apple and etched someone's name in it or something. I gotta get the whole story, but she throws it into like crowds of mortals to cause like discord, and they would fight over it, kill each other over it.
This makes perfect sense.
So wait, let me find the story and I'll tell you.
Yeah, so that's their cause. That's their cause. They're serving chaos. That makes perfect sense.
The goddess of discord.
Yes.
The apple of discord here.
Yes, there we are. Excellent. So which culture
is reference to the golden apple of discord of
Yeah.
ancient Greece.
Yeah.
The story of the judgment of Paris, where the goddess Eris,
Yeah.
who is Eris, which is translated as strife, the goddess of strife,
Yeah.
she tossed the golden apple in the midst of the feast of the gods at the wedding of Peleus and Theseus as a prize of beauty, thus sparking a vanity-fueled debate among Hera, Athena, Aphrodite. This eventually led to the Trojan War.
Wow.
So
There you
that's
go.
what the golden apple they reference is. It's not the
Yes. It's no
The-
gift. It's no gift. Yeah.
it's not the immortality, it's the spreading discord and that thing.
Hey,
Yeah.
gentlemen, I got to roll to the store. I'll
Which-
give you guys a call back, all right?
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
This explains why they were so antithetical to Sophia,
Thank you.
because their goddess is this lady,
Yes.
Eris.
Aries.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my God. I am. Thank you. That is enlightening, and it makes perfect sense.
And Sophia is the goddess of wisdom and
Yes.
rebirth.
Yes.
So, there you
Yeah.
go.
And you could hear it when I brought up Sophia and that how they were saying, they wanted to go on. They didn't want me to speak about it, and I had to insist. No, I'm going to go on talking about it.
Right.
Yeah. So. Yeah, that's thank you. Everything's in perspective now, and yes, we know exactly what they are. Thank you. So let's share that.
I always when I heard you say that before, it was already suspicious.
Yeah.
So it just my memory didn't trigger.
Yeah.
So I looked into it again, and it makes perfect sense.
Thank you.
Because I remember the golden apple not being positive symbol,
Thank you. So we're definitely going
and
to.
it seems to be that's what they do is just
Yeah.
sow discord among beings.
Well, there you go. That's why they're attacking me so relentlessly. And so we're definitely go. Though of course it wasn't them who had the power to shut down the internet, my internet specifically.
Right, of course.
That's definitely at that point we're graduating to a Kino level in the NSA, which is who they're doubtless affiliated with ultimately. Yeah, so we'll share all this with Peter on Fuck Sunday, when we come back to his channel. If his channel is still here after after Ian. So Ian, he said he's taking care of something. I'm gonna go mute. You can hold the stage for several minutes, right? You got this. You got this, right? You can speak about something. It was Gerald Steiner before, but you
possibly.
Yeah. You tell people about how you make your fucking, gonzo tea, dude. I'll be back in about 5, 6, 7 minutes. You can do that. You can do that.
It's being quite effective at the moment.
Yo, cool.
So
cool.
I'm losing a bit of
coherency.
sense.
Yeah, that's how you feel. You feel you're losing coherency. No, you're coming into your own. So tell people about this good shit and how it detaches you and all that stuff. I'll be back in about 5, 6, 7 minutes at the longest. Okay, you got this, right? Right. Talk about.
Hold on, I need a primer. So just give me like 2 seconds here.
Take your time. I won't leave till you're ready. And we can always get started with.
I can always go off on the Suridanias.
Dude.
It's so easy for me to just spew about that, but it's positive. It's
positive. No, I got it. I wouldn't care if it wasn't. I wouldn't care if it was, so long as it doesn't. I don't want to be. I want to show respect for Peter's channel, but I gotta admit, I can be a little cavalier now that it's not my own.
Yeah. I think that's what he was worried about.
Yeah, that's what he's worried about. Yes, that's right. I was surprised, he was going to allow me to bring Mandy and Brooke on. He honestly felt that, just for our listeners to know, Pete honestly just felt that it's not constructive to have them talk about all these horrible things happening to them. He just feels it's not constructive, or that's not positive for anyone. He feels it's not positive for anyone to hear it or for them to speak about it.
Which is fair.
I can understand where he's coming from. I have my own different perspective on it. I felt that, I tried to, it would be nice for me to start them together as a support group for each other. But yeah, he doesn't even feel that's positive. He doesn't feel support groups like that are constructive or positive. So he feels that people commiserate and they just, I guess we could see examples of the negativity of that with veterans counseling groups, where all veterans do is get together and alienate the rest of the world by saying no one understands them but other combat veterans who, killed innocent people and watched their friends blow up. So, and other than that, no one's worth a shit, it's like, I can see where he's coming from with that too, but okay. So, let me know when you're ready. I can go. Fuck, is he still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. So I was just prepping some stuff and
cool. So let me know. Yeah. Let me know when I can, take off.
Oh, it'll be quick. Okay, let's see.
Yeah, take your time. No rush. I can go droning on, jeez, what a night! It's let's take a look at some of the people in chat. Catch up on the Peter Moon live here. The weird thing is, I'm not in Peter Moon's channel, so I don't get that weird experience of being in someone else's head. When I was in Derek Talley's channel, I found myself inside a black man's head. And I kept getting all these notifications for Black Entertainment Network, Black News. It was like, it was just weird. It's just weird. It's like, the experience. The experience is surrealistic, and it's like you're in another man's head. It really is. And but Derek Talley, he was so fucking weird. All the shit that he would post on his timeline on Facebook was sourced from Fox News. And he was like always saying, Yeah, and he was always like saying when he went into these stupid hotels or whatever from while he was truck driving, he was watching Fox News or something like that. I can't remember.
Yeah, they all listen to it.
Yeah, he was like bitching. You remember he was bitching about, they were showing Fox News, but then he would always post from Fox News. So it's like, even though I was getting all these notifications from black information sources and entertainment sources while I'm in his channel, he on his timeline is posted only from Fox News, which is basically a white supremacist, white grievance channel. So, okay, something going on there that he wasn't watching what I was watching when I was in his channel. So it's right. Yeah, he's just a freak. Strange. Yeah. Oh my God. Videos.
Yeah, I've noticed that a lot.
Yeah.
Like I could see why some of them are. Some of the African Americans are into that, but it's strange.
To say the least. Well, it's self-loathing. Yeah. It's ultimately a form of self-loathing.
Right.
And anyhow...
I can't get into what I want to say. Let's just... right now.
Yes. Shout out to the ladies. All three of them. Nolani Bouchard, Vicky Johnson, Nancy Toulouse. Scott Gordon was very supportive. BRN 2579 said, I always cringe when I hear a woman say she wants a military man. God, where does a person hear that?
Yeah, that one's pretty bad.
Yeah.
They say it all the time, yeah.
Do they really? Wow.
Or it used to be like a thing. I don't know if it still is. I mean, obviously it still is.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I hear you. Ian West says, I just woke up, he said that in chat. That was funny. Marky
a while
Milk,
ago.
Yeah. Welcome to the Douglas Dietrich Show, courtesy of Mr. Peter Moon. Yeah, that's what Marky Milk, our man, Mark H. I almost forgot his name there. Was saying. So, okay. So I can go now, right, for a bit, or what?
I'm almost ready. One more thing to do here.
Oh yeah, take your time. No rush.
I just need to pull up something.
Yeah.
Because I want to give people details about these city donias. But it's like
yeah,
it's tough to pull them off the top of my head here.
Sure. No worries. Take your time. So in terms of also this all black thing makes me uneasy. It's just kind of odd, but I understand.
Yeah, that's another thing.
Yeah.
There's got to be some background.
Well, I mean, I could get used to it because, we are on a war footing, guerrilla war. We're on a war footing. Let's,
right.
Yeah, it's kind of like that. Forget the aesthetics because the people are simply going to attack them. And it is what it is. See, by the way, our man Brendan Zoget is very funny. I found what he said to be clever as hell when I couldn't remember the cunt's name.
What did I say?
Nick Froelich. When Peter Moon remembered it for us, and our man Brendan Zoget called her Nick Cuntlick. No, what was it? Nick? Yeah, Nicole Cuntlick. That was it. Instead of Nicole Froelich. Yeah, that's so funny. It actually was funny. If any asshole deserved that, it was her. A Lilithian witch, from Lilith, which of course is an insult to Lilith. Lilith is really someone who would hang with
Hecate. These dark witches are usually the dark Atlantean Hecate.
Yes, thank you.
That's the dark witch.
Yeah, that and
some people will take offense to that, but I don't care.
Yeah, and there was the Lamassu. Lamassu was the ancient demons that Lilith Saint Croix and her the wife of the former wife or the widow, we call it the widow of Michael Aquino, is affiliated with Lamassu. As opposed to Lilith. So she's really taking a noble name and inverting it. But then Seth is like that too. Seth is an inversion of a noble name. And this is what they do. And so Nicole Froelich was involved with them. And basically, like Brendan Zoget was pointing out when I was pointing out this weird thing they were saying on the YouTube, if you need legal help, And I said, what is that? Is that applicable? And, of course, I intuitively knew it wasn't, but Brendan gave the details. Brendan's like, no, that's for if you're killing someone on your YouTube channel live and shit. And
if you're like getting sued or some shit's going down.
Yeah. And Nicole essentially said something of that nature to get the channel shut down. That was when my appeal worked immediately. We had an appeal that worked immediately. And so that was because what she claimed was I was like eating babies on air or something. And they shut me down immediately. And then someone had to come in because it was a Sunday night transmission. Somebody had to come in on Sunday night to review that, a human being, and actually reverse that decision.
Right.
So that was how heinous the crime was. It was like FBI report shit. And so somebody came in to review it because she said I was doing something awful. You're talking about a real, honest to goodness, just hideous human being. And these people are like that. Instead of doing that, these people are going for the other shit now, and it's heinous in its own way. And yet,
it's so hard. I see what people are talking about. It's so difficult to find information on these because the Indians just make they're all trying to scam.
Thank you. They're all basically saying, "Pay me money and I'll help you find some wisdom or shit."
They took this guy, Dr. Khadar. He presented this protocol for free and made it like a PDF and a book, and he has awards in India. And then all these other Indians are just scheming, plagiarizing his shit and then creating these clickbait websites. And then it'll say this is the real PDF, and you click on it and it's their version, and then you just keep going through it's so bad. I found it one time. And he's the guy that actually did a lot of the science on it. So it's some bullshit,
Yeah.
The Indian situation is pretty bad news when it comes to this stuff.
Yeah. Oh my God. I mean, I'll get started on later in monologue, and it's definitely how would I say it? By the way, I'm looking right now for some stuff on these Taklamakan mummies. There we are. The mystery of China's Celtic mummies. Not to distract.
Yeah, that's a big story. That's a huge story. I mean, they go all the way to the coast, and they were found with Celtic spiral tattoos, and some of them were over 6 feet tall, and this thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, so I found a rip-off page, but it has a little bit of info, so I can go off this for a bit.
Okay, cool. So, all right. I'll go. Love you dearly. I'll go mute for a few minutes. Okay. All right. I'll be back.
Yeah. Okay. Of course. Okay. So we have. So as I've talked before, there are these millets that are beneficial to health. These grains, they're called millets. And in the West, we have a few types of millets. There are some grown in the United States, up in Colorado, and but they're mostly used for bird seed or animal fodder. So there's a doctor in India named Dr. Khadar, and he's brought back this knowledge of this ancient food that all ancient humans used, whether it was India, Japan, ancient China, ancient Middle East, ancient Europe. They all had millets as a staple of their diet. They were easy to grow. They were economical. As far as work and water, they were very low water in Africa. Even their main staple crop in Africa. There are these grains called millets, and they're very beneficial to human body. And so this guy from India, Dr. Khadar, he's put forth a conjecture that there are 5 positive millets, and then there are 5 neutral millets, and the rest of the grains, the modern grains, are in a category called negative. So that would be your paddy rice, even your brown rice, your not so much basmati is more usable, but it's still for the reasons I'm about to explain, not ideal. Then you have like the glutinous rice, and then you have wheat. Wheat has so many problems, like modern day wheat, which I've explained before. So I won't reiterate. It's mainly due to hybridization, and they went from a hard wheat to a soft wheat, and then the wheats that are grown in the United States are very just hybridized and sprayed with glyphosate and all this terrible stuff. So I discovered this work by Dr. Khadar, and he talks about the 5 positive millets. He calls it millet magic, 5 positive millets. So here are some of his notes here. You'd have these, the way these grains are categorized. You have negative grains, which are grains that cause disease, basically paddy rice and wheat. The reason for this is because their fiber content is below 2%, and even less. Like with rice, it's especially polished white rice, it's like 0.6, 0.1%, like under 1%. And then you have neutral grains. So we have these neutral grains, which they don't cause new disease. However, they cannot cure health disorders and diseases, but they do have nutrition and various contents. So these are the 5 neutrals. You have jawar, which is sorghum. You have bajra, which is another type of millet. You have finger millet, proso, and then there's also like some American millets like white, and there's another type of millet, but basically they're neutral. Yellow millet. So these are like really neutral ones. And that's the fiber content is anywhere from 3 to 6%. So there's still some benefits. You know, it won't hurt you, and some of them taste good. So if you are in a region where you can't find any of the positive millets, or say they're like too expensive, you can seek out these other millets. Like, for example, when I was at Whole Foods, aka Whole Paycheck, I found they had one type of millet. So for a place that's supposedly the healthiest place ever, they had only one type of millet, and it was yellow millet. I don't even know where it falls in this ranking, but most likely it's a neutral millet, and it's probably closer to finger millet or proso, which are these are like the more colloquial, like Indian names. So if you go to an Indian shop, this is where I get my millets from. You go to an Indian bazaar or an Indian market. In Arabic, it's called a mahal, or a what do they call them here? They have another Arabic name for them. It's kind of fun. But yeah, you just go to the market, the Indian market, or an international market will have them a lot of the times. So we come across the 5 positive millets, these are the most delicious, nutrition packed, highest fiber content. These are the ones that, that bring about optimal health in the human system. So we have grains, positive grains, which are defined as grains that help cure or benefit certain health diseases and disorders. So he uses the word cure because he's a scientist, and he's done lakhs and lakhs of clinical, not just studies, but he's done clinical work. This guy, Dr. Khadar, like, he's actually cured people and this is in India. So I don't know if there are any legal ramifications of me saying it, because I mean, he's in a different jurisdiction, but he has cured people with diabetes. He's cured people with severe like cirrhosis of the liver, different things, just by using millets and fermented porridge. So like ambali, which is made from millets. And he's cured lakhs of people. Means, like, if you don't know about the Indian numbering system, it just means like hundreds of thousands of people. And because their population is so dense, like that's not just an exaggeration. This is like his team and his technique has cured like hundreds of thousands of people. So he has complete conviction in his method. And since I started, I mean, it's helped me a lot. And I introduced this to a couple friends of mine where they started implementing these millets, and they are the healthiest they've ever seen them. And specifically, one of my good friends, his girlfriend has a lot of stomach issues, like not necessarily IBS, but you know, something like this, like a situation with that, you know, digestion issues because of all the wheat, how bad the wheat is, how bad the, you know, the stuff is sprayed, you know, nowadays with glyphosate and stuff. So I got them to try this positive millets, the Siddhi Dhanyas. They're called Siddhi Dhanyas, meaning holy grains, revered grains. And they their health is improved. They look healthier. You know, they're stronger. And she said she won't even touch rice. She's like, because I explained to her this whole spiel. She said she won't even touch rice anymore. And they agree that it does help. It helps immensely. So let's see what else here. Yeah, so this guy, Dr. Khadar Vali, he's the one who coined the term Siddhi Danyalu, which means Siddhi means wealth, which is indirectly health. So that's basically the grains of wealth is what he's referring to these things as. And that's why he calls them Siddhi Danya. And he means wealth in the sense of health is wealth, because there's an ancient saying, health is wealth. And that's true, because you can have millions of dollars and you get a disease and that your money means nothing. So here we are with Dr. Khadar. We have the foxtail millet is the first. So foxtail millet is beneficial for nervous system, psychological disorders, arthritis, Parkinson's, epilepsy, etc. So the mechanism of action of these is that each grain has a specific content of lignins and different fibers and vitamins, minerals that can actually go into the bloodstream and start cleansing. So this is one way it works. Start cleansing these different tissues. And at first, when I heard this, I was like, that sounds ridiculous. I mean, like, what kind of fiber goes inside your bloodstream and is literally cleansing tissues? Like, that doesn't sound logical, but he's done the work on this. He's done the blood tests. He's trained. He's a Western trained doctor that specializes in homeopathic remedies, but he uses the scientific method. That's his meter. He says he takes from the traditional, which is the ancient Vedic knowledge of agriculture and food that the Indian subcontinent has, but he applies the scientific method to it. So, you know, even us Westerners, we can use this scientific method to vet what he's saying, you know, keep it kosher, or keep it not kosher, but keep it like that thing. Keep it rational. You know, it's not just some kind of, this just is good because they've been using it for thousands of years. Like he himself even said, there are plenty of things in the past that we don't do now, right? Like that people in the past thought was good. It's like we don't do everything and this is when people don't understand my perspective is when I'm pulling things from the past to implement now, like whether it's Vedic, Egyptian, ancient stuff like knowledge or whatever, different things, you know, techniques and methods to make my life more positive and more connected to nature and stuff. It's like, it doesn't mean you pull all of them. Like there's, of course, just as bad stuff in the past as there is now. So you're not going to pull all these different things just, because this is 1,000-year-old tradition, I'm going to use it. Which this is the trap people fall in modern times. They'll say, this is the old, you know, this is an ancient religion, I'm going to try this, or this is an ancient thing. So the difference between what he's doing and what Vedic and different positive ancient things are, like the ancient Greek medical systems, is that these are all scientifically vetable principles that don't change in time. So health is wealth. That's a principle that doesn't change in time. Like people cared about health thousands of years ago, even more than we do now, you know, just as much as actually probably just as much as we do now. So to discount their views on health and wellness is ridiculous. So the second millet is kodo. Kodo millet is this red, or it's like a rust colored, but it's very it's like a brown rust colored millet, but it's when you soak it in water, it releases this red hue into the water. So kodo, it's in this way, it's good for blood impurities, anemia. It cleanses blood, helps with immune system. It purifies the bone marrow. Beneficial in diabetes, constipation, and insomnia type issues. Then we have third, barnyard millet, which is one of the best tasting ones. Barnyard's very good. You can make things like more sweet, you know, add like a little salt and maple syrup or something, you know, make a good, you know, breakfast dish from it. Or so barnyard millet, it's barnyard's good for all the soft tissues in the body. So you have like liver, kidneys, helps with cholesterol, and balances the endocrine system. So barnyard millet's one of my favorites. I like it just for the taste. You know, it's very. It's got a different, you know, it's more like an oatmeal but better. It's got way more flavor than oats, by the way. And so, you know, oats are healthy because they're fibrous, but they're lacking these other minerals and other things. And also oats are sprayed with a lot of glyphosate, so you got to make sure you're buying some positive, you know, some positive ones. So then we have little millet. So little millet is actually one of the most widely used grains in Africa, and it's something we don't hear about in the West. Little millet, Africa. So little millet, what it's good for is for the reproductive system. So you have a lot of, you know, uterine issues, male issues, female infertility issues. It's good for the endocrine system in general and the glandular system. So this little millet's very positive in that way. And then, so little millet, let's see here. There's funny little stories they have about them, like the little millet's considered a food for the poor, right? In this Indian context story. It's a simple staple food in India. It grows best in sticky, dark soil and is a rainy season crop. The seeds are sown at the beginning of the rainy season, and it is harvested after 90 days. So it's a very quick to grow and high yielding type of crop. What they do is they'll get these millets, and then they will start crop shifting. So it's this ancient system of mixed cropping millets. So they'll plant the bigger grains, corn, legumes, veggies on a slope, and then they'll let the millets run in the fields. So then that way they're able to rotate the crops. But the situation with the what would be the word, these Western influences and the way they quote unquote are modernizing India with this, they took away their ability to do these ancient agricultural techniques. So in 1927, the Forest Act, the Indian Forest Act, in an effort to convert agriculture to conventional Western medicines, thought it to be beneficial to remove this style of crop rotation and mixed cropping system.
Right, good. Keep going. You're on a roll. I'm just here, just letting you know I'm here. Go on.
Yes. Yeah. So, gratitude. This type of agriculture was adapted to the strong rainfalls in the monsoon season, especially compared to the paddy farms that are planted only with grain. So what they did was they removed the indigenous Indians, which are the subcontinent of India. They removed their ability to use these grains, the millets, in this mixed cropping system to withstand their weather, to being stuck in this kind of Western paddy agriculture. And then on top of that, in the modern era, these are all subsidized crops. So the reason why India even has so many people is because all the rice and wheat is subsidized by the government. So they're paying like 20, 30 rupees a kilo, whereas the millets are like 1,200 a kilo because they took them off of this ancient way of growing them. When the millets are actually free to grow, and I have a little story about the last millet I'll definitely I'll bring up in a second. So the little millet is super nutritious. It's high in iron, fiber content, more so than other millet varieties. And it's used to produce a local dish called khichdi. So khichdi, if you know about Ayurvedic cooking, it's this rice porridge, right? But the original khichdi was made with millet. And that's what made it so beneficial. And it was used for people that were in the hospital or they were sick or they just needed to balance their system. The millet is threshed and soaked in water. Then it's cooked by boiling green legumes and salt. So it's millet plus lentils. It's eaten with either milk or buttermilk, or ghee can also be cooked with it. They add veggies, and it's a very nutritious and filling dish. And this is what most of India was surviving off of in the ancient Vedic times, and even now. Little millet is considered a food of the poor, and there's a story that Lord Krishna's Brahmin friend offered him millet as a gift because he was poor. It also has religious connotations. They use little millet to feed birds near temples, as it is not expensive to farm and does not fetch high price on the market. This is until now that it's a commodity, because these millets are becoming more popular because of Dr. Khadar and his work and the people wanting to get healthy. One reason for this is their reasoning on this, whoever wrote this article, is that it cannot be stored for long periods of time. For this reason, many farmers are switching to planting other crops that can be sold for higher prices. And the decline in little millet production is the effect of the Western fast food culture in the area, with fewer young people interested in preparing traditional Indian food recipes using millet. So this is just a small snippet of this, these people that are working to increase biodiversity. Because if we had these grains back in our gardens, in our farms, there would be no shortage of grains, believe it or not. People think, if we didn't have all this mechanization and shit, mechanization and, paddy farming and super giant wheat fields and the cornfields in Iowa that are like hectares and hectares.
Basically a form of corporate collectivized agriculture. Go on.
Yes. So with that, people think without that the whole world would starve, but they don't realize that 90% of that stuff is not being used properly. Like just here in America, which I think this is an understatement or an underrepresentation, but they say 40% of fresh food is just thrown straight to the garbage. So all the food you see at grocery stores, when it goes bad, and I've worked at grocery stores, they just throw it away. So perfect avocados, perfect melons, perfect mangoes. If they don't sell them at their ridiculous prices, like $5 an avocado, they just get thrown in the trash. And I had to do it. I watched it. They have these big blue bins, and you just throw all the food, all the old bread, all this perfectly good food is just thrown out. So people don't realize how much is actually being wasted, and all this crazy agriculture doesn't need to happen. We've never needed that much food. It's just the distribution is crazy, and this whole idea that giving people stuff for free is somehow socialistic or wrong, or something's wrong there.
There's no words for this kind of waste. Yeah, it's just beyond comprehension, and it's a crime. It's a crime against nature and humanity. Both. Go on. Yes.
Perfectly put. Yeah. So totally crime against nature, and nature knows. I mean, nature knows you guys are being wasteful. Me included. But it's just that you have to be aware of that to actually make a step, which is why I started cooking all my own food. Like if you go to restaurants, I mean, the waste is insanity. It's like bonkers. And like even stuff like people say like, oh, eating meat is good versus bad versus vegetables versus not vegetables. I mean, the waste is across the board. Like I used to throw away entire like whole chickens, like we would cook. So imagine killing something, then driving it around with all this wasting gas, driving all these carcasses around, cooking it, and then at the end of the day we couldn't sell it, and I just throw it in the fucking trash, and we just take a little bit of the breast meat to make something else, and the rest gets thrown away. This is the kind of system we're in. Like, it's crazy, it's insane. And there's no excuse for it. I mean, they're really. And then on top of that, we used to put them in plastic containers, and then we'd throw the plastic away. And we couldn't recycle it. We started recycling it, and then the recycling company came after us and said, "Oh, because the chicken was in it for 12 hours, you can't recycle it anymore." So it's like this crazy system is just falling apart at the seams. It was never perfect, but it's just getting to this point of just ridiculousness, just absolutely crazy. So that was the tangent about biodiversity. But so the final millet is called brown top millet. Now, brown top millet is one of the highest fiber contents. It's near 12%, and it's good for digestive system ailments, pretty much everything digestive related. It's very cleansing. Arthritis, very helpful for the joints. Hypertension, thyroidism, eye health, and obesity. It definitely helps reduce body density because it's cleansing to the digestion. Now I can give some of these values here. We got foxtail with high levels of niacin, riboflavin, thiamine, carotenes, and iron. Some of the highest of any of the grains. So foxtail is very healing. Then you have barnyard, which is high in niacin, and it's also high in different like carbohydrates. It's very nourishing. You got 9.8% fiber. Foxtail is 8% fiber. So these numbers are the highest of any grain. This is why they're the positive millets. So you have kodo millet, which is very good in, it's very high in fiber as well, 9%. We got 9% here. It's also high in phosphorus, proteins up there, 6%. Foxtail's got 12% protein, very good. And then these various minerals. So we're at 3% mineral content, which is like a spectrum of minerals. We got barnyard with 4%, very high minerals. We got kodo with 2.6%, still high protein. Now the little millet, very beneficial. It's 9.8% fiber, again, almost 10%. And it also has phosphorus, very good for bones, necessary nutrient. Then we've got 7 grams protein, very high in protein. And you've got pretty much all the minerals you need in that one as well. Then we have brown top millet. Now, brown top millet has the highest niacin level, which is vitamin B2, 18.5 milligrams. Then you have the other form of B2, riboflavin. You have thiamine, B1s, extremely high as well, and for vegetarian food. And then you have a 12.5% fiber. So this is the highest of any grain ever tested, pretty much, in all intents and purposes. Brown top millet, one of the healthiest grains. And the anecdote I wanted to bring in was there was brown top can grow in any climate, pretty much, even tropical, even up to like Arctic levels. Like it can grow in any climate, minimal water. It's drought tolerant, and it just takes over. Like, so it just grows on its own. Like it's almost like a weed. And why it does that is because nature is trying to feed people. Like it's people's food. Like it's the food for everyone. And this brown top millet was said to follow the early Christians, the disciplic Christians, and Christ himself. They would go around feasting solely on a grain that grew with minimal water, and it basically allowed them to survive whatever it was, like 40 days in the desert, or all these different anecdotes that they have. But they would take this brown top millet, and they would plant it everywhere they go, so they always have a food supply while they were wandering, the disciples of Christ and Christ himself. So, and the early Christians, which were vegetarians, the Essenes and all these beings were all vegetarian, 100%. And they survived off these millets. So this is hidden history. This is lost, destroyed by modern agriculture. And it's extremely important that people get back to these millets. And little millet, even to this day, is a big grain in Africa. I'm trying to find some information on it real quick. Here we got a 2021 article saying that these grains, little millet specifically, according to Mani Veerathan, who is an Indian scientist at the International Crop Research Institute for Semi-Arid Tropics, which is an Indian region. It is an alternative staple to cereal-based diets. He's talking about little millet. He's saying the production of little millet fell from the 1950s till the early 21st century. The decline in consumption is due to a shift in diet preferences from millet to rice and wheat, maize, and other commercial crops. But the demand for little millet has increased, underlining the need for research. And he goes on to conjecture that there's 200 types of millet, each with varied traits, but they all fall under these 5 categories. I'll add that. But his point was that these things can be grown in many types of soil and climate, and in which they can perform consistently. Let me see what I was trying to get here from it. Basically, it's one of the crops that could, be helpful in this economic situation we're in. It's promising for future climate issues. So basically, even if the climate changes, these millets can be grown still, which is why they're beneficial. If it gets arid, like if the tropics get more dry, then the millets will survive. If you take the millet, like brown top millet, if you take it to the desert, it'll still grow. It only needs like 4 to 5 rains a season. So you can potentially grow it in some drought-stricken place. And then you'll have food. So that's just one of the things that these millets contain, and a benefit that they contain. Let's see. And they're really easy to cook. I was going to add that for people that are like unsure about trying it. Super easy to cook. I mean, it's easier than rice. Like you can burn it and then add more water and it'll just be fine. It's one of the most, because of the fiber content, they're very hearty. But they're not inedible. It's not like you're eating sawdust. It's like they're very palatable and they're delicious. And you can make it savory. You can make it sweet. You can, add it to foods. You can, cook it. There's like a vegan place near me that makes millet burgers. You can do all kinds of stuff with it. It's very versatile. And it will help your stomach. Like it will help your digestion big time. And what else was I going to say? Oh, you can also make a fermented porridge. So this is an ancient technique was across the world. I mean, this fermented porridge was all the way in Europe, ancient Europe. You have ancient Egypt, ancient Babylon, ancient India, China, Japan. They have like in the Chinese area, they actually have something called congee, which is basically a millet porridge. That's what these ancient people survive off of. And these millets actually have. This is Douglas. I was going to bring this up to you. Some of these millets actually have interesting names.
Yes.
That are for example, foxtail millet. Mm-hmm. Let me see what was it. This one, or it was one of the other millets, but one of them's called Japanese millet. I think it's little. Is it little, or I think it's barnyard millet?
Okay.
Yeah. Little millet is called African millet. Okay. Mm-hmm. So I already said that a couple times.
Sure.
Then you have barnyard millet is called Japanese millet. Okay, yeah. Wow. Also known as German millet. So the ancient Germans and the ancient Japanese knew about this barnyard millet.
Incredible. Yes.
Yeah. So, but it just got deleted because of all this agro farm bullshit where they're using. And that's another thing. These things don't need synthetic fertilizers, because what happens is they grow these beautiful pinnacles that start growing seeds, and then it attracts birds. So the birds will take what they need, leave enough for a crop, but yet they'll fertilize the field. So the fields never get depleted, and this perfect synergy takes place. No pesticides, no nothing. So, and the Indians have proven that this is possible. The modern Indians, because the company I buy from, they actually have this like a scientifically done what's it called, like a test, a study, like an analysis of how many pesticides are used, what kind of traces are discovered on the samples they were given. And I've looked at it, and it's like, it's zero, no pesticides, zero. And you couldn't tell, like, the grain doesn't look like funky. You know, sometimes you get organic food in the West and it looks weird. You're like,
yes,
you know, it's
right.
Not perfect, right? It's not perfect, but that's how nature intended it. But these millets can just grow perfectly spherical, perfectly beautiful, all natural, no pesticides, nothing. Because that's what they're, you know, divine gave it to us as food, but they were suppressed and completely. And America's actually quite geared to grow these millets, but the modern farmers, they got pushed, or the farmers that knew about this got pushed out. And so the only millets we really do grow are in Colorado, and it's brown top millet, and it's used for mainly birdseed and animal fodder. But we could have like a straight treasure trove there of like health and wellness, and they don't even give a fuck about it, basically.
Yeah.
So,
Jesus.
Yeah, that was my super spiel on millets. And there's more. There's way more.
There's way more, and beyond that, let's get you started on some more. What exactly happened with Brooke Gibson, with her diet that she has to change in such a way? I mean, you knew what she was talking about. You looked it up, and maybe even knew what she was talking about without looking it up. What was her problem, basically, with her diet?
She was deficient. She was deficient on an enzyme that breaks down histamines.
Okay.
Right. So that comes in play because of a depleted gut microbiome, amongst other things.
Mm-hmm.
So potentially, you know, I don't really want to start ad hominiming people, but it's usually caused by like different lifestyle habits that are not so nice.
Wow.
Know?
I mean, like drinking?
Alcohol and stuff.
Okay. So she's
like
basically allergic to alcohol.
Well, the alcohol will deplete your gut microbiome.
Okay.
Severely, especially if you haven't been drinking for a while and you're introducing it to your stomach. And then just different things like I know she wasn't eating meat, but she definitely said that she didn't really eat healthy. So if you don't have this fiber, your body's not eliminating, it's not cleansing. And then your body can little things can go wrong, basically. So one of the things that could go wrong is that situation where the digestion gets, and people don't realize how important the gut microbiome is, where it can, like, how can something in your gut stop you from processing histamines and, you know, foreign things in your body? So that's a huge thing. And also what's going on is minerals. So if you're minerally depleted, your body it doesn't even have the building blocks to make these. So you could have plenty of protein, right? Like she said, she was eating fine, right? Plenty of protein, plenty of liquids, but you're missing, because the soils are depleted, because they're not using proper agricultural methods. They've depleted the soils. The soils are these waste of shit, and they just throw NPK at it, which is just 3 minerals: nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. So that's all those things are. What are they called? The industrial fertilizer. It's called NPK. So they've boiled it down to where, plants only need NP and K, and then they'll grow. And yeah, they'll grow. But then when you actually eat the food, there's only 3 minerals in it. And nitrogen just turns into protein and carbs. So you're left with just phosphorus and potassium, which even those are low in modern agriculture. So then at the same time, there's no iodine in the soil unless you live on the coast. There's no high levels of potassium because the plant has to use it to survive. There's no magnesium. It's getting leached from the soil, and then all the trace minerals, the 90 to 100 trace minerals, are just non-existent. So without these minerals, your body can't even make these enzymes. So when Brooke was telling me about that situation she had, where it's called, I forgot the acronym for it, but basically you're deficient on an enzyme. All the studies that I saw related to that, and I've seen it in the past before, it wasn't just her situation, is they were all assisted heavily by magnesium supplementation, because magnesium is the core of that enzyme.
Did you tell her that? Is that what she needs?
Yeah, I told her. Yeah, I told her. She said she's taking them, so
okay.
That's why she's like recovering. But
okay.
So without vitamin C, your body cannot heal the damage. So there's so many factors here where minerals and vitamins are real. It's like, people think it's just some, and I will give them credit that the scientists don't make it sound good when it's just a bunch of ABC letters. Like, people just tune out,
Yeah.
Vitamin A, vitamin K, like, it just sounds cheesy. But in reality, these are actual building blocks of your body. It's just that the scientists gave them these letters because it's just easier for them to categorize. But that's why I just say minerals. Like, if your body is made of earth, so you need earth to make your body. Like, it's just as inside, so outside, right? So if the earth's made of minerals, your body must need minerals to stand up, and that's why your bones are made of calcium. And that's the only way it works. You have to be sensible about these things. So that's my spiel on that.
No, that's wonderful. And
it's a simple fix for a complex thing. Yeah.
And so she says she's been feeling pretty well lately until maybe, today when she woke up, of course, with the terrorism that she suffered. We don't need to go into that right now, but certainly so this turn, do you feel she can be cured? I mean, like, ultimately.
Oh yeah, it's totally curable. That
Okay, wow.
Yeah.
And
it's reversible. It's not even like it's not like a disease. Like, it's not genetic. It's just like a reversible condition. That's what I would call it.
Incredible. But it got to that point because basically she must have been doing hell alcohol, is what I'm thinking, right?
That could definitely set it up. Like, maybe she wasn't 100% healthy before, but it definitely pushed her. Because she, I don't want to call her out, but basically going to. It's just, she said she was clean for years, right? And then she started again.
Okay.
That's true?
That's my impression, but
well.
I'll have to ask her to make sure because.
As far as the alcohol goes, so what it does is that when you start abusing alcohol again, it pulls, especially for vegetarians, it pulls all your B vitamins.
Interesting. Okay. Thank you for sharing that, especially for vegetarians. That is important.
Because it depletes your B vitamins. So like I was saying, like niacin and riboflavin and B1, 2, it pulls those out immediately. The alcohol, and then on top of that, it suppresses the absorption. So immediately you're in a nutritional deficit when you drink and you're a vegetarian. So this is why all those stupid vegan chicks nowadays are like, I tried being vegan and I just got sick, because they're always drinking and boozing and
drugging. Holy shit. Oh my god.
Yeah, sorry to call them out like that, but that's just what it is.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
And so
and the meat doesn't help either. I'm not saying go eat meat and alcohol, because when you combine that, then that's when you get all this thick-headed crazy bozos out there. Like the where they're driving 4x4 trucks and shit, and they're like buying gas on credit because they're like, the meme about the Ram truck. Where you like look in your rearview mirror and it's a fucking Ram truck and it's like shining their lights in your eyes and shit. It's like those people, where they're like so aggressive that they don't even know what to do with themselves.
Yes,
that's the alternative.
Oh my god,
not much better.
No. Oh my god, it's I mean, I'm left stunned by
the meatheads. That's why they call it meatheads. The people that work out all the time.
Okay,
they're fucking meatheads.
That's where that comes from. Okay, and So in terms of aside from the fact that this is food that can grow during global warming, this is obviously the millet really is exemplary of
Climate change.
The millet is obviously exemplary of sustenance farming, subsistence farming,
Yes.
subsistence farming.
Yeah, and beyond, like thriving, thrivability.
Right. And so thank you. So I appreciate you saying that beyond subsistence farming. So by thrivability, then there's a surplus produced that
Yes.
naturally. And do you remember, of course, Mao Zedong's war against nature and how he tried to do
Yes.
several things like slaughter all of the sparrows in China and
Yeah.
how that wound up murdering millions?
That created a famine.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Tell us about
I think
that.
I think I learned that from you, but that's like the ultimate lesson of this whole shenanigans that we're in.
Yes.
So yeah, there's the story of when the what is that? What's the color revolution called?
No,
there?
it's simply called the Cultural Revolution is what they
The
call
Cultural Revolution. Yeah.
it. Yes.
So when the Reds took over and they, in their infinite wisdom, they either killed or exiled all the actual scientists. So then they had these like Politburo guys go around saying we're gonna ramp up production on food, and so they were out telling the farmers what to do, who are like, obviously the farmers know what they're doing, they've been doing it for thousands of years, but you get these guys coming through, the Reds, the People's Army, right?
Yes.
Coming through, and they say, oh look, the birds are eating our crops, and the farmers are like, okay, and then they say no, the birds are gonna, they're cutting our margins, this is communism, we gotta have high production values, right, to support everyone, this is outrageous, so we're gonna kill all these birds that are eating our crops, right?
Yeah.
So they have these people.
You have an excellent memory. That's incredible.
Yeah,
Yes.
so they have these people with like slingshots and shit. Like they order all the peasants to start killing the birds on sight.
Mm-hmm.
So they wipe out all these birds, all the sparrows, and probably all kinds of endangered birds that we've never seen. Who knows? Basically, they kill all these birds, and it turns out the birds were eating it was like a caterpillar or some type of mealworm.
Yes.
That was actually eating the rice stalks.
Yes.
So the birds were actually free pest control, which is why the farmers didn't care about them. They knew intrinsically that they were beneficial, or they just could, when you're farming, you could tell, like, okay, that thing's not eating my crop. Like, you just intuit that.
And they've known that through generations.
Yeah, they could, exactly. If the birds were bad, they would have already had scarecrows or whatever to fend off, right?
Yes.
They would have their methods, but the Reds just ignored them. They said, oh, you guys are, we're all together in this, right? You have to become part of the collective. And so everyone started killing the birds, and it basically, these insects, their population went crazy, and it destroyed the entire crop. So there was famine, wholesale famine, and death beyond reckoning that no one would ever need to, be part of. All because of human error and just ignorance. That's just pure ignorance, like pure evil. That's like the maximum of it.
Thank you. I mean, beautiful. I mean, you related.
And they haven't learned their lesson. Let's just put it that way.
Thank you.
Because even in China now, they're because they're so toxified, the mainland Chinese, that everything's so toxic. And I'm not just saying chemically. I'm saying like the aura. The aura is so toxic there and so bad that the trees are literally like dying off in the cities. Like the trees are dying, and instead of planting new trees, the Chi-Coms they basically are just hiring people to go paint these trees and put paper leaves on them.
Yes.
And so the chi is getting absorbed or is getting dissipated. So the cities don't even have chi anymore, like positive chi.
Right. Oh.
So I don't know. Was it someone else I was talking to, or was it you guys?
Mm-hmm.
where they were saying that if you see a dead tree, it was Joe Tai. He was saying that the dead tree is
That's
like a
right.
sign that
Of
the
all
cheese-
people, yes, go on.
that the chi is going bad. That means there's some bad chi around. So
yeah.
So the fact that they're so out of touch and so crazy that they can't even see that is pretty bad news. Like,
yes.
for the communist Chinese.
Yes.
The people.
Yes. Well, for all the people under their sway.
And the nature.
Yes. Yes. Oh, I mean, it's I mean, you're left just without words.
But that Sparrow story is like funny in hindsight, but it's like it's so tragic to even think about.
Oh, beyond tragic. No,
that's fucked up, man. Yeah.
Yes, no, it is truly unspeakable. I'll do my best to provide some other insights into that in a moment, but by all means, help me out here. Just carry on, go on with some of the things that you were talking about. I think that we're on quite a roll. I definitely want to hear more, and so do many of the people. I mean, I'm just in awe of the ladies contacting George Knight to try and get in contact with you. And not that I'm jealous or angry about this or resentful of it, but I'm wondering why they didn't try to contact me to get in contact with you, which is strange. Why George Knight?
Yeah, that is strange.
Yeah, but I'm glad that
maybe because they heard us talking at the same time or something. I don't know.
Must be.
That's odd.
Yeah, something of that nature or something. It's
odd because I've never directly contacted George Knight.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it's not like you and he are really talk. I mean, it's the only time you ever really speak.
Do I give the impression that I'm English? I don't definitely know my accent's not English.
No, definitely not. So odd. The only time the two of you ever speak is here on the show. But for some reason, I guess people assume maybe you had a good chemistry or something, the two of you. I mean, nobody's. I know nobody's assuming the two of you are in any way, shape, or form intimate or something like that. So I guess they felt that you two were buddies or something, and so that's funny. And but
like the California accent's pretty distinct. Like I've gone to the East Coast and they're like, "You're from California." Like,
yes. That's right. Though I don't notice any accent in our man Brendan at all.
Well, you lived here. Northern California, you just kind of blends in.
Yes. So to me, he sounds what I'd call baseline normal. And to me, of course, people on the East Coast have distinguishing accents. You can tell some of the people, like Mark Hage. Mark Hage has an accent that's fairly distinct to me. Not very pronounced, but pronounced enough. Someone like Ian West doesn't sound like much of an accent, really. He more has, his voice is more distinguished because it's kind of deep and gravelly. Sounds kind of like Alex Jones, actually, when you think about it.
He's got that.
Does it really sound like Alex Jones?
Yes.
When you kind of get a little more, what is the word?
Alert.
I mean, it's not that dry. Alex Jones is like itching powder, so yours is more pleasant. So, be glad about that.
That's good to know.
So what about the young lady show up?
No, this bitch still ain't shown up yet. I gave up on her.
Okay, so sad.
You got a lot of missing girls.
Yeah.
Anyway.
No, they always show up eventually.
No,
What?
I probably got pulled over or something.
Yeah. So did you have to go?
I did make it to the store though.
Okay. So you made it to the store and got back. What'd you get?
Just 2 packs of cigarettes. That's all.
Holy
okay.
shit!
Yeah, trying to help my voice out.
Yeah. That's funny. You're being sarcastic.
What type of stoves? Should I guess?
Lucky Strike crushes.
What? That's
Lucky
crazy.
Strike crushes.
Wow, cool. And why do they call it crushes?
Yeah.
They're menthol.
Oh.
Yeah, well, they can be if you crack them. They're menthol.
Wow. Okay, that's where the crush term comes from.
That's intense, Ian. I don't know what you're.
Yeah. So
That's
isn't that? I thought they outlawed menthol cigarettes.
Well, not here.
Apparently, Florida's cool.
Yeah. Jesus Christ. I mean,
Florida's not
weren't
gonna
they
lose that
proven?
revenue.
Didn't they prove that the menthol cigarettes are all like fucked up or something? Do something horrible to you?
Well, I'm sure they are. I mean, all cigarettes
course.
are horrible for you.
Yeah, but I mean, there's a matter of degree.
Apparently, if you were, I was told this by some, when I was in high school, I was dating his daughter, and he was in the military, and he ended up working for the VA, right? He was like in the army or whatever. And then he was the first person to actually show me conspiratorial things. He gave me the book Behold a Pale Horse. It was my first time ever really. I knew about fringe stuff, but it was my first time getting introduced to, that side of it, the military industrial complex side. And he let me borrow that book. But he told me that if back in the day, if you were trying out to be an astronaut for NASA, if you even smoked one menthol cigarette in your entire life, you were basically barred from being an astronaut.
Holy
and I don't know what their reasoning was. Something to do with like the fiberglass, like embedding in your lungs or something. But
holy shit!
If that's true, or if it was just some kind of racist trope or something.
No, that makes sense. I mean, it's
like high altitudes, your lungs would like rip apart or something.
Yeah. I mean, it's supposed to be some evil shit. That's why it was banned. I thought it was banned nationally. Holy.
No, I think it's just if you're under 21.
Oh my god.
Or it was first it got raised to 21 here in California, and then they took it off the shelves because the kids were attracted to the menthol. That's what their reasoning was. Yeah. This is California. Yeah.
Right. That's right. And so, holy shit. It's
but the irony is you could still buy all the same shit online. And you just go pick it up. That's what my friend does. He smokes a vape and he just goes and picks it up.
Oh my god.
But it's the same exact shit.
So do you think that the vaping that Brooke Gibson does so addictively?
Oh yeah, that's so bad. Dude.
Oh god, tell us about that.
Oh, it's bad. I mean, it's basically just as bad as cigarettes. Because, and I hate to quote Andrew Tate, but basically the way he puts it is like, he's like, you take this fucking, you take this liquid juice that's made in China, and then they put 1% of a chemical that you don't even know its name, but it fucking makes it blueberry cupcake fucking yum, and you're fucking inhaling it, putting it on a hot coil and fucking vaporizing it into your, like, taking deep breaths of it over and over again. He's like, how do you think that's any healthier than smoking tobacco straight up? Like, there's no way that's healthier. And I agree in that context, but it's just like, yeah, it's just unexplained industrial effluvia that are quote unquote flavors that are just like, how do you get like blueberry fucking gumball flavor? Like, it's not, none of that shit's natural. It's not like a lemon flavor or something. It's like some crazy flavor. Like, all of that's so carcinogenic, like so bad, made in a lab somewhere. And if people remember, before COVID, there was a sickness going around killing kids, and it was it was just like COVID. It might as well be the same thing, and it was from the vapes from China. So it's like, this shit's dangerous, but people think it's quote unquote healthier because it's just water, quote unquote, which it's not just water. It's fucking propylene glycol, which is antifreeze. It's an ingredient in antifreeze and all this shit. Yeah.
Antifreeze.
So it's not healthier.
Oh my god. Oh, and yeah. So, oh my god. So how does she get over it? I mean, she's like, she is addicted.
It's more addictive. It's more addictive because it's pure nicotine.
Oh god.
Like, at least with cigarettes, there's like, I'm sure there's other shit they put in it, or like other, like a lot of the cigarettes actually have like opium in them and stuff. Like I was saying before, these adulterants.
Yeah.
But those that pure nicotine is like super bad, like addictive.
Yeah.
Like the friend that I know that smokes vape all the time, he like, there's no way he'll ever quit. Like, according to him. But he stopped cigarettes, he stopped all this other stuff, but that's like his last, like, no alcohol, like no drugs, just like straight up vape all the time. And it's funny because they're always the quote unquote, and I'm not talking about him, but all these kids that the younger kids that smoke it are always the quote unquote straight edge kids that don't do any drugs or drink, but then they're sucking on these vapes. It's just like,
it's incredible. Just as bad. It's worse. Yeah. Oh my god. I mean, such a tragedy. But if you were to try to help her get over it, how would you help her?
Well, there's ways you can go from like ones that have like high nicotine. You can like slowly step down. But it's like, I mean, these kind of things are so bad. You kind of have to cold turkey it, which is like no one's gonna do that these days.
Yeah. It's
It has to be internal, and like a lot of the times it's like, the only way it can be done is like through just sheer willpower or like a psychedelic experience or some kind of life, some kind of soul power.
You could send her some kind of mushroom.
I mean, I could, but I don't know if I want to.
Well, I guess we can discuss that later.
Right.
She'd have to be sincere in her commitment.
Yeah. Well, I don't really do psychedelics that much, per se. So
yes,
it's like,
and
it's debatable if it would help people like that.
Yeah, and so other than that, tell us a little bit about some of anything else that comes to mind before I take over and start doing my monologue, because I think you've done so well so far, and you seem to be on a bit of a roll. Are you getting up early tomorrow, or what?
Yeah, I might have to do that. Yeah, I might have to take care of some things tomorrow morning. Yeah,
and
we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Okay, and but definitely, it's all I can say is, they certainly impacted me with what they did. Hope my listeners are trying to help. I want to credit everyone who is sending contributions. So I love you all. There is just no way I can thank you enough. These are all like $30, $20 contributions. These are smaller, but people are doing their best, and I'm just hoping all of you are not putting yourselves out. And what else comes to mind with, say, for instance, when you were talking about this hacker and his naivete, and then you were talking about Oprah, and she was basically, was it Oprah who was beating these kids up, or what?
No, she founded a children's school. Africa. I'm gonna pull up a story so I can remind myself. But basically, she opened the school in Africa, and then it gets shut down because it turns out to be. It was called the Oprah Winfrey Leadership Academy for Girls, OLAG.
OLAG, Jesus, sounds sinister already.
Yeah, it was in South Africa. She received criticism for the extravagance, quote unquote, of the school, amongst other things, which had beauty salons, theaters, yoga classes, to educate impoverished South African women or girls. She spent up to $40 million, et cetera, et cetera. Let's see if they censored the actual incidents. Oh, here it is. The 2007 incidents. In the school's first year, a female member of the staff was accused of physically and sexually abusing students. She flew to South Africa this is Oprah. She flew there to probably help in this. She flew there to South Africa to meet with the school officials and parents. The dorm matron was arrested, and 7 students submitted statements about assaults and abuse, etc. A specialist on sexual violence in the South African Medical Research Council praised Winfrey's response as, quote unquote, phenomenal because it sent a powerful message in a country afflicted with high levels of sexual abuse, quote unquote.
Which country are they talking about there? America?
South Africa.
Yeah, I was being facetious, but
yeah. The numbers probably pale in comparison to here. But let's see. On 23rd March 2010, the Associated Press reported that Winfrey settled the defamation lawsuit filed by the headmistress before the trial began. So she just paid this bitch off. So, crime pays, I guess, in this world. And then it says another incident. I like how they put this one at the end as if it was like a side note. A dead infant was found in one of the students' backpacks. It's said that the 17-year-old girl who arrived at the hospital with internal bleeding amongst her belongings, they found a dead infant. The case was considered baseless as there was no proof or investigation had ever begun. Oh, I bet. So if this is an all-girls school, how are they getting pregnant? That's the question.
Yeah, so much for all girls. Yeah.
Sketch as fuck.
Oh my god.
And then it goes on to she got praise from Bill Clinton, so we know what he's doing. praise from Nelson Mandela, who like probably was barely alive at this point. I don't know how he praised her.
through a Ouija board.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, it was good on paper, but obviously it didn't go over well. I wonder if it's still open. It doesn't look like it. So she spent $40 million on this flop.
Yeah. Oh my god. I'm just.
Oh, it's still open apparently.
Oh my god! And it's so there you go.
Yeah, what do you think about that? I mean, obviously this is Wikipedia, so it's not giving you the full spiel. But
no, of course not. Of course not.
Like, how does a girl just turn up with a dead baby in her back? Like, that's not normal.
Yeah,
like, even in Africa, like that's not.
Thank you.
That just sounds sketchy.
Yeah. What is that about? I mean, what would she's trying to take the baby someplace? What, like,
yeah, what?
It's I'm just you're left shaking your head. There's nothing else to do. So at any rate, I'm like still going through some of this Tarim Basin mummies, trying to find the connections to Romania for Peter Moon. I believe I've found them.
Well, one of them, one of them is that they were part of the wider Scythian Empire.
Yes.
So that's also part of it.
Yes.
And that stretched all the way to like Europe. So
yeah.
And then they were called the Illyrians.
Yes.
I have a friend from Albania, and she's very into that like Illyrian, which also was like a Pan-Vedic culture as well, an Indo-European tribe.
Yeah.
The Illyrians. So there's a connection there as well.
Yeah.
Oh, and here's just morbid entertainment. This was 5 days ago, updated 5 days ago, but it was from 2020, October 2020. Oprah Winfrey's prestigious boarding school is under scrutiny again. It's hit with its second sex scandal in less than 2 years. So this is still ongoing. Jesus Christ. I don't even want to read any more about it. It's just disgusting.
Well, do so for the sake of morbid entertainment for the rest of us.
Oh,
yes.
I already clicked on.
He just couldn't take it. Yes, it's too toxic. I get it. I get it. Anyway, let's take a look at the time, and like I said,
she bought a bunch of she bought like half of fucking Maui too. I don't know how they just let her do this shit.
Yeah, it's crazy.
But she has like she bought like another 100 acres on Maui, and these are small islands. They're just buying half of the island.
Thank you. Go on.
Yes. Here's another one. 2012. Or 2011, cops probe body of a dead newborn found at Oprah's school.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just like from the day it opened, basically, till now. Let's see. So it's almost like it was set up for this shit to happen. Like, what? That's bizarre, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah. Like you've been to Africa, or you know about it, so it's like,
yeah.
Is that normal? Like, you just open a school and shit happens? I doubt that. Like, even in Africa, it can't be that bad, like that crazy.
Yeah, I let me put it this way: it's one of those things where I'm certainly not at all surprised, but it's just I'm presuming that anything from Oprah to me stinks. Whatever
right.
she's doing stinks. It doesn't make any sense. At the very least, we can say that she's indulging herself and attempting to try and make herself feel better about herself. And when it comes to, as people were saying, this is awfully extravagant. What they mean to say is that this is an environment rife for corruption. So
Yeah, that's another option, is that the Africans just fucking swooped her money and there's no security or no
yeah,
nothing.
yeah, that's what was going on, because
And
like,
they're just lying to her about like, oh, it's fine. Everything, we hired the best headmistress,
yeah, yeah, yeah,
and it's some fucking auntie from the bush.
yeah,
It's just like pimping them out and shit.
yeah, yeah, yeah. That's what's going on. That's what's going on. And she's too fucking stupid, Oprah, to even conceive of this. She's got no cultural awareness of how things are operating, and
I'm not laughing because the situation's funny, but it's just like how she gets duped is like plausible.
No, it's so inevitable.
It reminds me of like that Dr. Phil guy that she hired or whatever. You know that how he has his own show for years now.
Yeah.
He brought on the guy that did the bum fights.
Yes.
And the guy that did the bum fights, like, he basically shaved his head and like dressed up like Dr. Phil.
That's
just
right.
To mock him.
That's right.
And he's like, if you're saying that I take advantage of mentally ill people for profit, he's like, you've been doing this shit for 10 years, and then Dr. Phil kicks him off within like 10 minutes.
Oh, Dr. Phil left the stage and had security escort the guy off.
Right.
Yeah.
But his point was valid, even though that guy was a total dirtbag, the bum fight guy. His point was valid, that he's doing the same exact thing in principle.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
So it was just funny. That just reminded me of that.
Yes, it is funny. It was funny. It was hysterical.
Right.
Yeah, Dr. Phil was all outraged, like, how dare you?
Yeah.
How dare you? The umbrage. Just pathetic, and
how can you like talk about bad psychology? How can you pretend that you're helping people with that fucking show?
Do you remember? I mean, what episodes particularly stand out of Dr. Phil to you? I mean, you must have seen a few, right?
Oh, I've seen. I mean, grew up watching those fucking white trash shows.
Oh my god!
That was just on TV in the background when I was younger.
Oh my god! Was it your mom that was a fan?
It was just, we didn't have cable, so it'd just be on like during the day.
God.
Like if we were home from school or whatever, we just watch it.
Yes. Oh, that's so bad. It's so bad.
Yeah. And then Jerry Springer, like, poor bastard, he like had remorse on his deathbed. It's just like, what did you expect, dude?
Thank you, that piece of shit. He had remorse because at that point he was looking into the burning fires of the open pits of hell and shit. And said, I didn't think there would be repercussions for what I did.
Right.
Yeah. And as he was heading down there, I regret. What exactly did he say?
I forget exactly, but he did say he regretted something.
Yeah. As well he should. He should regret being fucking born. That piece of shit. But Steve, remember Steve, his security guard, took over and had his own show for a while?
Steve
How
Wilkos.
did that run? Steve, yeah. What did you say, his last name?
Steve Wilkos.
Steve Wilkos. Yeah, whatever happened to him? How's he doing?
Yeah. He's same shite. They take these poor fucking...
Is he still on? He can't still be on. He can't still be on, is he?
I don't think so. No one watches those shows anymore.
Yeah, well, they don't need to. I mean, real life. They got the reality.
This was his last interview before he died, or one of his last interviews. He said, appearance on November 8th, 2022, on David Yontif's Behind the Velvet Rope podcast. Mm-hmm. He said he was so sorry of his show's impact. He said, I apologize. I'm so sorry. What have I done? I've ruined the culture. And then he quipped, I just hope hell isn't that hot because I burn really easily. I have a light complexion. So he knew, like you said.
Oh man.
Man.
See, I was just joking, but at the same time, it's obvious that he was seeing it.
Supposedly, but exactly.
Yeah, he was seeing it. Holy shit. And so it's there you go.
He said, I never thought I'd be in show business. I was a lawyer working for Bobby Kennedy. In other words, my background is political and legal. Well, that's basically an actor. It's no different.
Of course. Yeah. That's all a politician or an attorney is. You know,
Right.
I mean, fuck. I mean, look at Trump. He's just more of, you know, he's like the class
Right.
of actor that is like, how would you say it? If somebody like, who's that idiot who played the lovable rogue all the time? The guy in Chinatown, and he played the Joker in Batman.
Oh shit. You're talking about
That old man. He's old
Mark
now.
Hamill?
I mean, what's that?
Mark Hamill?
No, not that fucker. He's another guy who just, is fading. But Jack Nicholson. Jack Nicholson.
thank
Yeah, Jack Nicholson is, he's not an actor. He just plays the same role over and over again. The lovable rogue. That's all he
Yes,
is. The
exactly.
lovable rogue. So Trump is like that kind of actor as a politician. He has one role, and that's all he does.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean, they're all actors. I've gone in the spiel about they're all It's all acting.
Yeah, they're all actors, but the tragedy of the politician or the political actor is that overwhelmingly they these days, of course, because they're trying to downplay any sense of drama. These days, all they do is repress themselves, and the only role is projecting stoicism, respectability. I mean, it's like Biden. You know, it's like Biden. He's got it down. There's nothing there.
Right.
You're just projecting the image of the stone wall. You know, the biological statue. You know, I'm the living statue. I'm the man who
Right.
you could carve a statue out of, and you know, and so in that sense, Trump is so well loved by his cultists because he was so refreshing compared to that. Because then he'd get up and shout and scream and just bully
which is
people.
understandable.
Yeah, you can, well, to a degree. It's not excusable, but it's understandable. I mean,
Right.
it's like with Biden, of course, I can't even understand the kind of passion someone like Peter Moon has. It derives from his watching Fox News and all that right-wing crap, but he'll display a kind of passion against Biden. I don't even understand how someone can, like, muster any passion for there's nothing there.
It's like beating up your fucking dementia grandpa.
Yeah. It's like, you know, the way Brendan.
It's like nonsense.
Yeah, the way you yourself, Brendan Zogit, described it to our listeners. You yourself said he's eating ice cream. That's basically it. That's what he does.
And they just like wheel him out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he
They
fell
just wheel
down
him
the
out.
other day, right? You know, and
Again, yeah.
yeah,
it's like-
again, and it's like the idea of these two old men running for the White House, two old white men. I mean, a Donald Trump, Joe Biden rematch is like, imagine giving them boxing gloves and putting them in
Right.
a ring.
It's like it's just criminal.
Yes, it's like, this is the last thing America needs. I mean, we don't need this. It's just horrible. And then Peter Moon projects this sinister nature onto Kamala Harris, which is giving her way too much credit. I mean, I can't understand how he
Yeah,
even
she's a
gives.
total airhead.
Yeah, for him to say, she's just waiting for him to die, smacking her lips, and when he goes down, she'll be gleefully, taking over as presidentress for how many few weeks she can, and it's like,
Right.
dude.
They'll just Truman her ass.
Yeah.
I mean, wait, what was the guy before Truman?
With that Wilson asshole.
yeah,
his
they'll
vice
pull
president.
that shit
Yeah,
on
who,
her.
Henry Wallace. Henry Wallace.
They'll
There we go.
Henry Wallace her ass.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, oh my God. Even if they don't, it's like, it's not like he thinks of her as almost like conniving, and that would imply a greater level of intellect than she's displayed. It's like, yeah, there you go. Just really.
That would explain why they have to clone Biden, because like they just don't want to deal with that kind of damage control, or they have to like whatever they did to him. They're like keeping him alive.
Oh my God! Well, it's well, you remember? I told everybody about one of the films that I consulted with. That was a long time ago. I can't even remember the year. Was the film Shoot 'Em Up, which flopped, totally flopped because nobody could relate to it. Did you ever see it?
No, but I remember you telling me about it. You might have shown me some clips, or somehow we
Okay.
we saw some
I mean,
parts of
if
it. I
anybody
can't
get-
consciously remember.
Yeah, if anybody can get a chance to review it, go ahead. It's one of those things that's hard to find, So, I mean, comparatively. but if you find it, review it. And but the film basically, I gave them all the tropes that have since become mnemonically hackneyed, just cliches that they repeat in films. The fact that films wouldn't even use them because they're too much of a trope. But if you see them in that film, it's refreshing because it's all put in one film. It's all in one package, which is basically the politician who is really an insult to John Kerry. It's really an insult to John Kerry is what the political character in that film is. A John Kerry clone or lookalike. We're not using the term clone literally here. But
right. Neither was I, by the way.
Yeah, thank you. Just so people understand
like
that, because obviously Ian would take that and run with it and see, they finally get it. They finally get it. It's basically in the film, a John Kerry lookalike is basically he's kept alive by the bone marrow of dead babies, the babies that have to be raised specifically to match his genotype or blood type, so that it's compatible. They're compatible to his genetics. So these babies are taken from orphanages or they're bred out of mothers, and basically by taking the sperm and his sperm and injecting it into surrogate mothers, so they deliver a baby that is related to him because transfusions work from relatives. You get the logic. Yeah. So they're breeding babies with basically prostitutes or women that are homeless but not yet fall into the level of drug abuse. So healthy wombs, but desperate wombs. So they're taking them, which these days you could find that, but. So they're taking them, breeding babies, which are then killed to milk their marrow for this politician to keep him alive. That's the scandal at the heart of the film. But the man is affiliated with the pro-gun lobby, with the NRA and the pro-gun lobby. So he's protected by people who are armed to the teeth. And so the main character of the film is they made him British to make him exotic and appealing, and everybody loves the sexy accent in America. And he basically rescues the baby, tries to find someone who can feed the baby, so that gives the excuse for hooking up with a lactating hooker. And when he hooks up with the lactating hooker, throughout the film, the man hired to pursue him and kill him and get the baby back for harvesting to the politician. Because obviously you can imagine it's not easy to produce babies like that. It's not like the way Ian envisions it, where they got an assembly line of this shit and they got incubators. No, I mean, you have to find a desperate woman who's healthy, which is, even though I said you can find it like that after COVID and everybody's unemployed, back then was not that easy as it is today. Finding a healthy woman who's desperate. I mean, your average woman becomes desperate because she's not healthy, right? So finding a desperate woman who's healthy is hard. And so they have to find the baby who matches his genetics and harvest it. And so before he gets too desperate, or too much on the edge medically. And so while they're doing this, the guy hunting down the hero is basically presented as a pervert beyond description. He's made as repellent as possible, basically a pedophile. And so that's hinted throughout the film, and he's grooming his son. It's hinted that in his to become a pedophile as well. So there's this hint of all that I, as the advisor and the consultant, I gave them, and they did include. They basically worked on everything I said. It's all filmed in Canada because Canada made it super cheap to film. Everything was filmed in Canada in those days. For all through the 80s and the 90s, you wouldn't believe how much was filmed in Canada, because it's so cheap. And it's where you find cheap white people, cheap white people to hire. And the thing that was that they did right, I mean, they did it all right. Nobody wanted to see it. For one thing, the hero was incredibly dysfunctional, bitter. Most people probably found him impossible to like because he hated everything. he's sitting with the prostitute cradling the baby in one scene, where, per my suggestion, which they followed, he's basically slamming into other cars, with a woman in the shotgun seat cradling a baby, and he's slamming into other cars, which shows you how he's not responsible. He's obviously basically uncaring. He's basically, whatever care he feels at one moment is canceled out by his recklessness with the next. And so it's, despite all the action, despite all the shoot 'em up, which you'd think people would go for, the fact that he was fighting the gun lobby and all these armed to the teeth people who were just freaks with a sexual fetish for guns, who had no need to be armed to the teeth. They're just crazy. The fact that this film portrayed all that, Americans hated it. They just rejected it outright. And you can see why by what I'm explaining. It makes sense to you, right? Yes. Yeah, so yes. There you go. So that, but the other thing about it was the Bugs Bunny theme. He's basically kind of, without overdoing it, a human Bugs Bunny. He's eating carrots all the time, and that's kind of like almost like a weapon of his. It's not taken to an impossible extreme, but it's a cinematic extreme. So he's eating carrots, and then he'll like kill somebody with it by poking their eye out with the carrot or something when he hasn't bitten on yet. What's that?
I just said, holy shit.
Yeah, something like that, But the point that I'm making is that he's eating carrots all the time, and that was a trope of mine. I was identified with Bugs Bunny by the early Revolution Radio. So one of the things they did was they put up a Bugs Bunny picture of myself that it just was designed by that stupid idiot. Ahmad Painter was the guy's name. Ahmad Painter. And Ahmad Painter produced a Doug Dietrich Bugs Bunny poster among all the other weird posters he produced, which, like, people said who looked at it, they said, man, these graphics on the videos are very disturbing. And I always was pointing out to people, I didn't make them. I didn't make any of them. It was that Ahmad Painter who did that shit. And
I didn't want to bring it up while Peter Moon was with us, but I was gonna say I missed the Revolution Radio days when you could just say whatever you wanted and you could just go off.
Yeah, that was so weird because
unedited.
Yeah, and but you remember that stop later. Yeah. You remember that stop later. It was Ahmad Painter himself who reported me for speaking about the Thai city fuck it. The Thai city named Phuket. Phuket is how Americans mispronounce it. It's really pronounced fuck it. And then he reported me to, the idiot, Mike Ringley, and all that other shit. Everything about Mike Ringley was just he was just a white trash piece of shit. I mean, he was never happy. He's never happy because, I wouldn't be either because, he was fat, he's ugly, he was, his health was just a train wreck. So he was fainting, literally collapsing and fainting, all the time. Right. And so, because, he was dying, and he was diabetic. So you're talking about fat, overweight, diabetic, fainting all the time. He insisted he was not drinking, which sounds defensive already. But that what happens to diabetics is they start slurring. It's a terrible, but wait a second. A diabetic who gets to the point where they're slurring and everything, well, you're supposed to be taking your shots. So are you not taking your shots? Like, a diabetic has a solution for when they start slurring and getting all fucked up. And that is, okay, pump in, what do they do? Candy bars or something, right? There's something that they do. I don't know what it is. You can't give them cake or sugar or something. So it's some other shit. They got to do this glucose shit. So it's like, he kept saying, no, I'm diabetic. That's why I'm slurring. But that didn't make sense. It's like, so you're not injecting your fucking solution or something like that, or what? It's like, no, you're drinking.
The sugars were weight like 300 plus. That's like deadly.
Yeah. Thank you. You heard him say that?
No, but that's like, to get to that slurring level, you have to be pretty fucking.
Thank you. And he was there all the time.
Unless it was a cover because he was drunk.
Yeah. It had to be.
Which also doesn't help
because he was slurring all the time. So because he was slurring so often, It had to be drinking because, like you said, when it gets to the point where you're slurring and stuff like that, you could die, right? You know, these diabetics.
Yeah, you're like going into a coma.
Yeah, thank you.
Like your shit's shutting down.
Thank you. By the way, how much... Type 2 diabetes is when you become diabetic because you're eating all the sugar, right?
Yeah.
That's
like this.
Yeah.
Type 2 is like the lifestyle disease. Type 1 is more of like
you're born
your pancreas
with
just shutting down.
Yeah, but type 1 is like you're born with this shit and you're fucked, right, at birth or
Pretty
something.
much.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
So
not exactly, but that's basically how it's done. Yeah.
right. So with type 2, how, like, Stephen Outram is probably, type 2 candidate, like a prime candidate for type 2. How does one, like, how much sugar or what do you have to do that to go over the precipice?
Type 2?
Yeah.
It's like a whole lifetime of bad eating.
Like, I mean, you just have to be McDonald's and Diet Cokes and shit.
It depends on your predispositions, but basically you're just drinking Cokes and Pepsis and like I can use my mom as an example. Like, she wouldn't be offended. It's just like the doctor said she was pre-diabetic, and then she would just like come home and eat like a whole pack of vegan cupcakes that are like 40 grams sugar and just like stuff like that, where like something's wrong and you just go past the limit, and then now she's diabetic basically.
Oh, holy shit! She's taking shots?
Pretty close. They tried to put her on that thing, the metformin, which is a pill.
Oh my
and
God.
she managed to reverse it with my dietary assistance
So
and the millets and stuff. Yeah.
So you saved her life.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Pretty much.
Why?
It's kind of just like an experiment at this point.
just to prove to yourself that your knowledge is right. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a working. Anyone who's willing to try it, I'm up to try it.
Proof of concept.
Proof of concept. Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah. That's really where I'm at. It sounds fucked up, but
by the way, Peter Moon only has
people.
Right. Peter Moon only has 648 subscribers.
Yeah, I saw it.
Yet you said his videos have these hella hits. It's like 20,000 hits.
I didn't really want to talk about it on there, but it's like it was people that were posting his videos.
Yeah.
So they would do what the Bulgarians were doing, is like make a video, right? And then swoop the video or swoop the audio.
Yeah.
Put a bunch of cool graphics on it, and then repost it on their channel, where it was like Peter Moon and a time travel portal and like all this crazy like psychedelic shit behind him.
Oh,
and then it's just like a little tiny picture of Peter and then the interviewer. And then these ones were getting like 225,000 or 225,000 views and stuff.
I don't think he grasps or groks.
Yeah, he didn't get what I was saying.
Yeah, what you're even trying to tell him.
Yeah, he would definitely be cool with making that much money.
Yeah, thank you.
I think 200,000 views on YouTube, that's like at least 1,000, 2,000 a month.
Yes, thank you. That's why I was telling you could pay my rent. And, so you had no interest in that. Yeah.
Right.
You, Jesus fucking Christ. So we need to talk to him privately again. He'll probably be shut down and resistant to it, in some kind of denial. There's something about him.
Like, I'm just going to type it in here.
Mm-hmm. Oh my God. And
there's tons of people that are just like swooping his name too.
Yeah. Holy shit.
Okay. Yeah. Here's one. Romanian space-time portal to Tibet with Dr. Michael Sala, 55,000 views.
Oh my God.
Then there was one with like an astronomical amount of views.
Yeah.
Because what they do is they sit there and they they tinker with all the tags and they start reposting it, and it gets more hits that way.
Oh.
Like, there are professionals that do this. They just sit all day like making videos of people, swooping videos and posting them.
That's incredible. So he's incredibly exploited. That's
pretty much. I mean, now that I look at it, there's not that many, but there was a few.
Yeah. Yeah.
And there's someone that's a guitar player named Peter Moon, so I don't know if that.
Right. There's some guitar player named Douglas Dietrich too. I mean, so for what that's
Right.
worth. But okay, so we have it's basically 12. We started at about 6:45, so we've got till like about 6:30 a.m. I could start a monologue now and just go on, but I'm rather demotivated because we don't have that many people here compared to my channel, because Peter Moon has far less subscribers and most people don't know what happened. And so let's hear from the listeners. Who wants me to continue and go into monologue? Because, it's like, what I could do is simply talk about Alexander Dugin, some other shit, just kind of like going on in the world. And
Ras of Putin.
yeah. Would you say Wrath of Putin?
Ras.
Ras.
The head
Yeah.
of Putin.
That's right. Oh, yes. Putin's brain. Thank you. That's it. The Slavic. Yeah.
It just works as a pun in Arabic somehow. I don't know.
Yes, it does.
Just by what's the word?
Yeah.
Just by chance.
Yes. By the way,
Coincidence.
The in the chat room, the MXM Almanac says it was used for filler making Mecca honey bread and in Jerusalem, talking about one of the things you were speaking of. And so does that
most
ring...
likely the
Yeah.
the millets? It had to be the millets.
Okay. Yeah, and then BRN 2579 says Trump has a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. He plays a businessman on TV. Laugh out loud. It's true. Yeah. So there you go.
Yeah, they're all actors.
Yeah. And of course,
the number.
Yeah. But then he's just playing himself, a businessman on TV, right? I mean, there's no acting there.
It's like it's a pathology where they act like that because they're just that's how they see themselves. It's like not the super ego, but it's like the programming is just that. Like they think they're that, like exactly what you're saying.
No, it's like, well, remember, was it
they're playing a role, basically.
Right? Was it Michael Jordan or who was the guy in the Bugs Bunny basketball cartoon?
Yeah, the original was Michael Jordan. Yeah.
Okay, so it's Michael Jordan, and what was that called again?
Space Jam.
Space Jam. Yeah, it's like Michael Jordan in Space Jam, where people were saying, "Wow, he's really displaying his acting abilities," and fuck you, you fucking kidding me? He's playing himself. It's like, God, he's not displaying any acting abilities. He's just being himself. But when it came, and then when they did the sequel, oh my God, they really fucked it up. Jesus, and who was in the sequel? There was a different guy in the sequel. And it
LeBron, they had to pull out LeBron James.
Yeah, oh my God. And
that's just a whole headache in itself.
Yeah.
Like those are the kind of people that they become good at something and then they let it go to their head and it ruins them.
Yes. Thank you. And they turn into something else. It's like
exactly.
Andrew Tate, of course.
Exactly. It's like, why can't they just be successful and normal? It's like they just go beyond
now
they turn into these like creatures. It's like it's definitely one of the deadly sins. Hubris type situation. Yeah.
Thank you.
And then they wonder why shit happens to them.
Yes. Thank you. So, everybody in the chat room, let me know. You want to hear me monologue? Oh, I might as well get started. And but in terms of yourself, how before I go into the monologue and suck all the oxygen out of the room and everybody suffocates to death, all the oxygen sucked out of their lungs. Anything else that you want to bring up? You're welcome to. Believe me, I'm not anxious to get started. It's just demotivated by everything that happened.
Nothing that I'm really conscious of.
Okay. So, but hang around for a little bit and fade out as you go to sleep. You can send me a note saying I'm going to go to sleep, but you don't need to. I mean, just hang out and stay on the call and just fall asleep as far as I'm concerned. Slowly, which you're more than welcome to do. But don't be afraid to interject. Just interject when you feel like you've got something that you think that you can, offer. I'll go a bit over what Mao did, so that people get kind of a blow by blow, kind of from my own perspective of it. Your memory is incredible. The fact that you remembered what you did about it is so impressive. And
Wait, what did I remember?
About the sparrows and the
Yes.
and the ultimate repercussions of his maniacal war against nature
Yeah, how
itself.
come more people don't reference that? Is that something that you brought up?
Yeah, that's something I brought.
Okay.
Almost nobody knows about
Right.
it. Yeah. So what I'm going to do, people, is I'm going to basically go into my PayPal accounts and start reading. If the people don't ask for anonymity, I'll give them some credit. So I want people to know I'm going to do that now. Give some credit. The first person I'll give credit to is JP. JP sent a $25 fuck this shit. Okay, I did not need this. I clicked the wrong button on this fucking thing, and now I probably can't get into it. But it fucking worked anyway. So I've got a $30 balance on my fun card, the regular card. And it's from KP. KP says, "Great stuff as always. Thanks for being a hero. God bless you." KP, that's 30 United States dollars, 25 United States dollars from JP, who said, "Enjoy." $200 from my cosmetologist for last month that helped me make the rent. There was $20 from MAGAflagshops.com, who said, basically, thanks for sharing your knowledge. Been a fan for over a decade. And this is so wonderful because this is someone who's MAGA flag shop. So thank God for their open mind. This KP last month sent $20, said sending positive vibes. Let's see now with anyone else. Just see if I can credit them. This is like the fun card, the one that's in my name, Douglas D. Dietrich. That's the one everybody sees on the screen. And it's supposed to be the easiest one to put money into where you're not supposed to be charged. You're not supposed to be charged. Yet V got charged probably because she sent it from her business. And therefore they took it as some kind of shit. So
wait, what happened?
They charged her
for what?
$7. They charged her $7 to send me
For what?
to transfer $200 into my card.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's not
probably because it's from a commercial account.
Yeah, probably because it's from a commercial account. That's why.
You gotta send it as a gift or some bullshit.
Yeah, you gotta send it as an individual or as a gift. Most people have individual cards, which I didn't know. So she probably doesn't even have an individual card, and
because they're thinking it's like a business transaction, so they'll of course take their share.
Yeah. And Nolani Bouchard in Hawaii said blessing, sent $30. This was all last month. I'm just letting people know about these wonderful people from last month, and hopefully that inspires people this month. We have money received from a man named Desley White, who didn't give me any instructions for anonymity, so he sent $20. So bless him. Other than that, that pretty much covers what's in the Douglas D. Dietrich card, which is the one everyone... Oh, you can't see it on screen because we're putting up black. See, that's why that shit's got to end. I gotta put the fucking, Douglas D. Dietrich stuff up there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
We can put the text boxes through OBS.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So we're going to start doing that. Yeah, that's what we're going to start doing. He wanted to go straight black today, and we didn't have any time to even think that shit over. This is why we did what we did. So let me go over to open the other account, and I have to go into the stupid covert window, like I'm cruising for porn. And then enter that, okay, and press the next button, and log in, and proceed to account overview, and this will give us some more wonderful people to thank. This one's got $143.71 in it. So let's hope we can work on that. We had June 7th, just yesterday. Just tonight. That means like tonight, from tonight's show. Again, the lovely Nolani Bouchard in Pahoa, Hawaii. Were you ever on that island? Is that an island?
How's it spelled?
Pahoa, Hawaii. Maybe it's the Big Island. The Big Island of Hawaii has a city in there. So,
that sounds like a big island.
Yeah. So this lovely lady sent 30 United States dollars. No particular message other than blessings. Her blessings is more than welcome. And so.
Or it could be that thing.
What?
It could be on Kauai.
Could be, yeah, but you don't think it's Judith Ager, hiding herself?
No, but I mean, it's a nice place to live.
She's not the only one.
Is it spelled Pauahi?
Let me go back to it and see, and Pahoa, comma Hawaii. So, yeah, I guess if we were on another island, it would say
some other place. I've never been there.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So
there are many islands.
Yeah. But then we have a payment from. Let's see if she wants this to be anonymous before I give a name. 30 United States dollars from wonderful woman. Did not ask for anonymity. This is the Dr. Clara de Jesus in Puerto Rico. So Dr. Clara de Jesus in Puerto Rico.
You got a lot of island love.
Yeah, a lot of island love from island ladies. Clara de Jesus has pointed out that something like 90% of or something outrageous, the majority of the population on Puerto Rico is on welfare. So no surprise.
Right.
But then again, I'm sure Brendan Zogit would counter that the majority of the population on Hawaii is on welfare.
Yeah, they are for sure.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
The locals are for sure.
Yeah.
And with Puerto Rico, they get a lot of fucked up shit happens to them. Like they'll try and travel here and their passport will get denied, or they'll be like.
Well, they just had an article the other day.
Or no, they don't even need a passport to come in, but the people at the airport will be like, "Where's your passport? You fucking you island Negro." Yeah. And it's like, I'm a fucking citizen.
Yeah. The Puerto Ricans, there was just a story about them trying to get on a plane the other day, and an entire family was denied because they were saying, "Where's your passports?"
Yeah.
Where's your passport?
It's so fucked up.
Yeah.
So retarded. Who's training these people?
Thank you. Well, who do you think? The KKK. Anyhow, we have our Nemo Albano in Queensland, Australia, and you notice even though I called him, he didn't come on tonight. Because he's like, even though he was in the chat. What's that?
Probably sleeping.
Yeah, he was in the chat. So what'd he do? Just go to sleep Yeah, he was in the chat. Yeah, he's the guy who named nothing in the chat with the Antarctica, the Antarctica thing. So it's like it's like what the fuck. It's so 30 United States dollars from him, and that's a lot in Australian dollars. So thank you so much from our dear friend Nemo Albano in Queensland. And oh my God, I can't imagine. Thank you. Don't put yourself out, but he'll be fine. I know that. He lives with his dad. So we've got a recurring payment from this wonderful human being. Let's see if they ask for anonymity. And this recurring payment means they've set it to monthly deposit, so to speak. And so it's non-U.S. Canada. Some lovely Canadian lady named Brooke Hagberg. Brooke Hagberg in Canada. Spelled differently from our Brooke. She is also our Brooke, but she's Brooke like the river. And Brooke Hagberg, what a cute name. Canada. and 40 United States dollars. So God bless her. So that's Canadian dollars again. Hard to tell, but a lot of money for these people. Bless them, probably equivalent to 50 US dollars or something like that. Half $100. So she's paying me half $100 a month. Goddess bless her. Cashback bonus from PayPal of 50 cents, which is pretty good. I mean, that's 2 quarters. You could rub that together, as opposed to their old shit. Used to be a penny and shit. I guess I'm moving up, in their estimate. Let's see if this person, we got payment from Sammy Romero of 25 United States dollars. People may notice he doesn't come on anymore because he's just had a baby shower for a incoming baby girl, to be sister to his son. Before I go to this other person, Stephen Myers in our, here's what he has to say. I think it's important. He's in the heart of of Manhattan, Manhattan Island, the belly of the beast. 75 United States dollars, 3/4 of $100. He says, great podcast on the eating of the dead by these occultists. Got a chance to see it on Faces of Death back in the 80s, where I rented it on VHS. They were in all white and brought the body of their dead cult leader, ate him, and had a sexual blood orgy while they were feasting on the body. I learned more when you break down the occult world that rules over all of us. Most people can't fathom what you are saying. I am glad I was exposed to this before I found you. Thanks for the knowledge, which is power. So God bless you, my dear brother from another mother. Stephen Myers is half Chinese, half black, Ablasian, black Asian, or in the old days they would have called him the term they used in the James Bond novel, Dr. No, with a Asian Oriental villain in his first novel that started it all, just like in the James Bond film franchise. They called them Chigros, Chinese Negroes. How's that?
Wait, you're saying Dr. No was that?
No. Dr. No was half German, half Chinese. So,
right, okay.
He's supposed to be like me, a sinister Eurasian. He's a sinister Eurasian. Yeah. So, but with his mafia being the Caribbean, it was in the Caribbean, his his goons, his henchmen were Chigros, black Negroes. So,
right.
So
Chinese, right?
Well, Chinese blacks, half black, half Chinese, which of course the British would find, oh, how repulsive. And if you read
would be the villain. Of course.
If you read the novel, that's what you get out of it. The movie doesn't show them where they look like that. They use actual blacks, and then of course they had some poor black guy playing the character of, I believe his name was Querelle, and so you get this horrible scene where Sean Connery is shouting at this black man, "Querelle, fetch my shoes!" I mean, ooh.
Holy shit.
Yeah. Oh, painful to watch. And
that was Sean Connery who did that?
Yeah, Sean Connery. He shot, "Querelle, fetch my shoes!" No question.
Yeah, so those would be canceled immediately, but then I'm surprised they don't bring that shit up.
Yeah.
Or they tried to cancel Sean Connery after he was dead, and it was just like, come on, like he made that comment about, if your woman's acting up, you just slap her around.
Yeah. Oh, God.
He was, I mean, that was just how they did it.
Yeah.
I found something that Nemo posted on BitChute here. It's you talking to Feet to the Fire guy.
Oh, yeah.
About
James
zombies and prions.
Yeah.
That was interesting.
Cool. Yes. And he
does give you a credit. He says, I did not make this. It's a re-upload. Support Douglas any way you can, or buy his books. And he has some links.
Cool. Good man.
So
good man.
Good for him. Yeah, good for him.
Thank you. I mean, he's a good man. He's got wild fucking dreams.
Right.
That's the Aborigines. You did not hear me say that. Abos. You did not hear me use that term. At any rate, the Aborigines are tormenting he and his fellow whites down there in Australia. We have from the Netherlands, 25 United States dollars. A quarter of 100 United States dollars from the Netherlands. A wonderful human being named Jesse Wienen, or Wienen, Wijnen, in the Dutch, probably Wienen, or Wijnen, I think Wienen. So there we are. I Slavonicize a lot of these pronunciations, so that might be wrong. It might be, maybe they pronounce the J, Wijnen. So someday he can tell us. Well, thank you all. You're all wonderful human beings. So with that, I'll start going into monologue after giving...
Yes, I have to go to sleep.
Okay, we love you. Blessed be thy slumber, and sweet be thy dreams. Stay safe and be well. And say good morning to our listeners.
Yes, good morning and greetings. Right.
Don't forget to support Doug plug. Yeah.
Yes, do what you can. Links will be below eventually, and then
yeah, thank you. Oh, good point. Shit, I guess we could enter them as a comment. And
that's a good point. Yeah.
So thank you, and
everyone seems to be MIA for whatever reason.
Yeah.
Usually they do throw something in.
At any rate, so here we are on Peter Moon's channel, and I'll start filling the bandwidth. Our man is going to check out. Bless you, dear Brendan. And with that, okay, the end of the world as we know it.
Auf Wiedersehen.
Yeah, auf Wiedersehen. Thank you.
Or Auf, it would be Aufhören.
Yes. Or
Auf Wiederhören. I will speak with you later.
Yes, thank you. Very proper.
Right.
Most, I think most Europeans these days, even Austrians, would just say "cheers," or something like that.
Cheers.
That's
more like informal. Cheers.
Yeah. There you go. That's a Hitler in me. How did I even fucking know that? Go on.
Right. I like Ian's comment in the text. He said they ain't teach us about no millets in Alabama.
Yeah.
All right.
You give that fucker some millets, he'll just smoke them. Yeah, that's
banana peels.
Yes.
All right.
Oh my God! It sounds like he's he's at that point now. He said he's broke. He says, "Yeah, Daddy needs his fix." Yes, he's at that point. Yes. Well, do listen to me while you fall asleep.
Yes.
All right.
Until my phone dies.
Yes, till your phone dies.
My headphones are not compatible.
Okay. All right.
Good luck.
Blessed be. Okay, the end of the world as we know it is closer than ever before. The Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists announced on January 24th of this year that it has moved its metaphorical doomsday clock closer than ever to midnight, the hypothetical hour of Armageddon. And, that brings us to the culture war within the debt debate, which was supposed to be a doomsday deadline all its own. Over last weekend, President Joe Biden and House Speaker Kevin McCarthy agreed on a bill to raise the debt ceiling. The bill passed the House Rules Committee vote on Tuesday. That House Republicans would vote on it later last week. I myself waited to find out the future of the legislation ahead of this week's default deadline by expending what little time I had available for cogitation, thinking about how these negotiations fit into the larger cultural battles being waged across the country. And it's all about a struggle for control. Over the past decade, America's debt limit negotiations have turned from an institutional formality into a polarized political debate. And in 2023, these negotiations have also taken on elements of the nation's culture wars. As the Atlantic Magazine columnist Ronald Brownstein noted the week before last, the budget cuts that House Republicans have argued for are focused on, his words, the relatively small slice of the federal budget that funds most of the government's investments in children and young adults, who are the most racially diverse generations in American history. So programs that benefit America's young people, such as Head Start or Pell Grants, bear the burden of House Republicans' desired cuts, while Social Security and Medicare are exempt from budget cuts, unlike in previous Russo collaborationist red Republican insurgent debt reduction plans. Ron Brownstein so wrote, "The budget fight, in many ways, represents the fiscal equivalent to the battle over cultural issues raging through Republican-controlled states across the country," with Brownstein himself having already proven that this debate is but the new front in, his words, "the struggle for control of the nation's direction." Yeah, which is keeping a bunch of old people on life support and eliminating our future, which is multicultural, multi-ethnic. What's ostensibly a fiscal feud is also a clash between the interests of the older, predominantly white voters who make up the Russo collaborationist red Republican insurgent base and the younger, more diverse Americans who Democrats are coming to rely upon. So Ian West says she just left. Tell us about this. Did you get lucky?
Hey guys, I'm back. Sorry about that. Did you go into monologue already?
Going into it now, but feel free to catch us up on what happened.
Well, no, I was going to tell you guys, I had this MK Ultra dude over to the house the other day, and I broke his triggering, and
wow,
he what's it called? He positively identified some of these tunnels and these random pictures I have of tunnels, and I found out that there's actually one of them that I have is underneath Orlando.
Okay. Oh wow.
It was amazing.
Yeah.
It was absolutely amazing.
Wow.
But we'll catch up on it next week or whatever. It's all good. I'll let you get back to your monologue.
Okay, thank you. But do me a favor and hang on, and don't be afraid to interject if you feel you have something constructive to say. And just put me in the background, and feel free to fall asleep with me on. And
no, she got me up now. I'll be up. But yeah, no, I'll stay tuned. Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much.
All right, ciao.
Thank you. So in prognosticating as to how the bipartisan agreement of this past weekend affected the prognosis for programs that serve America's young people, I have been forced to remind myself that because the deal calls for overall caps rather than cuts to individual programs, anticipating what the specific cuts might be is difficult until Congress passes its appropriations bills for those programs later this year. And Russo collaborationist red Republican lawmakers did not end up with the 10 years of spending caps they had initially called for. Instead, the agreed-upon legislation includes just 12 years of caps and then switches to targets that are not legally binding. But even though the country will not ultimately see the full extent of House Republicans' initial desired cuts, the proposal itself is notable for what it says about the voters the party hopes to reach. As the aforecited Brownstein aptly put it, looming over these spending choices is the intertwined generational and racial resorting of the 12 parties' electoral coalitions. The grand old party has become more dependent on older white people who are either eligible for the federal retirement programs or nearing eligibility. For the Democrats' part, Biden's own budget proposal sought to increase taxes for top-earning Americans, who also tend to be older, in order to preserve spending that benefits young people. However, this proposal did not make it into last weekend's agreement. As we keep our eye on the developments of the next, few days after the last few, Brownstein's conclusion offers a helpful reminder of the stakes of these negotiations. I read from his own column, the last paragraph thereof. In 2024, millennials and Gen Z may, for the first time, cast as many ballots as the baby boomers and older generations. By 2028, they will almost certainly surpass the older groups. In the fight over the federal budget and debt ceiling, just as in the struggles over cultural issues unfolding in the states, Republicans appear to be racing to lock into law policies that favor their older white base before the rising generations acquire the electoral clout to force a different direction. But despite that fact, the debt ceiling deal reveals the impotence of Donald Trump's MAGA movement. So I have bad news for folks who invested in bright red Make America Great Again hats and devoted years of their lives to what former President Donald Trump routinely calls the greatest political movement in the history of our country. The MAGA movement, with each passing day, appears smaller and more impotent. It's loud, but ineffective, capable of creating chaos, but incapable of success. The recent debt ceiling deal reached between President Joe Biden and Republican House Speaker Kevin McCarthy perfectly illustrates MAGA's all holler / no action status. MAGA's debt ceiling red line was easily crossed by Kevin McCarthy. This was the none shall pass for moment for far-right Republicans in Congress, a chance to use the threat of economic disaster that would accompany a default to undo all the things Big Bad Biden had accomplished or has accomplished as president, to slash spending to the bone and poke holes in the safety net, the social safety net. During a CNN town hall, Trump said, "I say to the Republicans out there, congressmen, senators, if they don't give you massive cuts, you're going to have to do a default." Republican Representative Kevin Hern of Oklahoma, chair of the Republican Study Committee, told the Fourth Estate, the American press, he agreed with Trump. And Representative Ralph Norman of North Carolina said, "Either they agree to cuts, which are modest, or they take responsibility for whatever happens." The Republican Party's debt ceiling threats met up with reality. That's what happened. McCarthy caved to MAGA demands and initially produced a debt ceiling bill that would have gutted much of what Biden accomplished in his first 12 years. It was a wholly unreasonable proposal, aimed at appeasing the extremes of McCarthy's own party. But the final deal the speaker hammered out with Biden was nothing close to what MAGA lawmakers wanted. The original bill sought a 10-year cap on spending, with draconian cuts to non-defense spending. The final deal puts minor spending restraints in place for the next 12 years. They wanted strict and unnecessary work requirements on SNAP, the Supplemental Nutritional Assistance Program. It has food stamps recipients and people on Medicaid, like myself. Well, Medicaid went untouched, and the dynamics of the change in work requirements for SNAP recipients, according to the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office, will actually increase government spending on food stamps. Thank the gods of my ancestors, because now I'm on them myself. The original bill cut the $80 billion United States dollars allotted to the IRS for 1 decade, part of Biden's Inflation Reduction Act, his IRA. Only $10 billion United States dollars per year for 12 years was cut in the final deal. That's 8 times less. The debt ceiling is ridiculous and a bunch of fake news. You see, notable MAGA-enthused folks were disgusted with the agreement. Before the vote, Representative Lauren Boebert of Colorado said the bill is a bunch of fake news and fake talking points that will do nothing to rein in out-of-control federal spending. Representative Andy Biggs of Arizona called it a ridiculous, ephemeral deal that is one of the biggest abominations he has seen. Texas Representative Chip Roy, a member of the MAGA-aligned Freedom Caucus, said, "The Republican conference right now has been torn asunder. Not one Republican should vote for this deal. Not one." In the House, 149 Republicans voted in favor of the deal. 68% of the chamber's Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgent members. Womp womp. What happened? Republicans who aren't wholly aligned with Trump and his MAGA movement did their jobs and voted for a bill that got them some of what they wanted and saved the global economy from collapse. The MAGA outcry over the debt ceiling deal was noisy, as usual. Trump cultist Steve Bannon said on his podcast that Democratic House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries came out of the debt ceiling deal as the man. Bannon dubbed Jeffries the real majority leader and used a rather derogatory word for McCarthy. But again, MAGA is all talk. They won't be able to kick McCarthy out as Speaker, just as they weren't able to stop Biden from largely winning the debt ceiling fight, just as they weren't able to help Republicans achieve a red wave in the midterm elections or help Trump win in the 2020 presidential election. Even Texas Republicans ignored a threat from Donald Trump. Speaking of the former president, when Texas Republicans decided to impeach the state's attorney general, hardcore Trump backer Ken Paxton, Trump rushed to Paxton's defense and threatened any state Republicans who dare cross him. Hopefully, Republicans in the Texas House will all agree that this is a very unfair process that should not be allowed to happen or proceed. I will fight you if it does. Not long after that threat, the Republican-controlled Texas House voted overwhelmingly, 121 to 23, to impeach Paxton. Apparently, they weren't intimidated, nor should they have been. Let's stop treating Trump and MAGA as some all-powerful force. MAGA, as a movement, has more than proven itself to be a paper tiger. A loud one, sure. One that can stir up all kinds of dust and threats and unhinged accusations, but a paper tiger nonetheless. It's time Republicans and the rest of us stop being cowed by Trump and his perversely loyal fan base, with their red hats and noisy chants and cult-like attraction to a man who, as they will one day tragically learn, doesn't care a whit about them. The power of MAGA is a mirage. That's why McCarthy hedged his bets and struck a deal with Biden. He knew he could beat back Trump's toadies. And that's exactly what he did. More immediately, a giant seaweed mass heading for Florida's beaches is full of potentially dangerous bacteria that threatens a pathogen storm, as proven by a study into this phenomenon. These are the main points I'm trying to emphasize. A giant stretch of sargassum seaweed is headed toward the beaches of Florida and Mexico. The interplay between plastic marine debris and bacteria could cause a pathogen storm, as proven via the academic study. Florida officials have ergo cautioned the public to stay away from Sargassum when possible. That's not a place. That's all this seaweed that becomes a place all its own because it's a floating, suffocating blanket of solid shit and sea sewage that is going to blanket your beaches in Florida all the way down through the Gulf of Mexico. You see, warm water in the Pacific shapes storms, droughts, and record heat around the world, the kind of heat that led to this algal bloom, or something parallel to an algal bloom on a much grander scale, the red weed that blankets the surface of the sea in ever larger blankets. And a big El Nino is looming. So here's what it means for our weather. El Nino is the warm phase of the Pacific Ocean's temperature cycle, and this year's El Nino is poised to be a big one, sending shockwaves into weather patterns around the world. It's likely to set new heat records, energize rainfall in South America, fuel drought in Africa, and disrupt the global economy. It may already have helped fuel early season heat waves in Asia this year. In a statement earlier this month, Petteri Taalas, Secretary General of the World Meteorological Organization, said, "A warming El Nino is expected to develop in the coming months, and this will combine with human-induced climate change to push global temperatures into uncharted territory. This will have far-reaching repercussions for health, food security, water management, and the environment. We need to be prepared." We know the next El Nino won't be cheap. The one in 1997 through 1998, one of the world's most powerful in history, led to 5.7 trillion United States dollars in income losses in countries around the world, as proven to a study, or through a study, published earlier this month in the journal Science. That's much higher than prior estimates of as much as 96 billion United States dollars. It was also blamed for contributing to 23,000 deaths as storms and floods amped up in its wake. So it's not just expensive, it's downright lethal. Rising average temperatures are poised to amplify these effects still further. Even if every country met its existing pledges to cut greenhouse gas emissions to limit climate change, El Nino events could lead to 84 trillion United States dollars in economic losses by the end of the century. This is according to the aforecited Science study, which I am sourcing for this information, in which the authors wrote, and here I read their writ, "These findings together suggest that while climate mitigation is essential to reduce accumulating damages from warming, it is imperative to devote more resources to adapting to El Nino in the present day." I mean, and how will we even do that? I'm going to try and present you some solutions, because as an analyst, that's what I do to earn my pay from you. This might seem like a whole lot from a weather phenomenon, driven by slightly warmer than average water in the Pacific. But it turns out that the planet's largest ocean, covering about 1/3 of our surface, is a powerful engine for weather around the world. Seemingly small shifts in temperature, wind, and current in parts of the Pacific Ocean near the equator can alter weather patterns for months. Scientists have improved their ability to predict when these cycles will rise and how severe they will be. At the same time, humans are also changing the climate while building more ports, homes, and offices in areas that are vulnerable to disasters worsened by El Nino. That's why such events can be so costly. But there are measures that can dampen some of their worst effects. Now, in trying to explain to the average layman how El Nino works, El Nino events lead to a band of warming water forming along the equator in the Pacific Ocean, while La Nina, in disambiguation from El Nino, does the opposite. Fishers off the coast of Ecuador and Peru coined the term El Nino in the 19th century to describe a warm water current that regularly built up along the west coast of South America around Christmas. El Nino, meaning the boy, which is a reference to the Christ child, because Christ's Mass is a celebration of his birth. The warm water turned out to be part of a much larger, complicated system connecting seas and skies all over the world. Scientists now know that the Pacific Ocean cycles between warm, neutral, and cool phases roughly every 2 to 7 years, inducing changes in the ocean and in the atmosphere. This back and forth is called the El Nino Southern Oscillation, or ENSO, ENSO, in acronym, El Nino Southern Oscillation. The key thing to understand is that the Pacific Ocean is huge. 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 And that's just the surface area. The Pacific averages 13,000 feet in depth, but can dip as low as 36,000 feet. Water isn't just moving north, south, east, and west, but up and down. These currents are driven by wind as well as temperature and salt gradients. Earth's oceans also act as a giant thermal battery. They've absorbed upward of 90% of the warming humans have induced from burning fossil fuels, and the Pacific, at least, appears to be warming particularly fast. All this adds up to a world-changing amount of energy packed into one big ocean. During ENSO, ENSO, the El Nino Southern Oscillation, and its neutral phase, wind pushes warm water in the Pacific around the equator from east to west. This lets warm water pool near Indonesia and raises sea levels there by 1.5 feet, or half a meter, above normal compared to the coast of South America. The warmer water near Asia evaporates more readily and fuels rainstorms there. And as surface waters get pushed away from South America, water from deeper in the ocean rises, bringing with it valuable nutrients like phosphorus and nitrogen. This phenomenon is called upwelling, and it's critical for nourishing sea life. About half the fish in the world are caught in these upwelling zones. While El Nino starts picking up, or when it does, this engine shifts gears. The trade winds slow down and the warm water near Asia starts sloshing back eastward across the Pacific, reaching the coast of South America. The drift in warm water also moves evaporation and rain such that Southeast Asia and Australia tend to get drier, while Peru and Ecuador typically see more precipitation. These perturbations can then deflect weather patterns across the world. Exempli gratiae. In these United States, El Nino typically leads to less rainfall in the Pacific Northwest and more in the Southwest. But it's one of several factors that influences the weather, making it tricky to anticipate just how it will play out in a given year. The guidelines for declaring an El Nino are sea surface temperatures in the equatorial Pacific that stay, 0.9 degrees Fahrenheit, or half a degree Celsius, above the 30-year average for 3 months. Right now, with the seasons changing, it's tricky to say for certain that the world is in an El Nino year, but researchers say they'll have a better answer in the coming weeks, if not this week. The engine can also shift in reverse. Trade winds blowing east to west across the Pacific get stronger, cooling the region around the equator, a phenomenon known as La Nina. This tends to have a cooling effect over the entire planet. So, what can we expect this year? El Nino typically picks up over the summer and shows its strongest effects over the winter in the northern hemisphere. Right now, forecasts drawing on ocean buoys, sensors, satellite measurements, and computer models show that a strong one is brewing as the eastern Pacific Ocean steadily warms up just below its surface. Per Dylan Amaya, a research scientist at NOAA, the National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration, to quote us verbatim at some length, the vast majority are assuming that we're going to have a big El Nino this winter. I think we're definitely expecting to break global temperature records this year. Once you get on the other side of spring, our forecast skill goes way up. It's not always a one-to-one relationship. It creates a lot of convection and a lot of thunderstorms in a part of the world that doesn't always have that activity. You release a lot of energy and a lot of heat into the atmosphere, and this creates waves that propagate in the northern hemisphere and in the southern hemisphere symmetrically. Part of what's making this so jarring is that ENSO is coming out of an unusually long La Nina phase. They typically last 1 to 2 years, but the world has been in one since 2020. That has allowed more heat energy to accumulate in the ocean and may have helped cushion some of the warming due to climate change. However, the World Meteorological Organization noted that the past 8 years were still the hottest on record. So the warming water detected in the equatorial Pacific and the rebound from La Nina point toward a strong El Nino. The other big factor is that the planet itself is heating up. El Nino is part of a natural cycle. Human activity is amplifying some aspects of it, but not always in any straightforward way. Researchers expect that climate change will increase the chances of strong El Nino and La Nina events, but are still chalking out how they will manifest. Exactly how that extra heat is distributed across the ocean and the atmosphere will alter which regions see some rain, more rain, which ones will suffer drought, and where the biggest storms will land. And while the rising El Nino this year will eventually cycle back to its cool phase, it won't be enough to offset humanity's consumption of fossil fuels. Michael McFadden, a senior scientist at the NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, said, in his words, "It's the strongest fluctuation of the climate system on the planet. There's only been 3 triple-dip La Ninas in the last 500 years. one in 1973 to 76, one from 1998 to 2001, and then this one. All the ingredients are in place, and the soup is cooking. The ocean is uncorked. All that heat that was stored below the surface of the ocean is going to come out. What really matters from the long-term point of view is this relentless rise in greenhouse gas concentrations. You cannot escape that there will be continued warming because of that. These forecasts, however, buy precious time to prepare. While El Nino can push some disasters to greater extremes, tools like early warning systems, disaster shelters, evacuations, and climate-resilient building codes can keep the human toll in check. It's going to be a hot summer, but it doesn't have to be a deadly one. Prepare yourself and your home for dangerous summer temperatures before they arrive. So in terms of the things you should personally do now to prepare for a heat wave, understand that extreme heat can be dangerous if you're not prepared. If you don't live in an area that is ordinarily hot, you might not have air conditioning. So getting your home ready for a heat wave is important to avoid heat-related illness. There be nigh half a dozen things I can think of you should do to get ready if your area has a blast of hot air on the way. Insulate your windows and doors. You might be used to wrapping your windows in plastic to keep in heat during the winter, but insulation matters in summer too. To make sure that you're taking in as little heat from the outdoors as possible, you should cover your windows with light-colored drapes, reflective film or insulation, reflective window treatments, or DIY, do-it-yourself, window reflectors. To make reflectors yourself, you can purchase or reuse the shiny tape of cold bags that come with food or grocery delivery. Cut them to fit your window and hold in place with painter's tape. If you're in a pinch, this type of insulation, especially in the sunniest windows, can help keep the temperatures down in your home. Also, check the weather stripping on windows and doors and replace any that has gotten damaged weather stripping. If you have older windows, you can also try using a wintertime window insulation kit to seal your windows temporarily. Though keep in mind, this will bar you from opening them to create a cross breeze overnight or in the mornings when the air is cooler. So, hey, keep the air cool. So you don't need to do that. Because if you don't have central air conditioning and don't want a massive electricity bill, place a window AC, air conditioning unit, in one room that you can seal off from the rest of your home. According to ready.gov, using fans as your sole cooling device won't help you much during extreme heat events, as while a breeze might make you feel more comfortable, it won't reduce your body temperature much, leaving you vulnerable to heat stroke. If the temperature outside is more than 95 degrees, a fan alone can actually increase your chances of heat stroke by making you feel cooler than you actually are. To make a smaller space more comfortable, you can also use a swamp cooler to keep temperatures down. Then, insulate your attic. If you have an uninsulated attic, insulating it in advance of a heat wave can help you stay cool. Although this is a bigger undertaking, you can likely get the job done for around $1,500, which is well worth the price, considering what it will save you on energy bills over the long term. Improved attic insulation can save you about 15% on your utility bill in winter and summer alike, even as it makes your home more comfortable. Now, beyond that, make certain to find your local cooling station. If you don't have AC, air conditioning, or a backup plan, make sure you know where the nearest cooling station is located. While you might not need to use it, having a plan ahead of an emergency will make getting to safety that much quicker. Most municipalities and counties will post their emergency plan on their website. Many towns open places like public libraries, schools, and convention centers to serve as cooling centers in an emergency. And finally, check your air conditioner before it gets too hot. If you do have central air conditioning, you should check your system before an extreme heat event. Just look over the AC coils. They're located outside on your AC unit to make sure they're clean and well clear of any weeds and vegetation. You should also check your HVAC filters located inside, often in a basement or utility room. For those of you who don't know what I'm referencing, HVAC is an acronym, HVAC, that stands for heating, ventilation, and air conditioning. The term HVAC is used to describe a complete home comfort system that can be used to heat and cool your home, as well as provide improved indoor air quality. Obviously, very important. It's heating, ventilation, and air conditioning combined. HVAC, using various technologies to control the temperature, humidity, and purity of the air in an enclosed space. Its goal is to provide thermal comfort and acceptable indoor air quality. So, well, if it's taking care of you, you'd better be learning to take care of it. Filters tend to wear out if the AC unit is running full force for a long period of time, so changing out the filter now, like right now, is a good idea. If you're not sure which filter is right for your system, you can bring the old filter with you to the store or search the numbers on the side of the filter if you're buying online. Meanwhile, on the other side of North America, a giant stretch of seaweed in the Atlantic Ocean, headed for Florida, is full of bacteria and plastic, which could cause this pathogen storm. I want to get back to that, because NASA, the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, predicts this year's 5,000 fucking mile long sargassum seaweed bloom along the Caribbean and the Florida coast could be the largest ever recorded, with much of the seaweed expected to wash ashore in June and July, where it could wreak havoc. According to a Florida Atlantic University study published in the journal Water Research in May, they examined how the interaction between plastic marine debris and Vibrio bacteria in the supermassive sargassum bloom concluded there could be the perfect pathogen storm that has implications for both marine life and public health. Now, this potentially dangerous Vibrio, or Vibrio, can stick to the plastic debris that gets caught in the mass of seaweed, which is, well, the study confirmed this by finding what they did in seawater samples from the Caribbean and Sargasso seas. Sargasso, named after the sargassum. My father taught me about a fear of these seaweed belts and blooms, but the sargasso was infamous to sailors. It was known as the doldrums. And when you say I'm in the doldrums emotionally, you're hearkening back to the old sailors from the age of sail who basically would, without engines, rely on the wind And if they were in the doldrums and worse yet got caught in a seaweed belt like the Sargasso, well, you would die in the doldrums. So when you're in the doldrums, you're stuck, there's no wind blowing your sails, and you could potentially die. Kind of like me with my YouTube channel being shut off from production by the enemy who wishes to starve me and render me homeless. So, this is something that I'm relying on you to stay alive. I'm counting on you for contributions. Douglas D. Dietrich, well, it's the PayPal.me/Douglas Dietrich, or PayPal/me, or PayPal.me/Douglas D. Dietrich. Try that and contribute, and I'll be alive to continue providing analysis for your ever more chaotic world situation and how we might all get out of this alive, or at least those of you who listen to me. Well, this bacteria carried about the Sargasso, and now through the Sargassum, independently moving like a breakaway iceberg. There are some fears about the bacteria's flesh-eating qualities, albeit I think most experts would concur that this possibility is still relatively uncommon. Linda Amaral Zettler, a marine biologist at the Royal Netherlands Institute for Sea Research and co-authoress of the study which I'm citing, told the press, in her words, clearly the Vibrio can and does colonize both plastic and Sargassum, and it can carry genes that are potentially pathogenic. There have been some pretty horrific infections caused by Vibrio. Their flesh-eating potential is rare, but it's real. Even so, ingesting the bacteria can still cause illness, including diarrhea, stomach cramps, fever, and vomiting. It can even cause fish to get diarrhea, which has its own negative environmental impacts. In a statement, Tracy Mincer, the corresponding lead authoress of this study, said, "We really want to make the public aware of these associated risks. In particular, caution should be exercised regarding the harvest and processing of Sargassum biomass until the risks are explored more thoroughly." Another expert told the Fourth Estate he believed the findings were not a huge issue and that a lot of Vibrio are relatively harmless, but that beachgoers should still be wary of bacteria in the seaweed. The new findings are not the only problem associated with this algae, which can also destroy coastal ecosystems, suffocate coral, harm wildlife, threaten infrastructure, and decrease air quality. Meanwhile, as beached Sargassum dies and rots, it gives off a powerful rotten egg smell and causes problems for tourism industries in Mexico and Florida. Jay Williams, a spokesperson for the Florida Department of Health, told the Fourth Estate, "What is important is that individuals should take caution. They do not need to go play or recreate in the Sargassum. And if you see this Sargassum, just stay away from it." Now, another blow to Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, red Republican. Well, that blow it's a beaut. Disney tourism numbers are reportedly expected to be largely unaffected by his repeated attacks, the repeated attacks of his crusade. DeSantis has turned all his political guns blazing on Disney, after the entertainment giant dared to criticize his legislation prohibiting any mention of LGBTQIA plus people in most elementary school classrooms. He has repeatedly attacked the corporation in speeches, took over the board that administers their special taxing district, and threatened to toll the roads into the Walt Disney World Resort Complex, or even build a state prison next to it. But on Friday into this weekend, it was reported that it doesn't seem like his threats are having much effect on Disney's bottom line, on tourism numbers. To quote as Jim Turner of Orlando Weekly, in a recent interview with Travel Weekly, Dana Young, the presidentess and CEO, Chief Tennis Executrix Officier of Visit Florida, was asked about several topics that could have a negative bearing on the state. Included were the legal and political battles that sprung up after Disney opposed a controversial 2022 law that restricts instruction about sexual orientation and gender identity in schools. The law was titled by supporters as the Parental Rights in Education Bill, but is derided by critics as "Don't Say Gay." That is a business decision that we don't feel impacts the tourism product that Disney has. Disney has been a long-time partner of Visit Florida. They continue to be a valued partner of Visit Florida, buying into a lot of our programs. People love Disney. They love visiting Disney, and they will continue to go to Disney. So while Disney tourism may be expected to continue to thrive, Disney itself has still responded with a lawsuit against DeSantis, arguing the governor's actions have discriminated against their freedom of speech. However, in a wrinkle this week, the judge overseeing that case recused himself due to owning stock in Disney, resulting in the case being reassigned to another judge appointed by former President Donald John Trump. Thusly, Disney just lost a crucial battle against the state of Florida. You see, the battle rages on between Disney and the state of Florida as Governor Ron DeSantis has managed to win a bid that would disqualify the judge who was first tasked with this case. According to The Hollywood Reporter, the judge at first shut down DeSantis' attempt at disqualification, but the governor was able to push through and get his way. And judging by the background of the new man in command, things aren't looking great for the House of Mouse. Things were at first looking optimistic for Disney. When the case was put in the hands of the U.S. District Judge Mark E. Walker, who previously ruled against the Florida governor yesteryear in a different First Amendment case surrounding what could be taught in universities. Now, the new judge appointed to the case is U.S. District Judge Alan Windsor, who is an appointee of former President Donald Trump. With ties to DeSantis through Trump, there's always the possibility that the eyes of justice will not be blind in this case. As for Judge Walker, he said that his reasoning for stepping down was that his extended family owns stock in the Walt Disney Company, meaning that he wasn't ruling from a completely unbiased place. He did, however, stand against his belief that without this piece of stock, his overseeing of the Disney versus the Florida governor case wouldn't be carried out as biased against DeSantis or towards the corporation. Citing the Code of Conduct for Federal Judges, Walker said that he's unable to sit on the case as he has a relative within the third degree of relationship with the Walt Disney Company. Disney and Florida are currently in a heated legal battle that has seen them going back and forth with lawsuits galore. Standing up for their rights as a corporation and speaking out against DeSantis' Don't Say Gay bill, The House of Mouse has been on both the defense and the offense over the last few months. Taking his hits where he can, DeSantis has been trying to hurt the company where it matters, in its bank account. In May, Disney filed a suit that claimed that the Florida Governor's Oversight Board made an illegal move to axe an agreement that gave the company their power back over a since-destroyed district in Disney. In a petty battle for DeSantis to wage on the corporation, Disney claimed that they were the center of a targeted campaign of government retaliation, because the governor says that he wants to place taxes on the resorts and hotels and also toll the roads leading to their theme parks. There's also a plan that would see a state prison popping up next to the Orlando location, a clear flex of power from DeSantis. And as the battle between Disney and Florida rages on, the company continues to make hand over fist from visitors hoping to get their slice of pie from the happiest place on earth. While DeSantis may hope to destroy the company for good, or at least take a chunk from its wallet, the staying power of the Walt Disney Company will be around long after DeSantis eventually leaves the political arena. Now, obviously, it's considered a place for children. And that brings to my mind the fact that declining birth rates will change the world. In the 250-odd years since the Industrial Revolution, our world's population, like its wealth, has exploded. Before the end of this century, however, the number of people on the planet could shrink for the first time since the Black Death. The root cause is not a surge in deaths, but a slump in births. And Western civilization, in particular, is doomed without more children. While my adoptive son's husband, Sugar Daddy, was working as a venture capitalist in South Korea, he needed to make predictions about the roles his portfolio companies might play in the future Korean economy. He might as well have asked, what future Korean economy? The average South Korean woman can now expect to have 0.78 children in her lifetime, well below the 2.1 needed to maintain a stable population. At this rate, there will be just 6 grandchildren for every 100 Koreans today. And that's assuming the fertility rate does not continue to fall as it has almost every year for the past couple of decades. That's a 94% reduction in generation size over the next century. When he brought this up with people, he was essentially told, everyone knows this, but we pretend it's not true because our economy would stop working if people accepted how bad things are. Given that over 60% of South Korea's population is now over 40, the window they have to resolve this crisis is quickly closing, if not already closed. When he returned to the West, he had the eerie feeling that I had traveled back in time by 15 to 20 years. He could see the same trends that were leading to the end of South Korea playing out in front of us, as in U.S., as in United States, and assented that I had the chance to warn people before it was too late, and before the situation reached an irreparable state. This is why they don't want you to hear me. This is why there's only half a dozen of you here on Peter Moon's channel with only half the subscriptions I myself have. They have succeeded in blacking out what you need to hear and it's up to you to share with others my presentation of your problem and its solutions. The problem is simple. Generally speaking, the more prosperity, education, and gender equality a nation has, the three hallmarks of modern human civilization, the lower its fertility rate is. No country experiencing a modernity-induced fertility collapse has found a way to persistently reverse this trend and restore birth rates, although a few nations have implemented minor solutions that provided temporary bumps. At the same time, our entire economic system is based on the presumption of constant population growth. Since at least the First World War, productivity per worker has grown roughly linearly. Exponential growth has come from exponential growth in the workforce. If the number of workers begins to fall exponentially, the system will break. To make up for the fact that modern civilization is incompatible with child rearing, but requires it to stay stable, wealthy countries import en masse the children of their less developed neighbors, to which the common response is a shrug and the observation that all this is surely mutually beneficial, when it's not reactionary racism and basically conspiracy towards genocide. Well, the former sentiment is the crux of the civilizational shell game, and why so many people don't see the coin being slid off the table. Nations begin to fall below the sustainable rate once the average citizen earns around 5,000 United States dollars per year. That would be 4,000 pounds sterling for the greater British currency. This is why when people in these United States say we can fix population collapse with immigration, they often don't realize the pools from which they draw. Central America, South America, and the Caribbean collectively fell below the sustainable rate themselves in 2019. I think that's the year before yesteryear. Western countries are like farmers, draining an evaporating pond to keep their crops healthy, and ignoring the situation because the pond is unlikely to totally dry up in their lifetimes. What about Europe? Well, some might argue that Europe can draw from African nations, some of which still have high fertility rates due to a high level of poverty. This is true, but do we really want to make the economic health of Europe completely dependent on keeping those African countries poor? Presumably, we want prosperity, gender equality, and education to proliferate throughout the world. It seems like it should be a big problem that current data suggests no one has figured out a model that makes these things compatible with human flourishing, with Israel possibly presenting one caveat. I'll turn to them, however, later, and it will not be in a positive light. At least some groups of people should be experimenting with culture in an effort to resolve this incompatibility before the damage from running this car with the check engine light furiously blinking is irreversible, as it already is in some parts of the world. Many presume that surely the economic lot of the average citizen will improve as the population collapses, thinking that while boomers who rely on unfunded Social Security, state pension, and pension programs to support their lifestyles in their old age will be stuffed, millennials and Gen Z gave up on those institutions long ago. If only disappearing pensions and Social Security funds were the extent of the problem. Our economic system is underpinned by a miraculous invention called debt. When things are growing, debt is a boon. If I make a $10 investment, $8 of that is debt, and the investment grows to $12, I have doubled my equity investment. The problem is that if it shrinks to $9, I have lost half my investment. Counting on a constantly growing economy, we took out debt against every layer of our economies and governments. Our land, our cities, our states, and our nations. If the economy ever starts persistently shrinking, which it will within our lifetimes at current fertility rates, the whole thing collapses. Now you might be thinking, the new pro-natalist movement aims to fix this problem by creating an ever-rising population. Not so. All they are trying to do is enlighten the public to this shell game so that we can collectively start talking about what we do next. So, it brings us to the astronomical expense question. Is the world overpopulated? Not exactly. So no! But some nuances need to be articulated. Regardless of the details I'll go into with that, the takeaway is stop worrying about overpopulation. There's something more important that should get your attention. There are now more than 8 billion people living on Earth, according to the United Nations. In only the last 11 years, the worldwide human population has swelled by another billion. For comparison, it took humans roughly 300,000 years since we first evolved to reach the first billion. It took only another 120 years to reach the 12 billion mark before the Great Depression in the 1920s. These dizzying figures may sound concerning, but is the anxiety around overpopulation warranted? What are the dangers of overpopulation anyway? There are many myths and misconceptions surrounding this thorny topic. Human population has doubled in only 5 decades, half a century, 50 years. The menacing specter of overpopulation is not new. In fact, people have been complaining about overpopulation for centuries. In 1798, English scholar Thomas Malthus published a landmark paper called An Essay on the Principle of Population. Around the time the world's population was nearing its first billion, Malthus wrote the famous phrase, "The power of population is indefinitely greater than the power in the earth to produce subsistence for man." Then came the Industrial Revolution, and the population's rate of growth went into overdrive. For each added billion, Malthus was turning in his grave. The basic point of the Malthusian argument is simple and intuitive enough. We have a finite planet with finite land and resources. It follows that you cannot have infinite population growth. But now that we've crossed the 8 billion mark, almost none of the gloomy predictions put forth by Malthus and his followers came true. The pessimists claimed that as the population rises, so will starvation and death rates. Civil unrest would rise across the world, culminating in never-ending wars over resources. But in fact, if anything, the opposite is true. So I'm going to tell you why you should never cite Malthus in the 21st century. Because instead, here's what happened. From 1990 to 2015, the global extreme poverty rate fell by more than half. More than 1 billion people have escaped poverty. I am not among them. But nevertheless, during that time, the population has grown by nearly 3 billion. Over the last 2 centuries, the last 200 years, the age of America itself, literacy has spread from a group of wealthy elite citizens to all fabrics of society. Today, 8 out of 10 people can read. Less than 5% of Americans earned a bachelor's degree in 1940. In 2015, this figure reached 1/3. The number of deaths caused by natural disasters nowadays is only 25% of what it was 100 years ago. In fact, more than a century ago, child mortality rates were exceeding 10%, even in high-income countries such as these United States and the United Kingdom. But thanks to modern medicine and better public safety in general, this number has been reduced to almost zero in rich countries. The world's population has been growing at a furious rate thanks to advances in technology, medicine, and manufacturing. During Malthus's days, over 90% of the American population lived on farms where they produced their own food to eat. Malthus was stuck in this paradigm for food production, which serves to explain his concerns. But today, only 2% of the population produces all the food we eat. Through the use of technology, each farmer is able to feed 155 people today. In contrast, in 1940, one farmer could feed only 19 people. Total agricultural output tripled between 1948 and 2015, thanks to innovations in animal and crop genetics, chemicals, equipment, and farm organization. That's even though the amount of labor and land used in farming declined by about 75% and 24% respectively. But crowning all this, there's no such thing as an infinite growth in population. There ain't no infinite population growth. While the rate of absolute growth, the actual number of added people, is similar to that seen in previous decades, the growth rate in percentiles is actually falling. Every 2 years, the United Nations releases its World Population Prospects. The latest report was supposed to be released in 2021, but was delayed due to the pandemic. The report finally came out in July of 2022, projecting that the global population will peak in 2086 at 10.4 billion people. In its previous release, the United Nations projected that the world population would reach that many people in 2100 and would not yet have peaked. There's a good chance the population will actually peak much earlier than the current projection. The United Nations drastically revised its forecast after it found that fertility rates will fall faster than expected in low-income countries. In 1950, the average woman gave birth around 5 times, whereas